All right, it is Wednesday, 7 February 2024. Like to say hello to everybody out there. Pokey in the Kick Chat. Love ya. All right, TGX Nightshade in the Kick Chat. Marco DJ in the Kick Chat. All right, let's get things going. Won't be long till I start up and get the pre-show going for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be all getting set and ready to go here in just a few moments. I'm waiting for the gang and crew to get together and tell me they are ready to go. So sit back, relax, and stand by. Well, it helps if I turn the microphone on. It's
Hey, how you doing, Mark?
doing pretty good. I've been talking the whole time, trying to get the. and I had the microphone turned off.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah. That's real great. I shifted some stuff around here, and I'm like, oh no, not that. I'm like, oh yeah, that. Well, anyways, it's Wednesday, 2024, the 7th of February, and you can mix it up or fix it however you like. And we're gonna start the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show right now.
That's right.
Uh huh.
So I'm rolling through here checking to see if Doc
Where's our
replied
Barry?
to my comment. Yeah, here we go. Oh, is that Barry?
Where's Barry at? No, it was just me messing around.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Doctor will be here today.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I have him asked him to come in at the beginning of the second hour.
Oh, okay. I'm
So
getting a message on a different. Oh, okay. No, we're good. Here comes Barry.
hey there, Barry!
Barry, are you there?
Barry!
Put this on speaker view so everybody knows when we talk who's talking. Yeah. When we switch around.
Right, fuck off spinner.
Here we go.
Nice.
Looks like all the streams are going good and strong. I like it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, it's Barry.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is so good. How you doing? This so good.
Oh man, he does a good saw. Good man.
Casual.
I can't top that, dude. No way. That's too good. Oh my goodness.
So we got the doctor coming in the second hour.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I haven't had him in a little while. Gives us an hour to get through, you know. We've got to probably start out with that immigration disaster. I mean, they call it an immigration bill. It had nothing to do with immigration.
No. That's why they got to have, other bills within the bills, man. That's all that pork barrels and stuff and
You got to
everything
pass
else,
it to
man.
find out what's in it, right?
That's what they said again. I mean, it's like, what is wrong with these people? I mean, they're just so blatant in our face about how much they disrespect us. And I guess we kind of deserve it because half of America's asleep.
Well, if you allow things to happen, they'll keep on doing it.
Yeah, I can remember when Obama was president, and he would always like push back after a little bit of resistance from the right. And I kept thinking to myself, man, there's not that much resistance to the things. He could do whatever he wants to do. And I was just thankful that he didn't, Like, remember when they wanted to go to war with Syria? He said, that's crossed the red line, he said. And we pushed back, but he could have done it and gotten away with it. That's what I was thinking to myself. And I was just so glad that they didn't realize that they really had the upper hand at that time. I think that upper hand is changing, but they've had it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of pisses me off,
Sure does.
Say it never rains in California.
I heard that other I heard the Paul Harvey video with saw it and heard it with the video.
And that's
today,
the
and
news.
I was just the one where he says, if I was the devil, and I was just like, man.
Oh yeah.
He so nailed it.
I liked
so
Paul
good.
Harvey. He was a no nonsense. No, he didn't hide behind the bush. If he had something to say, he came out and said it.
Yeah. The only
I
person
always
like
liked
that's Tucker
Paul.
Carlson.
But
in the mainstream, Tucker's about it.
But even back then, I have a feeling that Paul was kind of liberal.
Maybe, I don't know.
He was.
Well,
He was kind of. He was more.
That's.
I would say he would be more on the middle of the road. He wasn't conservative, and he really wasn't. I would say he was a hard moderate, a hard moderate.
Yeah, he was a radio personality back
Yeah.
then. Everyone tried to go after the whole country, not just half the country. What I mean?
Yeah.
Today, like me, even everyone, it's just only half the country's ever going to listen to my show.
Right.
The other half is going to listen to about 10 minutes and say this.
Well, that's because the left are a bunch of commies now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why all these people that keep saying we need to have.
I had a
unity. Not
chance
with
to
those
meet
people.
Paul
We don't
Harvey
need
once,
unity
you
with
know that?
commies.
When I was a kid, I had a chance to meet him, and something came up, and he was at the TV station, visiting or something, doing something there, and I missed out. I must have been like a sophomore or junior in high school at the time. But that just tells you how long ago that was.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, at least Tucker, I think, according to what Alex Jones said, he said today on his show that the Tucker Carlson Putin interview will air tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central. And they'll be on the air at 6:30 covering it. And so I'm excited about that. And it's a good thing he's getting it out quick, because they might try to, do something horrible. These deep state figures, they're people tend to disappear when they don't want something to come out. I think he may be the very thing, World War III. This interview may be the very thing that stops World War III.
Which is why they don't want anyone to hear it.
Exactly. And it's so funny because Tucker's like the most humble, meek person, and one man put a stop to their entire diabolical plan, that they had. And they have everything. They have the entire infrastructure at their disposal, and one man disrupts it. That's what's awesome. That is what is beautiful.
Like to say hello to all the folks out there. Pokey Chi. got Marco DJ Channel, and a whole bunch of other folks over on Kick. And we got probably Cecilia in Kick, as well as Facebook. After a planet, and it's not Pluto. It's the one after it. In Titan. You know, if you Titan that other planet, well, it sounds really vulgar. But anyways, it's cool. He's a cool guy. Can't wait to get the show started tonight. It's going to be great. Where'd everybody go? Did you guys... Hello? Barry? I don't know what happened, but I don't hear either one of you. Hello, hello, hello? What's going on here with Skype? Let me go here and check, see something. No, they're still there. Ooh, are they there? Yes, they are. Oh, what a... Skype 1?
Yeah. Well,
there you go. What happened?
They're getting bored, but...
What
happened, man?
What happened? I lost you guys.
You came back and couldn't hear us.
I was bullhorning you, man, and you didn't even respond.
I could not hear you. You guys were just like gone. And I was like, "Hey guys, where you at?" You know,
Yeah.
I did the shout outs.
You were doing some shout outs, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were doing shout outs, and then all of a sudden you went silent right in the middle of it, like mid sentence, and then we figured out that you couldn't hear us, or we couldn't hear you, but then you came back and we could hear you, but you couldn't hear us.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened.
That sucks.
And then the next thing you know, you were saying 5, 4, we're
No,
live on the
not-
radio, and I was like, "Whoa, what? Wait." No, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen. That did not happen.
You're live and on the radio side. That's my best Mark impersonation.
Next
by the way.
time. Next time. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that doesn't happen again. You know, that was kind of weird. Really weird.
Stranger things are happening, man.
Yeah.
The deep state's coming in.
You know
They're
what?
trying
Yeah,
to shut down the show.
that's you know, Gary's probably got new toys, and he's probably hanging out with you know, Jimmy or Bob over from the other alphabet agency, and getting pointers from him or them, or maybe Gina, you know, the one from Space Command. Because I trust them, but you know, I trust them like the other ones, but you know, I guess Yolanda trusts Space Command more. You know, but I don't know.
So Doc, is there anything specific you want to talk about?
Turn your mic on, Doc.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that.
There you go.
I didn't have anything specific in mind. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff to talk about. It's not like it's a boring time out there.
Well,
Yeah, right.
we already went over poop burgers on Sunday.
Yeah, that was a. That was kind of lowbrow, wasn't it?
Yeah, for you.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh my God, really?
We sunk to new levels. But hey, that's what they're doing these days. We got to report on it, you know. We can't help it if they want to make fecal burgers and make us drink our own poop and urine water.
You talking about California, Ariel?
Yeah,
I think
Vegas.
yeah.
I thought it was
Austin.
a Japanese thing.
Well, yeah.
I shouldn't talk. I spend half the year directly downriver from Vegas, so yeah, I'm probably getting.
I think
some
it's
of that
Chinese,
stuff.
not
That's
Japanese.
rough. That's rough.
It's a
Chinese?
Chinese poop burger.
Mm.
Oh, well, that's not a surprise either. I mean, California, Chinese, same thing.
Yeah, they're owned by China. So what's the difference?
Oh my goodness.
Bought and paid for.
Yeah. Speaking of China, did you guys hear? Any of you guys see the Crowder thing he did about the illegal labor, the cannabis? No, the manifesto thing I saw just today, but
Yeah.
he did a whole hour documentary on how they're importing slave labor through the southern border to work on illegal cannabis farms all over the country.
Really?
Really?
They have huge
Wow.
problems with it. Huge problems. Coming, of course, then it comes along with it sex trafficking and other drugs, of course. And it's seems to be some sort of triad communist government
Wouldn't surprise me, man.
thing going on. Yeah.
We're being totally taken over. It's an invasion, man.
Yeah, out of all of those, I wouldn't
Obviously.
try any of those drugs, but maybe
Yeah.
the sex trafficking one. I might try that one.
Do you want to be sex trafficked?
No,
that's,
I
don't
no.
know. That's
No,
a
I didn't
goal
mean
for
that.
some
I
people.
mean,
don't
you know. The traffic can come to my
Just go to
door
work
if
in
they
Hollywood.
look okay,
You'll be sex
I
trafficked.
guess,
Don't
you
worry
know?
about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta let the dogs out.
Speaking of Hollyweird, did you see where Ed O'Neill, the Married with Children guy? I used to think he might not be like extremist left. He's so bad, dude. He is. He's
Really?
He's horrible. He is horrible. He's giving back his doctorate that he didn't earn from, I don't know, Yorktown University or someplace like that. I think it's in Vegas or I don't know, some liberal place. And they hired a Republican president who basically is a Trump supporter and an election denier. And he said, I'm going to hand him back the doctorate. And, he's anti-gay and anti-choice. Notice how they changed it from pro-life to anti-choice. I mean, I don't even stoop to that low. I don't even stoop to that low and go, you guys are pro-death. I could stoop to that low if I wanted to, because they are basically pro-death.
Yeah. That's
Well,
pure
if we're
branding.
talking about
maybe.
if we're talking about that the thing that I think we're talking about, they are
The thing.
pro-death.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
'Cause,
it
I
really
mean,
hurts if you get
Look
that
at Colorado
thing
and
caught in the
California.
zipper.
Boy, they're getting some serious flooding, aren't they?
Well, you ask for
They did.
things and they happen. I'm just saying.
It's funny, on our first show of 2024, we were both talking, CS and I, like what's coming down the pike for 2024, and we were both saying there's going to be more natural disasters. Then I said, of course, it will be arguable that they'll all be natural, if you know what I mean. Like, I think they have to pump up the global warming hoax by controlling the weather, and they are, in my opinion, completely controlling the weather. Here in Tulsa today, it was perfectly blue skies in the morning. By what, 4:45 now, the entire city is a dark cloud from and it's going to rain without a doubt. The planet's dimmed like, I don't know, 20%. Tulsa's dimmed like 20% from where it was, in the afternoon. And every time they spray that heavily, it rains within a day or two. Now, they may have to do it one more time tomorrow, but it will definitely be raining. It's just one brown, white haze over the entire city. It's horrible, man. I mean, they're definitely jacked weather. HARP, I would imagine they're using that kind of technology as well. It's not just cloud seeding, but other technologies as well.
Oh, I have no doubt that if we are in the kind of fifth generational warfare that it's to be that we're in, I would have no doubt that all of those technologies are on the table.
Yeah, why would they want to get things bloody if they can avoid it? I mean, they still like blood. They do have bloodlust, but
they don't want to ruin the farmland. That's really, because that's our one saving grace from everybody just dropping bombs on us. They really want our farmland.
Mm-hmm. You know? So they can grow their I don't know, just GMO crap or whatever.
No,
yeah, you got to have your factory farms for all your pigs and all your cows and stuff that the upper crust level get. And then they want those open plains for all the buffalo to roam on.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say they'll probably they probably won't grow anything on some of it. They'll just say, oh yeah, this is a safe area. You can't do anything here because of global warming and blah blah blah. And we got to save this turtle. There's a rare turtle that walks across the street every now and then, and we got to preserve that turtle.
I think there is actually a plan in the Agenda 2030 goals to fallow like 20 or 30% of the world's farmland.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember the exact number, but it's something like that.
That's probably why Bill Gates buying it all up.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. He would be the kind to do that.
Cricket farms as well.
Well, yeah, they use up 1 acre for the cricket farm, and the other 99 acres will go fallow.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they hate feral, pigs or just organic pigs. You know what I'm saying? They call them feral because they have a curly tail or a straight tail. That's actually the truth. Of course, a pig either has a curly tail or a
feral
straight
pigs
tail.
also have tusks. They grow tusks. Yeah.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, if you let any pig out in the wild, it'll grow tusks. That's if I understand correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Only takes 1 or 2 generations for them to go wild.
Yeah, isn't it? What they eat is what makes it so that they don't, or something like that.
I think. I can't remember. I had a buddy who used to go down to Arkansas to hunt them all the time. I can't remember. He used to tell us all kinds of wild stories about that. They go down there and fly in a helicopter on this guy's privately owned farm and hunt pigs out of the helicopter.
You can do that here in Texas.
Wow, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
You'd be like,
which
Delta
one would you rather be chased by, a
let's
wild
go in and
feral
get the
or
hogs.
Wild hogs or what?
Would you rather be chased by a wild hog or a tribal cannibalist? Because I saw this video of this guy. Man, apparently some people thought it was an alien chasing him, but it was just a tribal cannibalist, a guy that wants to basically behead people. And he was running as fast as he could, man, away from this, supposedly, from this cannibal.
They're still out there, apparently. But, yeah, no, I'll take the hogs. I'll take the hogs.
I'll take a hog on before I take someone who wants to cut off my head.
A cannibal could probably climb a tree, but I don't think a hog can. I've yet to see one climb a tree.
You might be up there a while, but yeah, you can get away from a hog. Hog stays on the ground. Yeah. People can go wherever you can go.
Yeah. But bears can come up the trees, though, man.
Yeah,
I saw
bears are scary.
Some hunters. There were some hunters up in trees, and one of the bears was playing with the bears, and so he ran up the tree just right next to him, and they were scared to death, man. They were like, "Whoa, there's a bear like 3 feet away from me."
Yeah. Bears are known to climb. Yeah.
Yeah, my dog used to always chase them up trees.
Yes, black bears will go up a tree. They climb right up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they can be big.
That's not
I've
a good
seen
escape
like
route.
500-600 pound ones.
I've never seen one that big. I grew up on the East Coast. All of the wild animals on the East Coast are smaller because they're so wide open lands for them to travel through, so they don't have as big a territory.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the East Coast bears, because all they eat is berries.
It's an East Coast, West Coast, rival.
They got their bandanas on and they're out there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They like garbage out west, man. They love their garbage.
Oh, yeah? It's gross.
Yeah, you'd go out on trash night sometimes. Like, you'd be driving around at night on trash night, and you just see, like, oh, there's some knocked over, and then the next house knocked over can. You could, like, follow it, and eventually you're going to find the bear. He's just going to be chomping on someone's front yard on their garbage.
Hey, boo-boo, that's another trash can. Yeah. Got to worry about the trash pandas out here, all the raccoons. Oregon's got a bunch of big old raccoons that live in like the suburbs, and they all live up in the trees, and they'll come down, and if you don't have a lid on your trash can, they'll tear that open and throw your trash everywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen that before on videos on YouTube.
I remember when I moved from downtown Chicago out to Lake Tahoe, I had a garbage bag. It was some stinky whatever. I just put it outside my front door, and I was like, I'll just get that in the morning. And all of a sudden there's these raccoons, 3 raccoons come up over my railing, and I'm up like 4 flights, I'm really high up, on the side of a hill. So, it dropped off really fast. It was about, I don't know, 100 feet, 50, 70 feet or something. They climbed up, and I opened the door. I'm like, oh, look how cute you guys are. And one of them stood up and hissed at me, and that scared the living shit out of me. I'm some city boy. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't do, like pet them or something.
City slicker.
Right?
Oh, raccoons are dangerous, man. They are not to be trifled with.
Man, just get you about 20 packs of hot dogs and feed them, and they'll be your friends forever.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably. Yeah.
Of course, they'll never stop coming to your front porch, but.
Yeah, well, kind of like the homeless here in Portland.
Oh man. That is terrible, man. This is so bad in so many of these places right now.
Well, I anywhere that has any kind of program that would attract the homeless crowd is just full of homeless people. Whether it's like a city like Portland, or it's California, or Boise in Idaho is full of them. Like,
look at New York with the migrants. I mean, they're giving them like $9,000 a month in benefits. So of course they're going to come up there.
Yeah, I say that to people I talk to from Oregon on Twitter all the time. I'm like, yeah, you can't feed stray cats, can you? No, then you have cats everywhere, right? The same thing goes for people who don't want to work. Like, I'm not saying homeless people are that, because we have a really bad economy right now for the lower class people. Like, it's really hard out there for people, but like about 80% of the homeless population doesn't want to come off the street, and if you're going to give them free stuff, they're going to stay.
Yep.
That's just the way it works.
I tell you what trips me out is that zombie drug, and then how they can be just hopped up on that stuff and just freeze, like bent. They're like like a hunched over, and their knees are bent. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't do that for like an hour straight.
They look like they're going to crack their skull. They look like any second now they're just going to crack their skull on the ground, and
every once in a while they do just fall over face first and plant on the ground. And they'll stay right there in that position.
Well, I can imagine after that they wouldn't get up for a little while.
Yeah, no,
it might have knocked them unconscious.
Yeah, the drug, like they mix the fentanyl and the tranq together, the horse tranquilizer.
There's a name for that. I talked about that on the show one time. There's an actual name for that. I can't remember the name of it. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't remember what they call it on the street, but they have it mixed in pills here. Oh, the little blue pills, and they just smoke them all day long.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
They smoke them?
Oh, yeah, it's bad up here. It's bad.
Jeez. I think it's in pill form. Like, why do you have to smoke it? I don't know.
Because it gets higher. They get higher quicker. It's really scary for the city, because like the city area is just they encourage it so much. You know what I mean? Like, it's so bad in the city. Here where I live, the county I live in, whoever took over the county seat, they nixed all the DEI stuff and hired a bunch of like hardcore sheriffs and started cracking down. And so my county's pretty good. We don't, like, even though we border the county of Portland, we don't get any of it over here. And so it's really making Portland's county look really bad. And so things may change, but they're going to have to do so much to clean it up. Like, it's really bad. Like, there's just people everywhere, homeless people everywhere in the city. It's bad. I can imagine that California is similar. I haven't seen California personally, but I've been downtown in Portland, and it's rough, man. They're everywhere.
I think Portland's probably worse than San Francisco, from what I understand.
Density-wise, you're probably not wrong.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if anything's as bad as Portland. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Like
right.
Yeah, man. When I moved, it was a really nice place to live.
Oh, I bet.
Oh yeah, I remember people telling me, "Oh, you'd really like Portland. It's really cool. It's real, edgy, and they're into organic food." And
Yeah, I went out there when I was in high school, and I thought it was the coolest city I'd ever seen. You know, I mean, granted, I hadn't seen many cities at that point, but it was gorgeous. There's a big art
And they
festival
used to
down
grow.
at that
I
river.
remember they were growing like stuff. You know, the restaurants were growing their vegetables on the roof and stuff. They were really ahead of the curve on that stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. And then socialists took over and gave away free everything to everybody, and all of a sudden it started falling apart. I wonder why.
Right, you got 30 seconds.
Where's Brent?
That's next week.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Brent? Yeah, he's on a flight
And
right now.
here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition, the fastest 3 hours in radio. And as you guys know, we like to have guests on Wednesday, kind of rotate out a bunch of different people. And tonight we've got back with us for, I don't know, man, this must be the
fourth, I think,
time or so. You've had him here. It's Doc Tor 420. How you doing, Doc?
Doing wonderful. I hope everybody out there is doing well as well.
Mm-hmm. And what is this, like the 6th, 7th time you've been on here? Maybe 8th?
I don't know, something like it's been a bunch of times. I always happy when I come back.
Yeah,
always.
Yeah. It's always a good time. Always very educational. Now, you run a podcast that you. Well, first of all, tell us a little bit about that. What's the name of it? Where can they find it? When do you do it?
I'm Dr. 420 on everything. I do a Rumble show. I talk about all kinds of different things. I talk about crypto on Saturdays. I have a Culture War podcast on Wednesdays. Monday, I talk about the Indoor Football League. So I talk about a lot of different things, but I started out my whole experience on that, researching, studying, and talking about crypto. So yeah, that's my big thing.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as always, we have Bullhorn Barry with us. So how are you doing, Barry?
Doing good, man. Thank you for asking.
Excellent. And I've interviewed Doc so many times that I don't think I just want to dive into a straight up interview because I don't even know what new ground we could cover that people haven't already heard. So let's just kind of get into some of the news and everything going on in the world. And I think the biggest story right now is the fact that the Senate failed to pass this, I don't know, the war bill, I'll call it, the let's pay for every war in the world and pay for both sides kind of stuff.
You mean the protect the border bill?
Well, yeah, that doesn't protect the border. It does the exact opposite. It legalizes 1.8 million people a year. It basically would tie Trump's hands, unless, you know, it's over 5,000 a day that are crossing the border for 7 consecutive days. Then you can do something about it. But that works out to 1.8 million a year that can come in here, and we can't do anything about it. It would be codified into the Constitution, into law that, well, not the Constitution, but into law that can't really do much about it. And Joe Biden's sitting there. You know, a couple of weeks ago, he comes out and says, he shocked me. We need the House. The House has got to pass this bill. The Senate's got to pass this bill for me to be able to do anything at the border. My hands are tied. Unless they pass that bill, I can't do anything. And I thought, what are you talking about? It was just so bizarre to me that he would say, I hadn't heard about that bill at that point. And it was just bizarre. What do you mean you can't do anything? Trump closed it. All these executive orders opened the border. What was it? Mike Johnson came on the House, the Speaker of the House, and listed 64 actions that the Biden administration has taken over the last 3 years. About every week or two, they come out with a new one. You know, let's tear down some of these barriers. Arizona had some makeshift barriers up. They were shipping containers basically stacked on top of each other that was forming a bit of a wall. They had to tear that down. He sued Texas to get rid of the razor wire, right? To be able to say, you know, you can't put that up, and not only can't you put it up, but we can take it down if you do put it up. So you got the Border Patrol down there taking down barriers, taking down the razor wire. What? Then he goes all the way to the Supreme Court. And they ruled with Biden and said, yeah, you know, the federal government can do that. It's in the federal government's powers to control the border. And if we elect a president who says, I want to have wide open borders, He ran on it. He, you know, in the Democrat primaries, he ran on, I hope they do flood the border when I get in there. There's a lot of asylum seekers out there that want to get in. I hope they flood the border. He got exactly what he asked for.
Yep, he
so
did.
This bill was an absolute joke. And people were waking up really quick. And those senators' phones were ringing off the hook saying, if you vote for this, you're done. No more money for you. No more support for you. You're done. So I think only 4 Republicans voted for it at the end of the day. But yeah, Doc, what do you think of that? Is that a positive?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, you got to consider the situation we're in dynamically, because we have both the states issue with it. I mean, Texas has their own issue with immigration to deal with all the time. But then you also have the Republican governor shipping people to the Democrat cities, which is really putting pressure on Biden. I think that's where they're trying to slip this bill in. They're trying to use the negative press to their advantage. I think that's what the point of that was. I want to be careful
there, though, because you just said something that I kind of take issue with. Abbott is busing all these people up to, you know, New York. Well, if you look at the number of buses and the number of people around it, what he's moved, about 100,000 people, represents 1% of
what he did. What they did was to shine light on it. Biden was already doing that. He was shipping them all over the country already. I'm no mistake that.
The airport in Phoenix is filled with illegals.
Oh yeah,
criminals that are there with free boarding passes to go wherever they want. Yeah,
Chicago O'Hare as well. Yeah, absolutely. That's a true statement. But what I'm saying is, you have multiple dynamics there at play, and I think what the Biden administration realized was that there was too much bad publicity. They needed to shift it in their favor. How their voters are. They're not very bright. They don't really pay attention, and they watch regular news. So they're lied to. They were trying to grasp, like, all right, yeah, I can close the border. You just got to give me this power. Remember he said that? Just give me the power. And I think it's all games at this point. They're just trying whatever they can come up with at any moment to plug a leak in the dam, because they're getting crushed so bad out there in the public eye. I mean, with the decentralized media situation we got going on, they can't keep on top of the narrative. So I think it was a grasp, a desperation, really.
Yeah, it's Biden is seeing those poll numbers, and they are bad. He's losing in every single swing state, every single one of them.
Yep.
And, you know, Donald Trump is talking about doing rallies in the Bronx. You know, Madison Square Garden, you name it. He's putting New York and New Jersey in play. He says, I think they're play, which is Dr. Reagan to get any kind of a sweep like that. You know, when he went against Mondale and won, but every state but one, I think.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at. We're in.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. I think so. No, I think you're right. I think with the way that things shifted in the public view, we are definitely in that landslide territory. I think he can flip New York because of the migrant situation. Zeldin almost flipped it. But I think the real key isn't going to be the migrant situation once if he does win. Let's say Trump wins, there's no shenanigans, everything is fine, right? What's going to be the economy situation on the other side? With all these illegals in here driving down labor prices, showing up in the labor market, what happen as they keep printing dollars to pay for all this stuff? I mean, I'm worried more about the economy than I am the migration situation, but I'm worried about the economy because of the migrant situation. You get a bunch of starving people that don't speak language as the country they're living in, you could get some real trouble. You see things going on horribly in Europe. I fear that kind of thing's headed for us if we don't get a hold of it.
Just 2014 months. Criminal aliens. I heard Tim Pool use that phrase the other night, and I want to start working it into it. It succinctly, it's a legal term, criminal.
You know,
Criminal
that's
aliens,
what we're dealing
right,
with
yeah.
here. Every one of them had to everything they did when they came to the U.S. was break and falsely claim asylum. They're falsely claiming asylum. And, you know, you have to, if there's a part of your country that you would be safe in, you have to go to that part of the country before you can leave. If you go to another country, you have to stay in the first country you step foot in that is safe. And these people crossed a half dozen countries in many cases. You know, so, and even if they're claiming, you know, Mexico's unsafe, well, there are parts of Mexico that are very safe, you know, that are honestly pretty nice too. I mean,
well, El Salvador is turning into quite the nice place right now. But
yeah,
that's
you know,
true.
they emptied their prisons and sent them north on us, though. So a lot of people took advantage of this situation. Let's make no mistake about it. A lot of old debts are going to be settled because of this border situation. I mean, we've seen several different documented circumstances of terrorists coming across the border. We have the Chinese situation, which Eric Weinstein and Michael Yan have done a great job of exposing. It's I don't know. I'm worried about it, but the economy scares me more. It does.
Barry, you were talking a little bit about that Chinese situation in the pre-show. You want to explain to everyone kind of what's going on with that?
Refresh my memory. What was I talking about?
The cannabis farms, the illegal cannabis farms and slave laborers.
Oh no, that was I think Doc was talking about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
That's all right. Louder with Crowder did a tremendous job of doing a documentary about how the Chinese laborers, a lot of them that are coming across the border, are being sent to work on illegal marijuana farms in states like Oklahoma, Maine, California, Oregon, and they're being used as slave labor. Along with that, they're also doing sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and Oklahoma especially has been cracking down on it. But Maine has a serious problem as well. And it seems to be that a lot of the labor that's coming in on the Chinese side is organized by the Communist Party for use as slave labor in these markets, in these black markets, at least from what Crowder was saying. But that also presents a whole nother, you know, I mean, that's basically, we have a standing army of slave labor just sitting inside our country. That's not a safe situation for any nation.
No, and you know, they can't ever leave the property. When you say slave, you mean slave. They are hidden away.
I do mean slave labor. Yes, yeah.
You might drive by this place every day, but you'd never know it was there because it's so hidden away. It's so tucked back in there. And then remember the labs, Ebola and whatnot that were being stored in the lab. They say they're all over the country, where they're, you know, trying to infect mice with Ebola and stuff like that. You know, get it to spread to, you name it, like the most dangerous, the dumbest things you could do with science. They're trying to do because, I mean, it's just so dangerous. Shocking stuff. It's just a matter of time. It's a ticking time bomb. You know, it really is.
Well, you can't look. I don't remember who said it, but the first person to say it, I'll give them credit. But you can't have a nation without borders, and we have basically not had a country for 3.5 years. We've had a wide open northern and southern border for the entire Biden administration. And the way that they have weaponized the judiciary against the average citizen, I don't know. It really seems like they're trying to tear apart things on purpose. It really does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I would give credit to Michael Savage for talking about borders, language, and culture for the last 30 years. Every show, he opens it up. Borders, language, culture. That's what makes a country. And, you know, if you don't have a unifying culture, you know, defined borders that are defended and a common language, then you can't have a country.
Correct.
It just is what it is. And there's an assault on every one of those things right now currently by this administration.
And oddly enough, he did exactly what we said he would do last week, and that is he would blame Trump. He literally said the reason we have the problem at the border is, simply put, it's Trump. And I mean, I knew he was going to gaslight. I just knew he was going to gaslight.
But how out of touch with reality do you have to be to believe that?
Pretty out of touch, but I think there's quite a few out of touch people in America still, unfortunately.
Well, 30% of the people that voted for Nikki Haley. So, I mean, there you go.
And 60% for none of the above.
Exactly.
Well, those people are the people paying attention.
Yeah. But to lose, by
to nobody.
2-1 margin,
to nobody. Think about
to
that.
none of the above. Yeah, literally 2-1 margin. People went out of their way to go in and vote for no one.
That was awesome, by the way. That's what I like to see. It's probably the worst possible person who could be installed as president of this country. We would immediately invade Iran.
She's George Bush.
Yeah, she's a neoliberal. She's a neo-lib big time. She leans more left than right.
Oh yeah, you've heard her lately talking all of that. I'm a woman. I'm a strong woman. She's been doing all that stuff. Yeah, she's playing to the left. She has to, because this is the real election. Whatever Democrat they throw on the ballot, Trump is going to crush. The real election is, can we get Nikki on the ballot? That's the real election.
Yeah, and I think one of it was either New Hampshire or Iowa. She, like 70% of the people that voted for her said that if it was her versus Biden, they would vote for Biden.
Yep.
In an exit poll. So yeah, that tells you no one with conservative values, with moral Christian values, would support her. It's just guaranteed war and lots of it. More debt, more of everything that's bad for America is just going to get piled on with Nikki Haley. She can go fly a kite. I'll tell you what she can do.
Well,
have to be family friendly here.
That's true.
There's many other things I'd like to say, but we're family friendly, so I'll just use the old go fly a kite.
Yeah.
Verbiage.
I just prefer to call her by her real name, and that seems to rub her the wrong way. She hates being called Nimrata. So.
Nimrata.
Yeah.
Well, kind of sounds like Nimrod.
It is. It's the female version of Nimrod. It is.
Oh, so she's the Antichrist. Okay, great. Excellent.
Fits her perfect. Yeah.
Oh, Nikki, you're not so fine. You're not so fine. Oh, Nikki.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It blows my mind that anyone would vote for you. Oh, Nikki.
Watch out that copyright now. Come on.
Isn't she completely owned by is it Boeing or somebody built a huge military factory in South Carolina based purely on her? So that's who owns her. I can't remember who it is, but somebody built a big, huge military factory in South Carolina, and they're the ones backing her because she's all about the military-industrial complex.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and she wants to wait until South Carolina to drop out of the primaries, but she's going to get smoked there. And when she does, it just, I don't know. I would get out before that brutal beating occurs, because it's just, if you want to have any future hope of anything, you can't get just lose by 30 points to Trump in your home state.
Yeah,
I don't think she's going to drop out.
I don't think she will either.
I mean, she's probably hoping for something. Well, something terrible happened to Trump. That's what she's probably counting on. And I think she's mentioned that, as well, or alluded to that.
She's definitely alluded to it. Absolutely.
I mean, Vivek said the same thing, right?
Yeah, in his own way, I think so. Yeah.
He said it in a way, though. It was like, I don't want to think this, but we have to be prepared that it might happen. And that's why I'm still staying in the race.
Well, 1963 happened, and it could happen again. That's it. It's
exactly
true. This guy, for whatever reason, and it's not that his policies are tremendously that much different than what the old empire's goals used to be. He's not that far off from the politicians I grew up with in the 90s and the early 2000s. But there's something about him that this system really doesn't like. And I think it's because he won't actually bow down to anybody. Like when you get into the president's office, they slide you, Tim Pool says this all the time, they slide you across the table a photo of JFK and just walk out of the door, I think he was like, I think he really was like, what is this? I don't care about this. I'm going to do what I want. And I think that bothers them to no end.
And they don't have the dirt on him that they have on everybody else out there, you know?
Surprisingly, that shocked me, actually. It really did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, the guy never drank, never did drugs or anything. He just liked really, really, really hot chicks. That was his one vice. And that's like, no one's going to like frown on you for dating supermodels. You know,
No,
that's not like.
No, not at all. No.
You know, if you're a billionaire New Yorker and you like to sleep around with, you know, supermodels, then, you know, hey, more power to you. I think we all can kind of relate to that.
Yeah, I'm all more worrisome about the people who have ugly wives and that are rich. Those ones scare me because you know they're doing something weird. I mean, look at Bill Gates.
Yeah, exactly. And she left him.
Well, Henry Kissinger's wife's not the most beautiful thing either. Well, of course, he's no longer alive, but.
Well, you know, I hate to speak to ill of the dead, but thankfully, you know, he's gone. I love all the libertarians putting up memes of the death, I getting him out of the crank machine finally and being all excited. Those memes are pretty funny.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a psyop or not, but I noticed over the years that Bill Gates began to look more like a woman and Melinda Gates began to look more like a man. And by the time, right before they broke up, she looked a lot like a man and he looked a lot like a woman. And I don't know if that was like some sort of a psyop, you know, where they're playing on the transgender thing or if it just happened organically, but it was definitely very clear and obvious.
Vegetarian diet, man. Stay away from that stuff.
Soy, too much soy.
Yeah, who knows what they're
GMO soy, who knows?
Yeah.
Impossible burgers.
Could be they wear pink sweaters all the time. Pink sweaters will make you effeminate, I think, if you wear them every day.
Don't even get me started on that Impossible Burger. That's disgusting.
Yes, the lab meat is horrible.
Yeah.
But the Impossible Burger is like, ugh. It's not even.
Don't get started on the poop burgers, though. Let's just don't go there.
I mean, like vegetarians, do they even eat? You know what I mean? Like, who's that for?
It's for you.
Yeah,
me.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if you're vegetarian, you don't want any meat. Like, you don't care where it came from. You just don't want it. Grown or not. I mean, I guess there's some people that do it on a moral basis. Like, they just don't want to, like, have, you know, a day on their plate. But I don't know. So, to me, that's gross. That's just gross. Yeah, and it makes me that much less likely to want to go there because they might mix it up and give me one of those one day, you know?
Yeah, no, don't do it.
I think you've noticed, though. I would think you've got a pretty keen taste, dude.
Well, I'll tell you what. One time they actually did give me one of those by mistake, and I was really pissed. I was like a good 15 minutes away from the store, and, you know, I couldn't go back, and I was like doing the show in, you know, like an hour, so I didn't have time to anyway, and I was really mad. My dog liked it, though.
Now, you know, if your dog doesn't like it, then there's a real problem with the food.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I remember going out camping and I had a packet of hot dogs and I'm cooking one on a stick over the fire and I give one to my dog and he just kind of held it in his mouth for a minute and spit it out and then just looked at me like, well, I don't want that. What are you eating? Like, I'm eating that.
He read the label. He read the label. It said mechanically separated pork, chicken, and beef.
Yeah. It's like when Subway had the seafood sandwich, you know, it's seafood. That's kind of generic, you know, that could be anything. It's seafood. The sea's a big place, man. There's a lot of food living in the sea.
Yeah. Are you sure it lived the whole time? I don't know.
Exactly. It's like a land food sandwich, you know?
It's always very questionable, especially like their crab salad was imitation. And I was like, imitation from what?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've especially in the last 10 years, I've really tried to get away from processed food as much as possible. It's hard, but like I eat like vegetables and meat now. That's like it. Like I can't eat packaged food anymore. It just makes me sick. And it's gotten, I feel like it's gotten worse as we've gotten older, like the food itself. Like I remember some packaged food used to be okay, but now it's like all garbage. I don't know. I don't know if that's just me noticing that, but
it is like fructose. I mean, high fructose corn syrup is just in everything. it's nearly impossible to get away from. And it's so bad for you, but yet it's everywhere. I like iced tea, try to get it, in containers. And if I find it with sugar, it's like, wow, this actually has sugar in it. That's great. I mean, sugar's not good for you, but it's way better than high fructose corn syrup, which is,
a death
it's something
sentence.
else. But folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show. We're doing 3 hours tonight, and it's the fastest 3 hours because we've already knocked through half of the first hour, and I mean, it went by like nothing. So stay tuned. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
Oh, there we go. Did you have a list of articles today? CS?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, let me pull them up on the
yeah, if you go to my
minds.com.
page.
What are they?
Yeah, go to my page
hit me up
on
with them.
Minds. Gosh, there's a bunch of them. Let's see. In no particular order. Embattled RNC Chairman Rona McDaniel is resigning.
Oh, yeah, that's good news. That's good news.
UN secretly
That is
working on
good news,
banks
actually.
to destroy American
super
food
excited
industry.
about
International Union of Police endorses Trump. Gina Carano teams up with Elon Musk to sue Lucasfilms and Disney.
Yeah, now he's giving money to anybody that gets censored, right?
that.
For lawsuits.
He's trying to do a big, from what it seems like, he's trying to do a big class action lawsuit against Disney to start. So he's looking for people to join on with the lawsuit with Gina.
Gina Carano, yeah.
One of their employees died.
Hey,
fell from one of their rafters. Did you see that?
Hey, you cut that shit out.
When
Stop
did that
it,
happen?
okay?
Like yesterday.
Come on,
It's the new Wonder Man. I didn't know there was a superhero called Wonder Man. That's
Wonder Man
so
is
ridiculous.
a Marvel Comics character.
Is it Wonder Woman's brother?
No,
What's up with that?
That's DC Comics. Wonder Man is
I know.
on. It's part. He's part of the X-Men.
Okay.
Not really, but he dates. What is it? Shadowcat.
Yeah, he fell to his death, but I didn't say whether or not it was, faulty equipment or what have you, but I would imagine it is. Everything's falling apart like we've talked about before. Like I just was rereading the article about that airline that the door didn't even have bolts. Did not even have bolts on the door on the airplane.
And they caught
was
6
insane.
more in the factory.
Huh?
They caught 6 more in the factory that didn't have, that had empty bolt holes as they were ready to go out the door, already inspected, ready to go out the door.
Yep. Everything is just like literally falling apart. We've talked about this, man, in great detail, and it's like there's no attention to detail at all. And that's what happens when you have leftists in control. People they're just reckless, man, about anything and everything. I don't know if it's on purpose. I think sometimes it is, and sometimes they're just like they don't care.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of that. You have all of those factors, and then you also have a lot of competent people were taken out of the labor market when the vaccine force and push went down.
Well, especially with the pilots.
Yeah, yep.
So many of them have heart problems now.
Oh yeah, it's
and they can't pass that test to get to remain a pilot.
They changed what you needed to pass that test so they would.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Which is not good either, because they could have a heart attack while they're flying the plane.
No, it's I think it's when you're trying to tear down a civilization, you do it from the inside, especially as one as powerful as the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just don't think they have enough of the collective, man. I think there's still the minority and a strong minority. And it's just going to take us being more active, and I think that's going to happen as they push harder and further with their insanity. Eventually, people will wake up and say, oh, those conspiracy theorists, I hate to admit it, but I think they're right.
Well, hey, we got Michael Rappaport on our side now, so...
Yeah, but he's so
kind of
weird. I don't trust him, man, that guy. I mean...
But if he's out there saying voting Donald Trump's on the table to the leftists, I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean... Give credit where credit is due, but I
Wouldn't
still
trust
think
him
the
as
guy's
far as I could throw him, but you know.
Yeah, I still think he's establishment
Someone
stooge.
for Alec Baldwin.
All right, we
Waiting for
got
Alec
30
Baldwin to come out
seconds,
with
guys.
Tyrant. A swear-laden tyrant about how bad Biden is.
I think he's going to keep his head down
Trump.
until his court thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's capable of that.
Yeah, that's true. He is a pretty extreme narcissist.
All right, get ready for
Big
the
time.
countdown,
Yeah.
because here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we get into all the good stuff out there with our good friends. Tonight we've got Doc Tor 420 with us. How you doing, Doc?
Hey-o. Doing pretty good.
And we got Bullhorn Barry.
All right, man, ready to roll. Let's go.
All right, so confirmed. Tucker Carlson went to Moscow and interviewed, past tense, Vladimir Putin. So we're going to be getting that dropped on us tomorrow evening. I think, what'd you say, 6:30 or something Eastern
7
time?
o'clock Central Time, I believe.
7 o'clock Central. Okay, so,
believe so.
yeah,
Around
somewhere
that time.
tomorrow evening we're going to get that interview, and I, for one, am kind of excited and looking forward to it, to hear what the guy has to say. I hope Tucker's very hard on him, and there might be some shreds of evidence, shreds of truth in what he has to say, is all I'm going to put to it, right? We've been fed one part of the story over and over and over. We've yet to hear the other side of the story. So let's hear the other side. What does he have to say about all this? Are we going to, give him a pass for it? I doubt it, but let him speak. That's the beauty of free speech. Let the man speak and then refute it. Go on Morning Joe, take it apart word for word, answer for answer, word for word, and just take it all apart and explain to America why he is a evil SOB and should not be trusted or listened to, and why he's wrong, most importantly. Why is Putin wrong about everything, But it'll be interesting to hear their take. Why are you doing this? Why are there, millions dead now? Or I don't know, how many casualties are in that war?
At least 300,000 on the Ukrainian side, from what I understand. Yeah. So, I mean, it's bad. It's bad. What do you guys think about the idea that Tucker's going to get targeted for this?
Targeted.
Yeah, the European Union is talking about banning him from all their member state countries.
But I'm thinking more like something along like a Julian Assange type situation.
Okay.
What if they him? I mean,
I think that would just be devastating, man. It would wake up so many people about how totalitarian Joe Biden is, and that's. I mean, I don't think that they would do that, and they might, but if they do, it'll work against them.
It would. I think it would be incredibly stupid. It would be, but
Trump could run on the full pardon day one. The first thing I do is pardon Tucker. Right, pardon him. Heck, if he's sitting in jail, I'd make him my VP. I'd be like, I want that guy in jail.
Well, it's called journalism.
Yeah, right.
It's called journalism. People have interviewed Putin many times before. It's not a problem. It's not a problem when it comes from the mainstream media. It only becomes a problem when it's independently done because they can't control it.
Yeah, they can't control the narrative out of the interview. That's true. I just this administration is different than a lot of ones that we've dealt with before, though. They're so out of control and they have their back against the wall so hard. I don't trust them in any way. Yeah. And so I really do worry for Tucker's for his safety, because he's doing things that are what should be normal. They should be normal journalist things. But in the atmosphere that we're in, it's the same kind of fear I have for Donald Trump. It's the same kind of fear I have for Elon Musk. Like, what are they going to do to destroy you? What are they willing to do? Because they're already willing to let the border be wide open and then try to turn around and blame it on other people. So, I mean, what is their limit? Do they have one? That's what scares me.
Well, look what they did to Julian. He's still away.
Being basically murdered slowly in prison. Yeah.
And if they do
you
this
know.
to Tucker, just imagine what else they have planned for other independent journalists out there. I mean, that would be a sign that they're going to come after anybody that goes against the official narrative, man. They'll start rounding up people. Who knows? So I think that that would be showing their true colors, though. So in a way, I kind of welcome it. Not because I don't want to see anything bad happen to Tucker, but man, if they did that, it would be the end of their little charade. You know, they play like they love democracy. Well, how is that promoting democracy if you're shutting people down from being able to do an interview?
Mm-hmm.
It would be a pure mask off moment if they did it. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, like, I think it was Barbara Walters that interviewed Saddam Hussein once. Walter Cronkite, I think. It goes on and on. People have interviewed bad people in the past.
All the time.
And they get prizes for it. They get Nobel prizes and things like that for doing it.
Yeah, and they
Will Tucker get one?
Yeah, no, of course not. He should, though. He should. I mean, obviously, but here's the interesting thing about Tucker, though. He is uncontrolled, so he may have planned all of this out ahead of time. He may have all his bases covered, but if he goes hard at Putin the way I think he will, what it's going to show is that Putin actually has a legitimate argument against, with the Minsk agreements and all the other stuff that's going on. But it's also going to show that he's just another world leader. And I think people need to see that. There's too much hidden from our enemies, or even if they're not really our enemies. There's too much that our government hides from the general public. That's the big thing about this. Like Tucker, everybody's going to see this interview. Nobody's going to be able to hide it. Doesn't matter if they take it off the internet on every other site. It's still going to be on Twitter. It's still going to be on his website. It's going to be on Gab. It's going to be shared all over the place. Mm-hmm. It's going to be clips everywhere. You're not going to be able to stop it. And that terrifies the narrative creators. It terrifies them.
Russia has been like a pretty docile country for a very long time. In America has demonized them at every single point. Mm-hmm. Every time, every chance, everywhere, any time they can do it, they blame Trump's entire presidency on Putin because Russia's election in 2016, right? Ask Hillary that today, and she will tell you yes. Hillary, Russia stole the election from her.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So it goes on and on. So he sees Biden in office, and he's like, well, why not? Why can't I do whatever I want now? Because I'm the bad guy anyway. Doesn't matter if I'm actually a bad guy or not. So I can do bad things, and I really get no reputational hit for it.
Yeah, it did. It gave him an open door.
Yeah,
it justified it for his people. Like when you have the entire Western media narrative being Russia is an evil center of hate and discontent in the world. Well, it certainly is going to turn the people of the Russian country against the West as well. That's the worst thing if you have a dictator. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want him to have the heart of his people as well. It makes no sense unless you're actually trying to start a war, which it seems like what they've been trying to do for the last 14 years.
Mm-hmm. And maybe Tucker will stop World War III. Maybe this will be the very thing that will stop World War III, which is amazing. We talked about this off air. Think about it. One man was able to stop World War III, a humble man who just basically loves America, believes in true journalism. And if you want to know how far we've fallen, think about it. When Tucker gave that 7-minute announcement where he said he was going to be interviewing Putin, he said, Elon Musk has that he's going to allow this interview to play. Well, I mean, why would he even need his permission? Yeah, it should just be a given thing.
Yeah, it should be, but we know that's not the atmosphere that we live in right now, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's censorship and the level of narrative control. I don't think anybody really realized it until the COVID stuff hit. Like, I don't think anybody really had any idea how much control that the Patriot Act had given the government over the narrative.
Yeah, and we didn't know how many tyrants there were either. We had no idea there was tyrants hiding under the rocks, just waiting to come out and take their position as a dictator. You know, whether it was in small government, state government, or federal government, these tyrants just came out of from under the rocks everywhere, and they just were sucking up that power. They just felt like they were, you know, I don't know, Hitler Part 2.
Yeah, the Twitter files was a big part of that. Remember the Twitter files when Elon Musk dropped all those, just released all the internal memos that showed, you know, the government was specifically going to Twitter and saying, take this down, take that down. They had a hotline, they had a fast track ability to get stuff taken down, you know, real quick. And 9 out of 10 of that stuff is COVID related. And we just got this peer reviewed study that came out the other day that said these mRNA, the DNA shots, you know, they adjust your DNA. It's not a vaccine, are dangerous. And there's a lot of risk to them. Myocarditis is a real deal, and it should be taken off of any list of, you know, drugs, of vaccines that people should be mandated to take, especially kids, especially the kids.
I don't know if it's the same study, but there was a scientific peer review study that just came out like last week, and it showed that the jab killed more people than it helped. That ought to tell you everything right there.
Yeah, peer-reviewed study that really, it's like one of the only ones of its kind because everything else has been censored and no one was willing to stick their neck out to even look at that kind of stuff in the medical industry, you know, for the Tucker Carlson treatment, really, you know, let's call it what it is.
A lot of them were a lot of doctors that did speak out were deplatformed immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately.
The California frontline doctors comes to mind.
Yes. Those people they had a protocol, they had a treatment methodology that was working, and they were completely shut out of the national conversation. That's just evil.
Oh, yeah. They had 10, 20, 30 years of experience doing this kind of protocol, treating this kind of stuff, and just shut down. Totally experienced, you know, knew what they were doing, top of the line kind of medical doctors, and just shut down. But instead, we had to believe a hack like Deborah Birx or Fauci. Those two are hacks, man. I mean, even the guy that created the PSA, you know, the testing thing, he said Fauci's a hack.
Yeah. Well, any of the doctors that really knew what was going on with the technology all said Fauci wasn't a real doctor. He hasn't practiced medicine ever. He's been a politician and a paper pusher his entire career. So,
and how much money did he make through that? I'd love to see him get audited, full audit of Fauci through the whole COVID thing. I want to see what his net worth was before and after COVID, because I bet it went up millions and millions and millions and millions and millions.
Well, you know, we lost Toby Keith, and he got cancer in 2022, and it does look like he was fully jabbed. I mean, his foundation was jabbed up, and of course, Carl Weathers was fully jabbed up. He tweeted that out himself. So, I mean, this turbo cancer thing is brutal, man. I mean, he got cancer in 2022 after the shots, and bam, he's gone. Now, I'm not saying there is a connection, but if we're not asking the questions like, hey, do you think there might be a connection there? The turbo cancers is a side effect of these jabs. So shouldn't we look into that?
Maybe just, you know, take a look at it. I mean, you know.
Yeah, that study did take a look at it, and they found, massive spikes in certain types of cancers. Like 6 of the top 10 most common cancers are going through the roof right now. And why? Right? He's saying they're saying, hey, it's COVID. It's a shot. But
or long COVID. They like to blame it on
long
COVID. It's long COVID.
You mean side effects from the shot?
Exactly.
Yeah. But he's like, you know, challenging. Hey, it's peer review. It's science. It's peer review. Show me something else. And if you can make the case, I'll believe you. But for now, this is the most likely answer. And that's what science is, folks. It's questioning things. It's not trust the science. It's question the science. Question the science, not trust the science.
When you don't know a single person in your, like that, I don't know anybody who doesn't know somebody that had a negative side effect from the vaccine. Yeah, sure. You may have, 20 people in your circle and like 6 people got the vaccine, let's say, and 5 of them, no problems. But there's always that one in every group of the circle that has had problems. My wife's best friend got the vaccine to go get on a plane to go see her father. She landed, got off the plane, went to bed that night, and she was gone.
Wow. staggering stuff.
Very young whistleblower, the guy, I think was out of Sweden. I think he was out of Sweden. And he collected all the data himself. And there was actually more toxic batches than others. And those toxic batches could kill up to 21% of the people. But that's why it's probably like only 4% of the jabs were actually super duper deadly. And the other ones, some of them were still deadly, but not as deadly. And then there was probably some that were basically no different than a saline solution. They had no effect, no negative effects.
Well, that would make sense if you look at what happened in Japan, because Japan pulled 2 or 3 huge batches off of the market in Japan because they found contamination in the manufacturing process. So if those never got checked here in the United States because, people were doing drive-through for a Krispy Kreme, who knows? You know what I mean? So yeah, didn't that guy make an online database where if you can get your batch number, you can check it? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
They arrested that guy Barry Young immediately after he released the information. I think he's been let go now, but still, man, they don't play around with people that release the truth.
No.
Yeah, and to stay on point with the government censorship, there was another subpoena that just got answered recently and showed White House correspondence with Amazon, where they were trying to get certain books that were critical of COVID and the vaccine taken out of Amazon altogether. So, the headlines are all, hey, Dems scream left and right about banning books. Well,
exactly.
Here you go. Here's them trying to ban books, and not pornography to kids, but actual medical information to grown-ups.
Yeah,
that's right.
They've done that before. Like, people know, at least people in our age group know that there have been cures for cancer. They just get suppressed and destroyed. They're not ever allowed to see the light of day, and then they're completely discredited, and you're not allowed to go buy their material anymore. Their material is banned. It's not the first time in the medical industry that something like that has happened. They really do not like the medical industry being questioned. They really don't.
Right. And then there was that medical guy that was on Tucker just recently. He said that the reason, something about how they advertise with the media is not to sell more pharmaceutical drugs, but just basically to ensure a partnership with the media, right?
Yes. Yeah. Basically to make sure that they don't ever take on bad stories about the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah, basically.
And he said that was basically the open secret in the industry as well.
Well, how can if you don't need a drug, why would seeing a commercial for it make you want to buy a drug? And no real halfway decent doctor is just going to prescribe you something because you saw it on TV. It never made a whole lot of sense. So, I mean, that makes a lot more sense than stuff does.
Well, I think the doctors get some nice little kickbacks if they get them on one of their drugs. And so I think that's the incentive right there.
Oh, yeah. There are those incentives as well. Absolutely. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and they give them trips to Hawaii. You sell X number of amounts of these vaccines or whatever it is. And yeah, you get to go to our corporate retreat, which will be in Maui this year. And you can hear from firsthand from all of our experts how great this, pill is.
Yeah.
Well, you can also bring your family in. It lasts a whole week and it's paid for. So that's kind of nice. Hey. And bonuses, cash on the barrel had bonuses. Dr. Cassone would call it drive-through, like Burger King. I'm sorry, McDonald's style medicine. Everyone kind of gets you have a small little menu to pick from, and everyone gets the same things.
Yeah.
Which isn't being a doctor. That's not healing. That's just, here, I got candy. Take some.
Well, and they've kind of captured it from the top down. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but most of the funding for medical schools comes from the pharmacy industry. So they control the textbooks, they control the schools, and so these people are being from the get-go indoctrinated into the pharmacological way of doing health. You have to actually take separate courses when you go to medical school for nutrition. You don't get a single nutrition class going to be a doctor. You have to take that outside of your doctoral stuff. So, I mean, they have it perfectly crafted to be that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want prevention.
No. because that's not profitable.
Well, yeah, if you cure them, they don't come back.
Precisely.
But it does make you wonder, the heart of our problem may just simply be that there's just too many people in power that have absolutely no backbone, and they're easily bought out. They're easily, selling out to the establishment. And that's the problem. Nobody has any moral backbone anymore. I mean, just to do the right thing, no bedside manner anymore. It's all gone. We need to restore that, man. We've got to restore that.
Well, that's culture is certainly a part of it, but we also have a system that is because we've layered so many regulations and laws on top of these industries that they've created perverted incentives where the incentive is not to make sure you don't have patients return. Like if you're a single practitioner and you're in a small town and you're dealing with small town issues, when you're a big hospital customer, you need that repeat customer because you got to pay the bills. You got to keep the lights on. You got to keep the nurses happy. You got to keep the editors happy. And the stock price has to go up. And so as long as you have perverted incentives on top of terrible culture, you're going to get nothing but bad results.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's a shame. It really is. Our life expectancies are going down in America. I think it's pretty staggering numbers too, if I'm not mistaken. Like something like we've lost 5 years in the last 6 years or something.
Yeah, it's been pretty.
It's scary.
I don't remember the numbers, but yes, the numbers were pretty drastic. They were very because they've been going up for so long. The precipitous drop is quite scary.
And why, right? Like, what's changed? Well, COVID's a big thing, but did that really kill that many people, or was it something else? Right?
I think it's a lot of things, actually. I mean, we do have the big one. There's the two big ones are what we eat and this past experimentation on us with the jab. But we also have a culture, like you said, that's not really that great right now. And so a lot of despondent young people who are just doing drugs all day and they don't care and they're dying from fentanyl overdose. And
suicide rates are high. Obesity rates are off the chart. And once you get into that obesity range, it's like the health just goes to, and even if you live to be 75 or 85 and you're obese, your quality of life sucks.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, just to get out of the chair, you can't tell me if you weigh 350 pounds that it's easy to stand up, right?
It's not. I had a friend of mine that she couldn't get out of her recliner. She would actually have to have help.
Yeah.
So
my aunt was like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not healthy. That's I've even read an article recently about how a lot of the overweight influencers just they die. They start dying off. I mean,
3 of them died within a month.
Yeah, and they were boasting, "Oh, I'm so healthy. I'm so healthy. My weight has nothing to do with my health. I'm healthy. And actually, all the science says that's not true.
No, yeah, absolutely. How can that possibly be healthy?
Yeah, trust the science.
I guess so.
Well,
and
it's just a fact.
Then you want to help them out, and they go, "Oh, you're fat shaming the person." No, I just want to see the person get healthy so they can have a long and abundant life, a full life. One full of vigor and life and effervescence and all that stuff. But you can't have that if you're just, barely get out of bed, crawl out of bed, can't tie your own shoes, and you got to put on slip-ons. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's and that compounds the cultural issue because once you have a society that's slovenly and unhealthy and not motivated and not at their best cognitive level, then everything starts to fall apart. And you get finger pointing and blaming, and the culture disintegrates even further. It's a vicious circle, really.
You know what I've noticed is people are hungry though to have people like us tell the truth. I've noticed that. Like even when because I'm a victim of being lazy as well. But when I hear someone tell me to get up, pick myself up by the bootstraps, as they say, and get going, there's something about that resonates in my soul, and I go, yeah. But that's not what the culture is telling us in Hollywood and in their little magazines, that they put out
TikTok.
From Vogue and Elle and TikTok and Teen Magazine. It's all stuff that just basically causes you to deteriorate and become less of a man or less of a woman.
Well, I think that's part of the goal, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, I think part of that is to disintegrate us and make us more controllable, at least at a more macro perspective. Like, I think they want people who are easier to control. If you're dependent on them for medicine, if you're dependent on them for any kind of help or service, you're right in their pocket where they want you. And, you're right, though. People are hungry for something. And it's not just truth, it's for purpose. I see it with a lot of the young people who are on the street with drugs here in Portland. It used to be that a lot of the people on the streets were older and long-term drug users, kind of hobos, that type. But in the last 5 or 6 years, especially here in Portland, it's more and more young people, and they just have no hope. They don't believe that there's anything better. And so they don't care. They'll just sit on the street and do their drugs. And they're like, I don't care. There's nothing out there for me anyway.
Yeah.
And we got to change that.
On that note, we definitely have to change that mentality. The hopelessness is a real problem, but we are out of time for our first hour, folks. We've got 2 more hours coming up. Stay tuned. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
All right. Good job, guys. Good job.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes, so.
10 minutes? Oh, wow.
Yep. This is a 10-minute break, so anybody got to do anything out there in listener land, now's the time to go.
If you want to go out and get that quick 10-minute,
get your refill for your drink.
Go out and do it right now.
Top your coffee off.
I'm confident.
Grab a snack.
Grab you some Cheetos and some Fritos and some really nasty candy corn.
Cheese puffs, man. Eat them all up, man. It's good.
Have some Mountain Dew and
Don't eat the soy.
Celery and peanut butter.
Yeah, there you go. If you're not on the air.
Slam down some GMO soy. Just do it, man. Don't question us. Just do it.
All right. Gonna take and give a big shout out to Snip and Hammer and Laura. Let me get over here. Over on Kick, yeah. Everybody out there and listening to us, thank you.
Now, I am having a snack right now. I'm having a lollipop, but it's not your typical lollipop. It's called 8 Greens, and it's made of spinach, aloe vera, wheatgrass, kale, spirulina, blue-green algae, chlorella, and barley grass. But it tastes exactly like a sucker, and it's kind of sweet. And then when you get down, to I don't know about the last 20%, it becomes more sour. So it's sweet and sour, but you would never know it's packed with spinach and wheatgrass and kale and spirulina.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
That
that's the thing.
terrible.
They can make. That's actually,
It kind of does.
It sounds terrible.
This is something I will not see an owl and a kid asking the owl, how many licks will it take to get to the center, right? All right. Good.
Honestly, if I just gave this to a lollipop, said, here, have this lollipop, no one would know that that's in there. It's just like a regular lollipop. It does have sugar in it, but it's
it would have to. I mean,
yeah, but still, I mean, it's got all that other good stuff.
Got the good stuff.
well.
It's got cane sugar in it. Oh, so
It's
good
all-
for
it's-
you.
It's all organic ingredients, most of it, like 90%
Sugar's organic. Comes from plants. It's the processing that kills you. You got to bleach it and do all sorts of other things with it.
I did notice it has some soy lectin. That's like one of the last ingredients, though, so that's not good.
Yeah, that's not a good one. But, I mean,
It's probably a small amount.
yeah. It's probably to keep the shape. 'Cause I know I got a gummy making machine for Christmas to make edibles for myself. And, that has to make them that that firm gummy shape, they use soy lectin in the mixture. I don't use it though. I don't care.
Soylent Green? Oh.
Well, they've got all these organic ingredients. They should at least have non-GMO soy lectin, but it doesn't say what that it is. It's also got turmeric in it.
Oh, that's good for you.
But spirulina and wheatgrass barley grass and wheatgrass are great for you. Chlorella is like a detoxer. If you get mercury poisoning, you can take chlorella and it will it'll actually flush it out. It takes about 2 years if you've got a really bad case of it, but it will get it all out completely. And that's what happens to a lot of these people that get a lot of these shots. They get the mercury poisoning, you know.
Yeah, well,
and then they go, "Oh, that person's a conspiracy theorist." You know, I remember that girl that she had to walk backwards for a while. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they were making fun of her, saying, "Oh, she's faking it and stuff."
Yeah, the vaccine thing is weird because it's all about what's in the vaccine. It's like we all know that through just basic science that inoculation works, right? Like you can be inoculated against smallpox by using cowpox, right? We know that. But when you start creating these serums in a laboratory using things to initiate a response in the immune system rather than providing the actual material, like a real biological material, you start playing with things that I don't think we really fully understand.
Well, I think there's mad scientists in charge in some places. I really do. And they like to put all kinds of just sick stuff. They're part of this dehumanist agenda or dehumanizing agenda. And they just hate humanity, and they just, I mean, and look, you get those kind of people when there's no more checks and balances. The vaccine companies are not going to be held accountable. I mean, there's a little bit of a vaccine money that goes if you have a bad adverse reaction, but it's so hard to get that. So they're above the law, basically. And so that attracts crazy people. You know what I'm saying? Yep. It's just like okay, the Catholic Church, they don't get rid of the pedophiles, right? They just move them to another church. So the pedophiles go, I'm going to become a priest because then I can just molest children, you know, all day. Same thing with the TSA. They go, oh man, I get to, you know, pat people down and grab them in the genitalia. That you know, that attracts those kind of people. Power that is unchecked attracts psychopaths.
That's true. That is very true. Yeah. Any situation where you have a power situation, like a position of power like that, you're going to attract people that want to abuse that power. That's just the nature of power, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But once they
get a foothold, they look for others that will copy that and do the same. That's how you get an organization like the WEF.
Oh, yeah. Well, and there's lower organizations, too. There's an interesting rabbit hole I fell down the other day learning about all of the... have you ever heard of Operation Gladio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of satanic cults that seem to have spun off of that. They're accelerationist cults, like 098 and the 764 cult. There's just been the guy who cut off his dad's head apparently was connected to the 764 cult somehow. Mm-hmm. And so it seems to be that they, you know, attract these kind of weirdos and then kind of, you know, give them the encouragement to do the crazy thing that they want to do. It seems to be their whole goal.
Well, we definitely have more crazy people than we've ever had before, ever. I mean...
Yes, absolutely.
Like that guy that was, you know, swatting, and I couldn't even tell if it was a boy or a girl. I can't even tell anymore.
Yeah.
I can't even tell. You know, he was 17 years old. Maybe he just hadn't gone through puberty yet, but I thought it was a woman at first.
Well, yeah, very. That's not unheard of from these, you know, younger kids, 18, 19-year-old guys. Should be looking like men at this point, you know, and they're just completely effeminate and, you know, tiny little skinny guys, very pale skin, long hair.
Like Yuval Noah Harari.
Oh yeah, that guy scares me. He's creepy. He's creepy.
He just keeps getting creepier too, man. I was watching some new videos by him, and he just keeps getting further out there, man. Further and further out there. We talked about what he was saying a couple of weeks ago about human beings shouldn't have any human rights. We don't have any human rights. It's a
30
myth,
seconds.
But now he's even going further than that. So he's just nonstop.
Yeah, well, that's
nonstop loony.
He's
Doc,
one of
let's
the
get into some
high
crypto.
priests. All right, we can do that.
Let's get into what?
He wants to talk about crypto.
I know it's your favorite subject, yeah.
What did you say?
You've been talking way too much in the show, so we're going to move on to crypto for a while.
And here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we run for 3 hours, folks. I love having a 3-hour show. We just get to talk about all the good stuff. We always used to say, boy, we didn't get a chance to get to this story or that story. And now I have no excuses. If we didn't get to something, there's just a lot going on in the news, I guess. But anyway, let's get into some crypto because we've got Dr. 420 here with us tonight. Doc, it's DOCTORE 420. You can find him pretty much anywhere online under that nomenclature.
Yeah, moniker, nomenclature, either way.
So, Doc, let's get into crypto. I keep getting asked, when's it going to go up again? When's this stuff going to start going up? And I say, it has been, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, now it looks kind of flat right now to the everyday guy who's checking the charts.
Let's get into crypto.
We just had a real major event with the Bitcoin going Wall Street. We had these ETF applications finally got approved. BlackRock now has their big Bitcoin fund, and Fidelity has theirs, and so everything's kind of flat right now. They're waiting for that big change in the mining. It comes up here in about April, where they cut that half, where the reward for the miners gets cut in half, and that's usually a huge catalyst for price increase because they have to mine twice as much or charge twice as much to make the same amount of money as they did for the last 3 years. It's a really big shift in the price action usually. Usually about within a month of that date, it just starts going straight up in a line. So we're getting really close to the big money making time.
Yeah. Now, these ETFs, that sounds like a great, easy way for anybody to get into Bitcoin, get some exposure to it in their portfolio. But would you even recommend that to someone?
I think there are very good reasons for people to invest in it if it's a spot, and these are spot. So they actually have to buy the Bitcoin with your
Everything's
money,
kind of flat,
especially
right now.
for older investors who have larger portfolios, who don't really want to get to know the technology. Up here. It's a great, easy way for them to get exposure. So I'm not as negative on it as some other people are, but there are people out there who really think this is going to destroy Bitcoin. I think it's just going to make Bitcoin less volatile over time because these people are more interested in the gold-like qualities. They can save their wealth up, So I think it's going to be good, especially for those people who don't learn the technology, people that are, 50 and older who just don't feel like they have the mental skill to do it.
Yeah, you have to get a wallet and you have to, save the password somewhere very safe in a safe or something like that. If you lose the, 12-word password to get into it, you've lost your account forever. That money's gone. And we've seen that happen many, many times. Like, there was an exchange where the guy just up and died.
Yeah.
And he had the password in his head or whatever, and he died. It went with him, and all the millions and millions of dollars they were managing they couldn't access it.
Yep. And that's something that older investors who aren't on, cutting edge of technology, they don't want to take that risk. So I understand the need for it. I really do. Yeah.
But if you are comfortable with it, it's clearly the way to go because it's in your possession. It's yours, and you own it. No one else can take it away from you under any circumstances. However, gold, these are the same people that say, never buy a gold ETF because you just take the gold, put it in your safe, and now you have the gold in your safe, and if you need it, it's there.
Right. And
Whereas,
it's like those, it's like like, for example, you can't carry gold bars with you on 30 tons of gold bars. You can't carry those with you, but you can put that much dollar value in Bitcoin on a hard drive, write down the password, throw the hard drive in a fire, take your password, fold it up, put it in your pocket, and you can go to anywhere in the world, open up a computer, put in your password, and there's your Bitcoin. That's the big deal of owning it yourself. That really is something that I think the younger generation understands that the older generation just isn't prepared for. And I think that's what the ETF is. It's a way for the older generation to get their money into a harder, safer asset.
And diversification, it's a real asset class that you need actual exposure to in 2024. It is.
BlackRock says 1 to 5%.
Yeah. And I would say 5% is probably pretty aggressive for, most people. But if you're younger, 5% is a sweet spot number to go for it. And really, I see that, Bitcoin will probably, I think at $1 million, it becomes, which is the smallest denomination you can trade is $1.
Yeah, that would, right. That would be one Satoshi, $1. Yep.
So, yeah, there's, it's got a lot of upside when we talk about it being at 30,000, 40,000 today.
I think we're at 43.6 right now. I think.
Okay, that's U.S. dollars.
Yep, that's U.S.
Canadian stuff.
Yeah, no Canadian dollars. No. Canadians have been cracking down on their crypto though. They've been cracking down on everything. But the one big thing that's coming up, regulation wise, is that there is a new bill that they're trying to get passed to try to change some of the tax regulation. Won't get into the weeds on it, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to get control of the decentralized stuff. And now that they've bought Bitcoin, they're going to start targeting the other stuff. Next ETF is going to be Ethereum. Ethereum's probably in May. I would somewhere between May and the end of 2024, we're going to see an Ethereum ETF as well, spot, just like Bitcoin. And then from there, it's going to be game on. Lots of money flowing into the industry.
And when they say 1 to 5%, do you think the same thing about Ethereum or just a cumulative exposure in the crypto market total?
See, BlackRock says 1 to 5% just Bitcoin. I would venture to guess that that's going to open up to crypto products as they gain more traction, because BlackRock seems to be the one pushing the whole normalization of it. I think BlackRock sees that especially Bitcoin and Ethereum are high quality assets to own in a fund, and that's going to save their butt considering how bad they got killed on ESG this last 2 years. They got crushed on the ESG stuff. All of the ESG stuff got hammered when the economy took a pullback.
Explain to everyone what that is, because most of my audience would know that, but there's a large number of people out there that probably aren't sure what ESG stands for.
It's environmental, social, and governance score. They basically grade companies on how well they treat the environment, how involved they're in social issues like, whatever the new thing is, I don't know, whatever it is, and the pride flags and all that, and governance, following all the rules that make you a good business, like having a good governance structure. You listen to your people, you listen to your shareholders, and every company is scored on that basis for these funds that are called ESG funds for people who want to invest in more quote unquote environmentally and socially conscious industries. Turns out like 90% of the companies just faked their numbers and didn't really do anything that they said they were. They threw some money at, strippers reading to kids and called it a day. and got a good score, and that's all. Everybody was gaming the system, and that kind of came to a head recently, because it's clear that only these companies like Bud Light were taking the money. They weren't actually doing anything good for society. But anyway, that ESG stuff is kind of, it's been dragging the economy down. I think the presidential candidate Ramaswamy talked about it, how it's kind of the green agenda is kind of a blanket on the economy. Well, the main thread of that is those ESG scores.
Yes, and I have an article right in front of me here from Gateway Pundit talking about how officials from 12 U.S. states have sounded an alarm, and I'm quoting right now, after finding out the unelected globalist United Nations is secretly working with banks to destroy the American farming industry. Banks use the UN's Marxist ESG criteria to score and penalize farmers. And, you know, it's happening here in the United States. Now, we're seeing empty shelves in France and Belgium right now because of all the striking that's happening with the farmers. And they're saying, hey, you put us out of business, this is what you get.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
And it's got to backfire on them. It's got to backfire hard. They can't just go about life like this.
Well, no, they're trying to, what they're trying to do with the ESG stuff, in my opinion, is they're trying to get rid of the small farms. They want to conglomerate everything. That's what it seems like.
And it seems like they're also looking to migrate to the lab-grown meat and, you know, other types of proteins. Willie's got his worm farm with his hot dogs. You know, we joke about that, but it's a thing, right?
Well, that's why it's such a good joke, because it's real.
Exactly.
They are actually trying to do these things. They want to centralize production. It's a very communist way of thinking. Very centralized, very directly controlled, top-down way of managing all industry to create, in their words, a healthier, safer, more equitable world. What that means to me is we're all going to be really dirt poor. But, you know, the concept in their heads from all the stuff that I've seen is that they want to use the blockchain technology of crypto to make all of this happen. And that's why I encourage people to learn about the industry now and actually find out who in the crypto space is actually on your side. Because there are people working within that industry who want to help these globalists build their ESG scoring system on a blockchain and make it automatically connected to your personal carbon score. So it's
scary stuff.
It is. It's terrible. When you start really digging into what these people believe, it is kind of frightening. I understand. I do.
Well, the European leader of the World Bank, he said that the digital is coming.
Yo,
got you back.
We back?
Yeah, we're back now.
Okay. Where were we when you lost us? What were we talking about?
It was like not even like 20 seconds. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. So basically, maybe they missed that Nigeria was the test ground for all this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, Nigeria was the test ground for the digital currency, and what they had a problem with was people refused to give up their cash. So what they ended up doing was they started with a limit on how much you could take out of the ATM and the banks, and then they started burning all the excess supply. So as the banks would collect it, they would burn it. Now, because of the refusal of the population to go along with this, they've had to build in new privacy features that make it more like traditional cash, but it's still going to be put in place.
Yeah, it's the law of incrementalization, man.
Exactly. One step at a time. Exactly.
Imagine having that supposed to go in the back room and burn all the money. Like, it'd be so hard not to stuff your pockets.
I was gonna say, you're gonna take a few 20s at least, right?
Oh
yeah, right.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
More like some hundreds.
Of course,
probably.
That $5 million, absolutely, it's gone.
$5 million and short a couple thousand, you know, but that's the thing. Once they eliminate it from use, stealing it doesn't matter anymore.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's the scary part. Like, that's why I'm hardcore about people buying hard assets as well as cryptocurrency. There are some guys who are in the cryptocurrency space that are like, gold, blah, blah. While I think gold is obsolete as far as a trading medium for countries, I do think it is absolutely necessary for the individual to own some actual physical gold, some actual physical silver, and some other things that are considered valuable, whether you want to keep a couple bottles of gin or vodka, or you want to keep a couple cases of bullets, whatever it is, something that's physical and hard, just in case we get to that point where they turn up the notch on us here and they start getting rid of the cash. You don't want to ever be caught in a situation where you can't barter.
Yeah. I mean, that's what made the world go around for how many centuries, you know?
And it's what'll get us past the digital currency push, because people will realize, I think if they push us onto digital currencies, it's just going to make people adopt crypto that much faster.
I agree. And it's decentralized. That's the key, you know? Central bank digital currency, that's a centralized central currency run by your all-powerful government, who now have one more tool to hold over your head, which is you stay in line, you do what we say, or no money for you.
Exactly.
And yeah, go ahead.
Whereas with cryptocurrency, we're talking, especially Bitcoin, Cardano, Ethereum, the bigger ones who have bigger networks, they're decentralized. You can't shut them down. And as long as someone's willing to take it as payment, you can trade it and they can't stop you. And people are out there building technology so that it doesn't have to have the internet to work, just a mesh connection to another person, through Bluetooth. So there are people who are very conscious of what the bad guys are trying to do, and they're working to provide us the tools to escape that dystopia. And that's why I do what I do. I advocate for it so hard, because I don't want humanity to be slaves. I want to go to space. I want Mars colonies. I want mines on asteroids. I want, the sci-fi future that I was promised as a kid. I want that for humanity. And this future that they're trying to make is us in prison cities while they're flying around on jets, visiting all their nature preserves.
It's like old Taylor Swift, man. She's being tracked for all of her carbon footprint because she's flying all over the place, man. Now she's threatening to sue somebody because, she's being exposed for how much she's flying around.
Yeah, they don't like that bad PR.
And, these carbon offsets, man, what a load of garbage. What a load of garbage. I buy carbon offsets. Whatever, man. You still got a private jet. That's a private jet. That thing sucks gas like nobody's business. You can't just go buy a carbon credit. There's no offset available to that.
Carbon credits are indulgences for the climate cult.
Yeah. She bounces all over the place like a drunk bounces from bar to bar, man. I'm telling you. She's in Japan one day. She's in China,
all over the
Australia,
place.
America. And in 3 days, she's been to 16 countries.
All over the place. Yep.
Wow.
And I'm not one of these people who thinks carbon is bad for the environment. I think there's a lot of pollution that we put into the earth that is, but carbon's not one of them. I think the real goal of the carbon stuff is just to get a control mechanism.
Absolutely.
I don't see it any other way.
We are the carbon they want to eliminate.
Yes.
We're carbon-based human animals. It's a carbon-based life forms,
Yeah. Earth is greener now than it's been in a long time. That's because of all the carbon that we're putting up in the atmosphere. It's a good thing for the planet. There is actually a carbon cycle on the planet. Now, do we want to keep dumping toxic waste into the oceans? No, probably not. That's probably not the best thing to be doing. Yeah. But as long as they have us focused,
the plastics is
exactly
horrible, man. The microplastics and the pelicans eating the plastics, open their stomach, they're just full of plastic.
But America's not the biggest contributor to that by any means. I mean, we are a speck in the whole plastics in the ocean thing. You go to any major river that's feeding into the Pacific or the Atlantic, and you're not going to see garbage everywhere, like you will if you go to, say, India or Africa.
Oh,
Or
India
Asia,
and Africa are really bad. Yeah, their rivers are so polluted over there, especially in the cities, because it's where everybody throws their trash. But those are things we can actually fix and clean up. But if we fix and clean them up, then they don't get a new budget allotment the next time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, Doc, we got about 20 seconds here before we go to break. Where can people find you?
Rumble, Twitter, Minds, Odyssey, and Gab at Doctor420. That's TORE 420.
All right. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We are now at the halfway point in the show. I told you, this stuff goes by so fast. We got to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break. Cecilia, making all sorts of happy emotes and all sorts of other emotes in the Kick Chat.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Spam those
Glad she's
emotes. I
happy.
don't care if you talk to us. Just let us know that you're there by putting a few of those in there. I don't care what platform you're on or whatever, I know some platforms
And
frown
like
on
and
it.
share.
Yeah.
Spread it around. Get as many people in there as you can. Man.
Share.
Let's get this thing popping.
That's right.
So what do we
talk
got?
about it being the fastest 3 hours, but it's also the most educational and informative 3 hours on television or on radio.
Yeah. One day maybe. I don't know. I'm never gonna.
One day maybe,
You
yeah.
won't see me doing cameras. I might be doing something remote with them behind the scenes.
Hey man, don't worry. They got AI. You can swap face. You could be anybody you want, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
I am working on an AI avatar for my.
Is that right?
Yeah. I've been doing that for a little while now. Every now and then I get like a bug up my ass, and I'm like, yeah, I think I should, because if people when they see video and that they want some sort of like moving avatar, looks like they're talking to them and things like that. Well, you don't get that with. Well, you get some really nice graphics in the background that I've done and other things that I've found that are a lot of times, and most of the time, show related in this live stream. There is some eye candy here and there. Hey, you would get the same thing if you were watching regular TV, But you can choose to listen or you can choose to watch that. It's up to you.
I would have to say this is far more wholesome than anything you're going to find on cable TV.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
Just watch the stupid award shows. Those are they're so bad.
I don't even know how people watch them anymore at this point.
They're so bad.
I'd like to give a shout out to Bill Hepner over on Live Space. He's been with us all night and always supports the stream. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you.
Oh no, it's Mr. Bill.
I see you got the kids suing Deadspin.
The magazine?
Deadspin's going to be out of business.
God, it's such a shame.
Yeah, I can't believe they did that to that kid. That's so crazy. Like,
What did they do? I don't know the story.
The Chiefs fan. Okay, so there was this kid.
We talked about it. The
He had
blackface.
face paint and the black face paint on one side. red
Oh,
on
that
the
guy?
other.
Yeah.
He's suing the magazine.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, well, it was okay. Deadspin, that rock magazine, right, or music magazine.
No, it used to be. They're now just a leftist propaganda rag. But
oh my goodness.
Yeah, but they're the ones that put his face up there and claimed it was racist or whatever.
Yeah.
So he's going after him.
There was a professor, an radio announcer who got $25 million in Oklahoma just the other day.
Because they called him racist. Yeah, I heard
Yeah, and
that.
he wasn't the one that said it.
Yeah. That's good though. This is what it's like the Gina Carano thing. This is what we need to push back.
We have to fight back because, we just thought if we ice, they would eventually go away. And no, these people want to tear it all down. They want to burn it down. They want to build back better, which is actually worse.
Yep. And that's people are finally, I think, starting to get the picture. I mean, especially now that, I think Elon's fully gloves off at this point because he's realized there's no working with them. At least on the speech end of it. I don't know about the other stuff, but on the speech end of it, there's no working with him. He's gonna have to fight if he wants Twitter to survive.
And it's hard to tell where he really is.
F you.
You what?
Yeah, when he said F you to Bob Iger specifically.
Yeah,
that was just brilliant. That was such a.
And here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. It is Wednesday night, so we're bringing you the news. We're bringing you everything going on in the world that you need to know to be an educated adult. We're adulting, right?
I guess so.
We got with us Dr. 420. How you doing, Doc?
Doing well.
And of course, we've got Bullhorn Barry at the mic. What's going on, Barry?
Oh man, it's just awesome kicking back and listening to the Doc talk, man. The Doc talk. Do you like that?
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
It's one of the few things I'm really good at.
And there you go.
Okay, this is a breaking and fluid story, but embattled RNC chairwoman Ronna McDaniels is set to resign as soon as Thursday. And I want to, everyone calls her Ronna McDaniel. No, Ronna Romney McDaniel. She's Mitt Romney's niece or something. They're related. She's a Romney. And why the RNC had somebody with the name Romney running it for the last, how many years? 6 years or something? What a unmitigated disaster that is. What a joke. One loss after another.
I mean,
have you seen
was
these
it not
expense reports?
intentional? I feel like it was intentional. She's been terrible on purpose.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. Yeah, and no one says boo.
No, not even a word.
So now, finally, and the way I see this as fluid is because before the show, I saw something briefly, right before the show, saying she, was denying it. But I think when everyone gets wind of how happy the world is that she's resigning, it'll stick. I think it'll stick. And did you see these expense reports that came out?
No,
I think it was Red State. Okay, Red State, I think it was Red State, ran a comparison between the DNC and the RNC for how they spend their money, right? DNC has got this gigantic texting system that they spend millions on, to get texts out to all their people. They've got feet on the grounds going door to door, canvassing, spending millions on that. The RNC is spending a bunch of money on floral arrangements. Okay. Limos, hotels, all this garbage. Whereas the DNC is getting that money down to the ground level, right to the pavement, right where it's going to matter. RNC, floral arrangements. So, yeah, goodbye.
And meanwhile, Scott Pressler's out there by himself.
Yeah.
Doing more good for the Republican Party, all combined.
Let's let him run it.
Yeah, I think so.
Even better, put Vivek in charge of it.
Well, what about Matt Gaetz saying put Kevin McCarthy in as speaker? I mean, as the head over there.
Oh, God, no. That'd be the worst mistake. Who said it?
Matt Gaetz.
Really?
Yes, really.
Wow.
I think Gaetz has something on him. I do. I think Gaetz seems to think that he has McCarthy in his pocket. At least that's the way he plays it.
I mean, generally, Matt Gaetz is pretty good, but that was a terrible suggestion.
I agree.
And McCarthy was pushing hard. McCarthy was pushing hard on that immigration border bill, which is really just $60 billion to Ukraine. But pushing hard on it until the last minute when he changed his mind.
Yeah. No, I think McCarthy's terrible. I think if the Republicans are really serious, really truly serious about taking advantage of the momentum they have, they would put Scott Pressler in that position. They would give him a good assistant, and they would put him in charge of it because that guy has been on the ground doing the real deal hard work. He knows what needs to be done at the ground floor to match what the Democrats are doing. And I don't think anybody at the top really understands what's going on down at the ground floor, which is why they're getting destroyed on the streets by the Democrats.
And losing layup elections. I mean, Kerry Lake should have won easy.
So should have Blake Masters.
You know, I was in Arizona during that, and there were flyers everywhere for everyone on the left and nothing for people on the right. No canvassers, no nothing. It was just, they didn't care. They rolled over, and, you know, when your national party doesn't help you, you're going to lose. They could have made all the difference in the world, and they didn't even care. They didn't try. So, yeah, you need somebody. Pressler's great. Vivek Ramaswamy, I've heard his name out there as well. I think he's got that management skill.
And he wouldn't be a bad pick either. No.
It'd give him a chance also to prove himself, right? To step out and say, you know, look what we did. We changed everything and we won. You know what I mean? And then, of course, Trump puts him in a cabinet position after that, and yada, yada, the rest is history. It'd be an interesting way for him to get put on the ground to sort of prove himself and hit it running, you know? Get out there, run with it, and win.
Well, and he would quiet a lot of the criticism as well. Because, you know, prior to him coming into politics, prior to the COVID stuff, he was very much in line with a lot of the globalist stuff, and people still don't trust him. And it would be a great opportunity for him to be like, no, I really had a change of heart. I've really been woken up. I'm here to do the dirty work. Let's get it done. It would.
And there are a lot of people that I know very well that have changed their political minds over the last so many years and are night and day where they were, say, a decade ago. Barry, I'm looking at you.
I've been, well, I think it's been longer than a decade, but yeah, at least 20 years.
Well, I know like Yotivation was a kind of liberal, you know, maybe going back 15 years or so. But, you know, I think even David Hogg had some leanings like that in the past. But people are waking up. They're crossing over. They're figuring out. And I mean, right now, the black community in America is figuring it out at rapid pace. It's like a giant wave that's going over the black community. You know,
well,
and
this
it all
border
starts
stuff
with culture.
pushed that along. Yeah, the border stuff really pushed that along. Yeah.
Well, now they're closing down the community centers. The kids have nowhere to go all day because the community center in the black neighborhoods are now filled with criminal aliens. That are waiting, quote unquote, asylum.
Kids are going to get into trouble. They don't have something to do. That's just what kids do.
Yeah.
And it don't matter what neighborhood you're in. That don't matter. I mean, like if the kids have nothing to do and the parents are occupied doing whatever, kids are going to get into trouble. And we already see that in the inner cities with all the single parent homes and all the street mobs that are going on, that you know, the street, all the stuff you see in DC and in New York City. So we already have that problem. Now you're going to kick them out of school and make them try to homeschool and Zoom school again so you can house you know, criminal migrants or whatever, criminal aliens, I think is the legal term. And so, I mean, there's no way that's going to, these people have to wake up. The Democrats have been using them for years. I don't care.
They've done nothing.
Nothing but destroy their communities, destroy their families. And I don't care. If you don't want to vote Republican, fine, but don't vote Democrat. Find somebody else to support because these people do not care about you at all. They're trying to replace you as it is, as we speak right now.
Yeah, they have nothing to show for all those years of support. Yeah, they got a lot of checks, but what do you have tangible today that you can look at, feel, touch? Nothing. You've got a ghetto that you live in. You know, you've got uneducated kids that, you know, sadly have lost all motivation. Yeah, absolutely. They've lost all their motivation to try to even be a good citizen and have a family and be a dad. You know, that motivation's just gone from them. Yeah, like you talk about those kids in Portland.
Yep, it's the exact same thing. They have no hope that it can get better. And when you destroy a human being's hope, they become a shell. They just lash out at whatever emotional thing that comes along. They act almost as pure animal instinct, and they have no thought about the next 5 minutes after whatever.
And they know they can commit crimes and be let out, like, you know, a couple of hours later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't help anything either. That just adds on to the pile.
That was shocking to see that criminal alien in New York City get let out hours later.
Yep.
Right. There were like 5 they arrested, I think, and 4 of them got out within hours. The 5th one had to stay because he had a couple priors, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then they walk out and all the cameras are there taking the picture. So what does he do? He holds up both fingers in the air.
Gives them the
and
bird.
Just flicks off everybody. And of course, that was photographed a million times, splattered everywhere. And what outrage. What outrage Americans should have.
That's what outraged Michael
disgusting.
Rappaport. That's what made him so bad. He was talking about New York's finest.
Yep.
And so, I mean, it's angering the left as well. But I'm afraid to say they're going to have to basically go into serious decline, man. They're going to have to basically collapse. That's just inevitable unless they reform. There is no other way out other than reform. And they are not going to reform. They are fully committed to their Build Back Better, which is basically burn everything down to the ground. That is Build Back Better.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I don't see the Democratic Party as a whole pulling out of this. I don't think there's any way, because they're fully committed at the top levels to the globalist ideas. They're fully committed all, and as compromised as the Biden regime is, he's not going to go against anything that cuts off his 10%. So he's worthless. So I think you're right, but I also think the Republican Party's in for a problem as well, because there are people in the Republican Party who are very much a part of that uniparty system who want nothing to do with mass seating. And I think out of this we could get a gargantuan shift in American politics at a fundamental level. I think space for a third party to make a run here in the next 10 years.
And I want to see that if there's a 2-party system, I want to see the 2 parties saying, I want a 30-foot wall. No, it's got to be 50 feet. You're too soft on the wall. It's got to be 50 feet. No 30-foot wall is going to keep everybody. They make 30 feet down the road,
Yeah. That would be a better argument to be having. Absolutely.
Yes. Right now, it's like, kill every unborn baby up until a week or so after birth, and the other side's like nothing. I mean, there's no middle ground. It's just there's no middle ground. All the kids should be taught to be gay. No, none of the kids should be taught to be gay. There's no middle ground on any of this stuff.
And I see it firsthand here in Portland. Well, I'm not in Portland, but here in Oregon, it's
close
bad.
enough though, man.
It's bad. They all the standards for the kids in schools. You don't have to have a math or English standard to graduate anymore. So don't hire anybody for Oregon the next 5 years. They fudge their graduation numbers by doing this, so they could get money from the government, because they weren't having kids graduate. The schools here, and then they went on strike. For 6 weeks, they were on strike. Then they got mad that the school board was going to make them make up over Christmas vacation, the days. And so they just told their not to show up. And so nobody showed up for 3 weeks.
Wow. So, and they don't even teach cursive anymore, right?
No.
Think about that. You just some young kid and you say, okay, here's your contract. Please read it and, initial here and sign it at the bottom. And he goes and, reads it, comes back 5 minutes later, says, yep, I agree with this. Here it is. I see, let me check your signature. You signed it, right? Yep. No, you printed your name. You're supposed to sign it. You can't, it's we need a signature. I don't want you to print your name there.
Well, they're going to do away with paper contracts, man. It'll be all digital, and they'll just have a biometric signature.
Yeah. Put your thumb
they can use that little. They can use that little app that you type out what you say and it turns it into cursive, and you can drag and drop it.
Why have to learn when AI can do it for you?
Well,
there you go. Okay.
They took the clocks with hands out of the classrooms in the Pacific Northwest. I think it was Washington State. I think they took all of the hands out. They're all digital clocks now because the kids couldn't read them.
How hard is it to teach a kid how to read a clock? How hard is that?
I don't know. You can teach a 6-year-old how to do it, so it can't be that hard. But
Well, it just takes one liberal to complain, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we'll take care of it for you."
Yeah,
But
pretty much.
It's just
Pretty much.
offensive when simple, basic components of life like that are unusable. I mean, they can't take down all the. I see, clocks with hands on them everywhere I go. They're all over the place.
Yep.
So what? They're just not going to know what time it is if they have one of those on the wall.
Yeah, that's I
Pretty
guess.
much. Pretty much.
Mean, they'll just have to wait for the buzzer to go off to tell them to go to their next part of their shift.
Yeah, or they just. I picture one of them looking up at the clock and going, "Huh." He asks his buddy, "Hey, what time is it? Do you know?"
Yeah, no, and
It's
you're not far off from the
4:30.
truth. You're not
Well, maybe
far
they're
off.
trying to
looking
push
at a clock, it's
those
4:30.
Vision Pro goggles on everybody. Maybe that's what it's all
Yeah.
about, and they'll have the big digital clock right there in front. Have you seen the videos of that thing?
Yes,
How
I
that
have.
works?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Looks like a good way to get robbed to me.
There's people driving. There's people driving doing it. With the Tesla, obviously.
Mhm.
People walking down the street, clicking things and pushing things, different screens, and
Well,
they've got them in their house for
I mean-
they have stuff's like pinged to certain areas in the house. So no matter where their head is moving, the digital screen is just stationary right there in the corner. of the bedroom.
And they're like $4,000, And
They're
Yeah.
not cheap.
now
Not
you
cheap.
mentioned driving. Yeah, you mentioned driving. Now I could see if it giving you directions and it's not really interfering with your sight, it's enhancing it by just making it safer because you should be in this lane and the turn's up there, it's that one, you know what I mean? Like that could make things safer even though you're wearing it while you're driving. But what we're seeing is the Tesla guy opening up windows, shutting this, moving that over there, closing that, tap that, play, you know what I mean? Which is definitely not, it's definitely not cool.
No, I think, though, it is a part of this whole idea they have to get us out of the real world into their digital world.
Yep.
I mean, I think they really would like, because if they get what they want, have you guys seen the line city in Saudi Arabia? The big, they want to push everybody into this line. I think they want to do that everywhere. And I think the only way that you can make people sane in that kind of environment is if you give them some kind of digital world to escape into.
Mm-hmm.
I think it all fits together. Now, I could be insane. I could be just having an Alex Jones tinfoil hat moment.
No, I don't think you are, though.
But I think that seems to be the goal and the way it's going.
Well, in China, they've got that 675 feet. I guess building. It was built to basically be a mall, but they turned them into little apartments, and it houses 30,000 people. And they said nobody leaves because everything's inside there, like the barbershop's in there, the grocery store's in there, because it was built to be basically a mall. But then they turned them into apartments, and it's like $520 if you want a window and a balcony, and $210 if you want no windows, which I can't even imagine living in a little apartment with no windows, no balcony, no nothing. That sounds horrifying to me.
Well, and I bet there's a lot of those too, because when you picture the square footage of like a mall kind of size building, a city block, the vast majority of it's going to be interior.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, it'll house 30,000, and they've got 20,000 housed right now.
Wow.
Well, and that's what they're doing with these buildings in China too. They have these what are called micro apartments where they're like 4 people in like 100 square foot. Like that's the idea they have in mind for people.
Yeah.
And think about it. I mean, it kind of like to some degree, it could be kind of. I mean, you install like dumb. They got all the restaurants and everything downstairs. You could have like assembly lines where just you want something, it goes to a dumb waiter and just goes right to your room, like boom. It's
Reminds
like
me of
you know what
Black
dumb
Mirror.
waiter is, right?
Yeah.
Dumb waiter is a waiter. Let's say basically an elevator for food. They put
Food
some
elevator,
stuff from one level to the next. Yeah,
Exactly. Well, it reminds me of the Black Mirror episode. I don't know if you guys ever saw that TV show, but it's where they were wage slaves and they had to ride their bike every day to get points, and they could only spend their points on video entertainment. And that's kind of what I see them envisioning for all of the cities. I don't think they're going to have a problem with the guy who goes out and builds his frontier home with his solar on the roof and his Starlink, because, well, that guy's not really a problem out there by himself. But all these people stuck in these cities, they tend to be a problem. If we can get them all squished together and under control in a small square area, it makes it a lot easier to control people.
Then we could just dump a big vaccine bomb on them all, 4 or 5 times a year because they're all in one little herded area.
And the chemtrails and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah, don't have to fly nearly as much.
And when you talk about these 15-minute cities, there are real cities. We talked about, I think it was Alberta last week, or Edmonton, one of the two, that is looking to do it. They've got, X number of hundred of different neighborhoods that they can just cordon off. You live here, you live here, you live here. And again, the logistics of making sure everyone has a 7-Eleven and everyone has a shopping center and, everyone has a grocery store, and all the little logistics of putting that together inside of 15 minutes of everyone, it almost creates a need for like the line they're building. You were talking about that earlier.
Yep.
The line in Saudi Arabia is a building that'll be like as tall as the Empire State Building, let's say, 80, 90 floors, and it'll extend like 100 and some miles.
Yeah, it's 34 square kilometers of the footprint of the line.
The footprint, 34 square. That's what they built so far, or what the whole?
No, that's going to be the whole footprint of it. 34 square kilometers. So
34 square kilometers. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So picture like one city block would be what this thing would be about the size of, but all of them in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
All of them in a
straight
row.
line. Yeah, exactly.
And how many city blocks fit in a kilometer? Right? Maybe, I don't know. Gosh, 5 each way, 25.
4 or 5, I would say, with the streets.
Yeah, each way.
Yeah.
It's a square kilometer though, so that's 25.
Right.
So 25 now, and that's one. So yeah, when you talk about 35,000 square kilometers, we just looked at what 1 square kilometer would look like. Now do 34 more.
Yeah, they want to fit 6 million people into that tiny. The density would be higher than the densest city on Earth right now.
Mm-hmm.
How can that be good for human beings?
And they're saying it's not even a 15-minute city. I think it's like a 5-minute city or something, right? Where you can just basically, you want a haircut, boom, you just hit that floor and it's the second place on the right.
Yep,
you know what
everything
I mean?
within 5-minute walk of you. You end to end the city on their light rail in 20 minutes.
That's assuming like Hyperloop type speeds, though. I think that 20 minutes.
And that's what they're aiming for. That's what the selling point is. I'm sure.
Well, and the other unrealistic thing about that is it's 15 minutes if there's no stops.
Right.
But of course, it has to stop at
every mile or quarter mile. Exactly.
Yeah, right. Because if it's if it's everything's 5 minutes away, the subway can't be an hour walk, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But so crazy idea, folks. Go look it up. The line. I think there's another name for it too that they have that eludes me right now.
I think NOEM. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's right. Yeah. That rings a bell. So. Interesting stuff.
I'm just wondering what these 15-minute cities do for the free market. It doesn't sound like there's going to be much of a free market, like competition. It seems like it's going to be very, very managed and controlled.
You know who did this first? The communists in East Europe.
Well, yeah. And that's why I talk about these 15-minute cities, is that they're going to have to be planned. Each one's going to have X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, all the way to X, Y, Z planned within each 15-minute city. So you don't really have to leave it that often because it's going to cost money to leave. And so if you need a gallon of milk and you got to go through 2 of those, that's 2 fees you're going to have to pay to get a gallon of milk. So they have to have that gallon of milk in your segment, in your sector. You have to have everything in your sector. Total government control at that point. It's got to be a planned communist style, cookie cutter, copy paste system.
No, it's going to be beautiful, man. It's going to be wonderful. Everything's going to be just right there at your touch, man. Quit complaining, man.
It's going to be great, don't you know?
Yeah, what are you talking about? It's fantastic. Doesn't that sound good? Cookie cutter. You can
have people argue that it will be. I've had people argue with me that, being 15 minutes away from your store sucks? What? I'm like, yeah, but what happens when you can't leave that 15-minute spot because they don't give you enough carbon credits?
Yeah. Well, and I've heard the barber that's like 30 miles away instead of 15 miles away or whatever.
Right? Exactly.
I mean, give me a break,
man. You wouldn't even know, though. You wouldn't know you like that guy because you are never going to meet him. You're never going to know that.
Right.
That's the plan. Yeah.
I don't think that's called a free market, man. I'm just saying.
No, it's not.
No.
I think that's the exact opposite of free market.
I would imagine too that to be like in there, you have to go through all kinds of hoops too to be like, we want you to be the barber, but you got to do this, that, and the other. Oh, okay, we'll select you as the barber over these other 5 people who want to have a barber shop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
because they're not going to want to waste the space and have 5 or 6 different barber shops. It'll just be one for everyone.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
One dentist, one doctor, one grocery store, one barber. That's it.
Yep.
And that'll be your whole neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take cronyism
like
to the next level, wouldn't it? Don't you think it would take cronyism to the next level?
Absolutely.
Dude,
it does in China.
And and all of these 15-minute cities won't be the same. At some point, you might get tapped on the shoulder and say, hey, you did something wrong. We're going to send you over to Sector 426, which is where we put all the bad guys.
Yep.
Right? Or hey, you just discovered some, new whatever that could make the government millions of dollars. We're going to move you into the really good one over here.
Yep.
It's like that movie In Time with Justin Timberlake. You ever see that?
Yes. It very.
No, but I'd love to get into it, but we got to go to break. So before we start a dialogue on a whole new movie, let's go to break. Folks, we'll be right back after this for hour 3. Stay tuned.
All right, we're on radio break.
I will be right back, gentlemen.
Yeah, Justin Timberlake moves his way out of the
every time I think
low-end
about
district. He gets to the high district, but they don't even welcome him. They know he's an outsider, man. They don't even let outsiders. That's the thing.
Every time I hear 15-minute cities, I think of like Logan's Run, and if you've ever read the books from Ray Bradbury about the domed cities and things like that, and the last the last city on Earth, that's what that's what comes to mind every time.
It makes sense, though. The line in a dome city makes sense because they worship Gaia, so they don't want you to be on the land. Oh, don't harm the land. We're going to put you inside this little capsule.
They
You're
can
gonna be
dictate
inside
who
this.
lives and dies and what age you live and die. Like in Logan's Run. When you became a certain age,
the
you
line
were gone.
sounds crazy, right? But it also sounds like it kind of makes sense from the fact that you will probably have a window view. Whereas if they just did it in a giant square somewhere, like no one would be near, like in a mall, right? We were talking about, windows in China.
Yeah,
so
crazy.
It's a line, so everybody gets a great view wherever you are. You're always looking at a cool view.
But
you're never really getting outside.
This thing in Saudi Arabia,
and you got to get outside, man.
This thing in Saudi Arabia, I don't think that's ever going to work out because they couldn't even get the what's the nomads out in the desert? What do they call them? I can't remember.
Bedouins.
The Bedouins. Yeah. They built many cities for these Bedouins, but the Bedouins would not take and move into them because they're nomads. All right. And so you got a lot of and when we did the Desert War, I actually got to stay in one of those places. That's where they housed us. They could easily take in our troops real easy because they had all these homes that were empty. All we had to do was just sweep the dust out. Everything was ready, hooked up. The electricity was and water were all and sewage was ready to go.
Yeah, well, I think you're always going to have Bedouins and roamers and people who don't want to be in that.
If they get this, those people in that way of life will go away forever.
Yeah, except for the ones they keep on the reservation to at occasionally.
Yeah, it's kind of like people on our Native Americans that live on the reservation here. But they live in the res, but it's kind of different than the nomads, though. Because
it's a lot different.
They're moving around.
Yeah.
Our Native Americans, well, they bought a lot of them bought into the system, and they got casinos in housing,
Well, they have the same corruption problems in their governments as we do.
Yeah.
The people at the top take advantage of the people on the bottom.
Yeah.
I used to live next to the Shoshone Reservation out in Idaho, and the casino Indians are not very friendly to the native, the ones that want to stay native, and vice versa when it comes to the political realm. I don't know if they get along in the community or not. I didn't live in their communities, but I know politically speaking, they were always on opposite ends of the spectrum because the natives wanted to stay native and they wanted to do things traditionally and they wanted to preserve their way of life. So much so they actually wrote their language down. But the people that run the casino really want to bring investment and monetary gain into the reservation, understandably, because everybody's poor. And it's always you'll always have that contradiction, I think, when you're looking at the life that we live, society as we live right now.
The biggest problem we have with the Native Americans are that most of them are liberal and think communism is a good thing because of the way their tribalistic values mesh up with that. All right.
Yeah, their collectivism very much fits into that. Absolutely.
But, as a whole, that's not really good for them or the country in the long run.
No, it isn't. And that's again, it's we have a set up a system for them that encourages that behavior as well. And so I understand the desire to be interior and keep your own, but to not participate in a more individualistic way in America's system is to a detriment to you. Like it really is.
I believe in collectivism. I want all the far leftists to collect to some little small area in California and create their own little nation and leave us alone. That's what I want.
They're working on it. They're chasing all the conservatives out of California, so they're working on it.
If they would only secede and just leave the rest of us alone. They could all migrate. All the leftists could go migrate over there, and we'd be fine with 49 states. Perfectly fine.
Well, we could actually probably pick up Puerto Rico then, and not lose the star. All right.
They do enjoy the capitalism in Puerto Rico.
And swapping California for Puerto Rico is a good thing because they don't have as many votes or representatives that would be going to Washington.
Look at this guy
I'm
thinking.
for that.
Look at this guy thinking. I actually think that somewhere in the near future we're going to have either a new continental convention of some sort, or one of the states is going to try to leave.
Yeah,
I really do. Just because of how corrupt the federal government is right now.
Yeah, and
Texas is damn
the communist
close.
leftist ideology does not gel with Americanism at all. And if they continue with this nonsense, it's not. They're not compatible. They're not. No. The two do not gel.
Nope. They're based on completely different ideas. One is that there is a truth and a reality, and the other is everything's subjective. Like when that's your two completely different foundations, you have no chance of being on the same page.
Nope.
That's a great way to put it. Hey, Barry, man, I was talking to somebody the other day who's, in the process of, in a bad spot with a family member who's very sick. And you said something that I wish I could have remembered it. I would have shared it with them. But it was, every beginning has an ending and something about the middle there, too. You recall what you said?
I'm hearing a ring behind when you talk. I don't know what it is. Some sort of feedback.
It's my
his heater.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I recognize
it's almost a vibrational.
It just kicked on a minute ago.
Yeah.
I'm letting it run here in the break. I
don't know what I said. I wish I knew, man. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, that fucking thing.
Was it something we said off hours? I mean, off air?
I don't know. I don't recall. Just talking about life and death and the meaning of life and,
Those are the moments where you wish you had a recorder tape so you could record yourself when you say profound things.
Yeah.
I never remember any of the profound things I say.
I could go back and listen, but I can't even remember what show it was. I'd have to listen to like 10 hours of radio to find it. But
so basically, you're saying, Barry every 10 hours you do say something profound.
Hey, that's a pretty good rate.
I know, it's better than
and without the assistance of Willie. Where's our Willie tonight? He's usually over in Facebook checking us out. Maybe,
Oh, yeah.
but maybe he went over to YouTube to check us out. Who knows? You never know with Willie.
I don't want Willie checking
Willie,
me out at all.
if you're out there listening, we
Just
are
being
not
honest.
on TikTok. All right? We will not go on TikTok.
Nobody should be on TikTok, really. That place is, man, that's where degeneracy goes to turn into the devil. That place is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the
But
weaponized algorithm.
there are some truthers on there, but they get shadow banned.
Oh, yeah.
and the
yeah.
first story we're going to go to when we come back is where people actually go for Satan. Okay. But
Iowa?
I'll leave that as I hang out.
Iowa.
Iowa?
30 seconds, guys.
No, man. Portland.
Oh,
DC.
yeah,
DC.
it's-
Oh, I thought it was, yeah, DC. DC's a good place for him, right?
No.
No.
And the answer is Hollywood.
West St. Louis. Oh,
There you go, Hollywood.
East St.
No.
Louis.
always.
And here's your countdown. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello and welcome to hour 3 of the Censorshipsucks Roundtable Radio Show. We're having a good old time tonight. We've got with us Tour 420. How you doing, Doc?
Doing well, doing well.
All right. And as always, the bullhorn himself, Barry.
Hey, man. It's been a very sophisticated and intellectual show tonight. I'm really impressed. It's very low key.
Nice.
Yeah. Good conversation tonight.
Having fun.
Good conversation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Covering all the news. And let's talk Grammys because they just happened over the weekend. Of course, to all new record low results, which is to be expected at this point.
Yeah.
And why? Well, let's talk about some of the things that went on. I'm going to quote here from this Gateway Pundit article, and I'm going to quote. It's not a very long article, so I'm going to. This blew me away when I read it because you always hear about this satanic stuff that goes on there, and it's usually somebody in a dress or something. And it's like, yeah, whatever, no big deal. Listen to this. Okay, so in 2022, Lil Nas paraded on stage, demonic photos, yada yada. 2023, Sam Smith headlined the Grammy Awards with another edgy satanic performance. Smith and Kim Petras performed the song "Unholy" at the Grammy Awards in a satanic-themed spectacle that was later confirmed to be public worshiping of Satan during the Grammys. The crowd loved it, couldn't get enough. Okay, so it happens last night, right? 2024 Grammy Awards. Olivia Rodrigo performed with another satanic-themed song to the delight of crowds. Olivia started off by rubbing blood all over herself, including her face, while singing about a demon vampire sucking her blood. Then the walls started to bleed. That's entertainment today.
It's art,
And it
man. Come on, don't
continues.
you understand? It's just art, man. It's just art. It's beautiful, man. Come on.
It sounds like
disgusting.
anti-art to me, like intentionally so. Like I think they're doing it for like an artistic reason. Maybe they could be other reasons, but it's cringe.
edgy, maybe.
It's cringe.
edgy?
It's not even
I don't know.
edgy. Marilyn Manson did it better 20 years ago. Like these
True.
guys are not original. They're just a bunch of creepos. It really annoys me that they've gone so hard into it because it really is cringy.
Mhm.
They don't even do it in an artistic way either. They just in your face. Like that's it.
Yeah. It's sad. It's just sad to see where our civilization has fallen to. What we're calling, the Grammys, the peak, the epicenter of the best in the arts.
Mhm.
And this is what you get.
Yeah. I mean, there was one singer there that I know is a good one. I don't know if you've heard of him, Jelly Roll. He was nominated for a couple Grammys. That guy has got a heck of a story and spends a lot of his time helping disadvantaged youth in Appalachia, where he grew up.
Cool.
He was one of those kids that gotten into the drug game and all that stuff when he was younger, and used his music to get out of it. And he's finally reached that point in his career where he got some real recognition for a country song. He did a country album, and he's a good one. So if you're looking for a guy to check out his music, check out Jelly Roll, folks. He's a good cat. Good cat.
Is that the guy that was basically saying, hey, let's respect one another. Let's, respect the other people on the other side of the aisle. Let's come together and have unity. Because I was watching like some of these people that weren't on the main show, but the before show and the after show. And that is not something you'd hear one of the celebtards or one of the Illuminati singers say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
at all. They would not be saying, let's get along with the Republicans.
Yeah,
well, there's worshiping Satan on stage, right? We can get along with them. They're not that bad. They're just worshiping Satan, right? Like, I mean that
for a little while,
wholeheartedly.
Remember Katy Perry?
I mean that wholeheartedly, because you're sort of our go-to religious guy. You know what I mean? So, well, give us your take on this as a Christian.
Well, you remember Katy Perry had that witches ceremony where she came out riding the big ball thing. It was on fire, and she's like, they're burning stuff. I can't remember. It looked like a witch's ceremony of some type. And a Christian singer, contemporary Christian singer by the name of Natalie Grant, she was there watching it, and she was so disgusted. She got up and left. She says, I was so disgusted. I can't believe we've gone down this route. And then all of a sudden the leftist mob came in and attacked her. And then she apologized. She apologized. She should have never apologized, because that was the start of, all of these ceremonies being satanic, one right after the other. She should have just stood her ground, man. What's the big deal? Who cares?
Yeah.
These people, look, the Grammys is over. It's toast. That whole economy is tanking because they're not popular. Nobody likes them. And it's not just Christians that are offended by them. All kinds of people are offended by them. Just people with regular traditional values are like, this is insane. I want no part of it.
Well, and
now, was she up for just a word or a Christian award? Like, is there? They don't have a category there for like Christian.
Yeah, they do.
Right?
Yeah, they do.
I imagine they do.
Yeah, they do.
So, yeah. I would have never apologized. You never apologize to the left, ever. The mob never gets the apology ever, because it only gets worse if you apologize.
That's
you only make it worse. Yeah, they will tell you up and down that this will change everything. It'll be good. But once you apologize, you admit guilt. Yep. And you're done. It's like if you ever work in any sort of an industry where there's a chance, they always tell you never apologize to the client. If you do something, you hit them with a forklift, whatever, don't apologize. Say, are you okay? Get them help, and let the lawyers apologize. You don't say a word, because the second you apologize, you're admitting, and that's what So. Yeah.
Well, and that's what they go for. That's what they want. They want your submission to their nonsense. That the submission is actually what they seek. It doesn't even actually have anything to do with make sure that you appreciate our gays or you love our Satan music, or it's not even really about that. It's about you bow down to us because we're in charge, and that's what they care about. And if you don't bow down, it devastates them. Look what Joe Rogan did when he said, no, I'm just going to go sign a deal with somebody else. Screw you guys, I'm done. Yep. Once he did that, it was impossible to stop him. And so if you don't back down, if you stand your ground, it gives you all the power in the interaction.
The best thing they can do is come after you 110%, because then it opens the door for us to create our parallel economy, just like what happened to Tucker. He kept speaking the truth. So they fired him. And what did he do? He became bigger than he was before, and probably is the biggest journalist in America, perhaps in the world right now. He's the most, watched, most revered. And so we have to break out of their system and say, I kind of feel like, and I can't speak for Natalie Grant, but I feel like she was thinking, well, if I don't apologize, maybe I won't win a gospel award. But who cares? Who cares about their stupid award show? Their award show is rigged, just like the NFL football is rigged, just like the politics is rigged, just like everything in our system is rigged, staged, and a show.
Yep.
And don't make me break the bullhorn out.
Get him.
Finally. Hour 3, folks. You stick into hour 3, you will get the bullhorn.
Yeah. Look, the way that things are going, I'm surprised you don't break the bullhorn out more. I mean, look, we are in a fight for our civilization. We are in the fight for our civilization. Like, there's no doubt about it. Like, the Europe's being conquered by the Moors again. We got a wide open border with a bunch of corrupt degenerates running our country. Like, the West is under attack, boys. We got to do something. It was like Tucker put out in that tweet when the Supreme Court didn't stand up for Texas's right to defend itself. It's time for real men to stand up and do something, whatever it is. You got to pick up your shield and stand in front of this freight train and stop it. Because if we don't, we're going to end up in slavery. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, these people are relentless. They're fighting. They fight against us 110%. They come at us with everything they've got. They're mobilized. We're not, but we're getting there.
Well, it takes there's so many of us, so many different groups of us. Like the one thing about the left is they're monolithic because they shed anybody who doesn't agree.
That's true.
And that's the one thing it's both our saving grace because they can't get us all, but it's also our downfall because it's hard to organize.
Yeah, they don't stand for any mutiny.
Yeah.
No. That's one thing. They don't tolerate dissent.
I thought aren't they democratic? Aren't they for democracy? Wait.
That's the thing. They're so for this country, yet they don't even know what kind of government we have. It's just it's so infuriating.
I don't think they are for this country, though.
Of course not.
I don't
Build back better. Cloward and Piven. Cloward and Piven is the whole strategy. Look up Cloward and Piven, and you will understand what the Democrats are doing in 5 minutes. It's break everything, break it all, get every system you can possibly take control and overload all of them to the hilt, and then break the country. Then rebuild it, build back better,
and hopefully by that point,
back better.
The populace is begging for it, so you don't have to work so hard at it. That's how that strategy works. You demoralize.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they make people so lazy that they want the handout. People do want the handout. They think that's the good life. I'm going to be able to play my video games. I'm going to be able to just, do the virtual world. I'm not going to have to they don't interact with people anyway already because they've been disconnected for, I don't know, a couple of decades now. Many of the young kids are completely isolated in depression. And so, they want to be hooked on the pharmaceuticals.
Go back to that Black Mirror up. Your job is to sit on a bike and pedal it all day. You get cracks, and then you go back to your room, which is just a cube. It's a 6 feet by 6 feet by 6 feet, something in that range, that has walls that are all screens, 4K, beautiful screens. You want to be out in the country with a breeze and feel the wind in your hair and smell the corn. It's 10 credits, 20 credits, right? Otherwise, you want to block ads that cost credits. I don't want to give away the ending of that for the people who haven't seen it, but it's there are things that you get rewarded for. The more you pedal, the harder you pedal, the further you go. And that's your job. You're generating energy for the elites.
It's revealing the face of the enemy, who these people are and what they want to do to us. That's what's so important about these episodes, is it's showing who our enemy is.
And you have to imagine the other side of that episode is that there is a group of elites living a almost normal life to us. And all of it is powered by those people on bicycles doing that all day.
Exactly.
You're just in someone's blender for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, and we talked a little bit about this between segments, but we talked about Noah Harari and how he doesn't believe that natural rights exist. He doesn't believe that religion exists.
Again, nobody cares because a lot of people don't know who Noah Harari is. So please, right?
He is a high priestess in the
priestess.
Did you say? Yes, I did. Yes,
priestess. I love that.
I just wanted to see if that's what you said.
He's one of the top quote unquote scientists that advise the World Economic Forum in their policy. He is one of the biggest drivers of the transhumanist agenda because he believes human beings are nothing more than meat robots. That's all we are. We can be programmed. We can be disassembled and reassembled. We are nothing but atoms to a guy like that. And
if you cut them open, we just have the organs, and we really are just a flesh suit. The humankind does not have a spirit or consciousness.
Yeah, somebody's been watching a lot of Noah Harari. Yeah, it's pretty close.
I can't quite get his nasal voice. He's got that real nasally voice that's just really obnoxious.
Well, you do have to have quite the large schnoz for that much nasal, but he is a scary dude. His mentality about the world is terrifying.
And what's scary is that important people that run major corporations listen to him. That's scary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Obama says he's fantastic. Mark Zuckerberg says he's great. I mean, he's a New York Times bestseller. He does TED Talks. He's been on 60 Minutes. This guy is revered by the corrupt establishment, and we know why, because they're just as weird as he is.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, it's frightening stuff, man. It really is. It's frightening stuff.
Well, and if you want to kind of put a little cherry on top of it, Epstein, he was a big science guy. He really was into funding science with a lot of his corrupt money. And a lot of the science he pushed was the science that Noah Harari talks about. That's that's the kind of science he was behind, the genetic stuff. One of his biggest donations ever made was to the Genome Project. So that they could finish mapping our genes.
Yeah.
So, these people I think they really do believe that they can at one point just program the human body to do whatever they want.
Yeah. And they talk about how great it is and exciting it is. But then if you listen to what they say only the elite will survive the technological age. They're going to create a digital Noah's Ark and rescue themselves, and everybody else will die. So they're telling us the end game is all of us dying, but them surviving in this digital age. So there's nothing promising about what they could offer us because they already admit that all of us are going to die.
Which is, I don't know how that part gets missed. Like, that's the part that people don't seem to, like, the people that are all in on it, that are the little ground soldiers and foot soldiers, it's like they don't even hear that part because they're not going to be here either. They want to replace you with a robot.
There you go.
It's like they don't want minions. They don't need minions if they can make robots, guys. Like, little self-preservation, maybe. Anyway.
Yeah, and we go back to the, the Georgia Guidestones, which talked about 500 million population for the earth total, cap it there. In the meantime, these 15-minute cities are so they can, basically pump into the water of any sector whatever they need to. If you guys are violent, they can pump your water full of whatever Valium to calm you down.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
THC. They could take the other sectors and give them ecstasy or whatever. It's really whatever they want. It's all
cut off your water flow altogether. Like,
remember when they were talking about putting lithium in the water? Remember that?
Yes, I do remember. I remember. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
There was a lot of talk about putting lithium in the water. Well, because other countries had done it and had success with it.
With what? What's success look like? What's the goal?
If you're more relaxed and docile, and
Okay, lithium. All right, I get you. Yeah. Okay, okay.
I mean, I don't know what it was. Wow. Maybe it wasn't lithium. I don't know. They wanted to put a couple of different things in the water. One of them was to lower the cholesterol. But what if you have good cholesterol?
Yeah, right.
You don't need it.
It's just
exactly.
It's eugenics by a whole different name, guys. That's all it is. It's eugenics by a whole different name. They've taken the ideas, and these ideas are not relatively new. I mean, they've been around since the early 1900s, late 1800s. They believe that man is manipulatable just like nature. Like they can, whatever, we've bred this particular kind of pig. Well, we can breed a particular kind of human. And they believe this at their
And it's patentable too. A lot of these things are patentable. That's a good thing with the Genome Project, right?
That's the money, baby. That's where they get that money. They got to fund it somehow, right?
right? That's frightening. Think about that. And the mRNA modulated, the way these quote unquote vaccines that are mRNA shots that basically attach itself to your DNA and changes your DNA, so your DNA is now changed and now your body acts differently. Doesn't sound scary, right? Sure it does. To me, that sounds frightening.
Well,
it's patentable in such a way
that
if these things are injected into your body and your DNA becomes patentable after you take this, it comes subject to patent, then how does that work? I don't know, man. Think about it. It's a dark hole to go down.
Yeah, no, it's super dark.
We got about 30 seconds left before the break, so I don't know. Barry, what do you say to that?
I think that they've got technology where they can even turn us to be hostile. They've talked about that, and there's patents for that. They can, turn you hostile. So if they want a population to, turn on each other and be hostile, they can do that. And perhaps the vaccines have that kind of technology in them as well. We don't know. I think Tim Callender's talked about that. I used to kind of think he was kind of out there until I looked at his background, and I think he might be actually onto something. So, yeah, they're into some weird stuff. It's all about control. They want to manage us, micromanage us, and they hate anybody that's free and outside of their control. That's why it's important and imperative that we get out from under the enslavement.
Mm-hmm. All right, folks.
Is that about 30 seconds?
It's time for break. It was on the nose, my friend.
Okay.
We're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
Yeah, have you guys checked out Tim Callender at all? He's an interesting guy.
No.
I've heard the name around.
I
haven't checked it.
He's an attorney. He's doing a lot of lawsuits and stuff, and he's exposing all these patents that are in these vaccines and different technologies and how they're using it and stuff. So, yeah. And, of course, there's other videos of proof of this. The military is there's some videos that have come out showing how they can basically kill people without – them even know it, control them, make them docile. What was it? The U.S. Army Mad Scientists. It's an actual real group that works with the Pentagon and DARPA and so forth. And they were having a guest speaker, and he was talking about all these technologies that the military has and how they can control people and kill people if they want to, make them docile, make them forget, disorient them, and using nanotechnology and all kinds of different stuff. And they can actually put it in you, either through an aerosol where you breathe it through your nose, or of course an injection, and then they can deliver a payload that can be activated by, say, some kind of electromagnetic pulse, say for example, maybe a 5G or something like that, and then all of a sudden everybody starts going crazy and acting crazy or having heart attacks or dying. And he says then the CDC will say, oh, there's this problem with this or that, and he'll say, no, that's fake news because we did that.
Yeah.
And this is a guy that's like, working with the military, admitting this kind of stuff. I posted the video on social media. Nobody can deny it. It's a fact. People need to get over it, man. These people want to control us. And that's why you got to get out from under their control to the best. And you got to get out and get nature. You got to eat healthy. You got to do some exercise. You got to walk. You got to have friends. You can't be isolated. All these things, man, is just, that's that extra weight. So whatever they throw at us, whether it's the chemtrails or the 5G, you got to have something that's countering that. You got to have some kind of strength that's, counteracting that.
Yep.
That's why everybody's so weak and in a zombie state. Have you not noticed everybody's walking around like a zombie?
Yeah, they're completely destroyed their defenses. All the social defenses, your psychological defenses, your physical defenses have all been worn down, especially in the last 3 years with all the propaganda and COVID stuff and all the attacks on our personhood. Yeah, people are really demoralized. The people who have been fighting from the beginning, I think, are probably more energized than ever because we've been in it so long. But a lot of the new people coming aboard, I find, are really just worn out. And the reason that they're on board with a new idea is because they've run out of ability to think of anything themselves. But
yeah,
there's ways around that. I mean, we have to keep up the positive beat, I think, because there are lots of cultural victories out there every day that we're winning.
Well, that's why you got to have families important. They want to destroy family. They don't want people getting married anymore and having children. But that's where the strength is. I mean, if you have a strong knit family, I mean, that is strength, man. Because blood is thicker than water, man.
Yeah, no, it's true.
We're going to come back a little early, guys. All right? Just to let you guys know.
What's that?
I said we're going to come back just a little early.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I tell you,
Put down my crumply bag.
I think we actually have to. We have another part of our society though that I think Scott Adams suggested this, and I actually have a non-traditional family myself. I think we got to encourage people who don't have a lot of family.
And here's your
or
countdown:
friends to start
5, 4,
building their
3, 2,
Doc
1,
has
and
two
you're
dads.
live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio for 3 Wednesday night. What is it? February 7th tonight? 2024, current year. Hashtag current year. We got with us Dr. 420. What's going on, Doc? Tonight?
Yeah, good stuff tonight. Good stuff. Lots of. If you missed it, well, you should go back and listen to it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and archives will be available tomorrow. Search around for DREAGUS Productions, DREAGUS Productions on almost any social media site. You will find his channel and find all of the wonderful content that he posts. And among that will be our show, but it'll be tomorrow afternoon sometime. You know, like you can probably morning, but, you know, just go check it on lunch hour tomorrow and you should be good. Unless you live in the East Coast. Anyway. All kinds of stuff happening in the world. We talked about this earlier briefly. The 9-year-old Chiefs fan is suing Deadspin because first of all, Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Doc, I think you said you were a football coach.
I was at one time. Yes, I was. Yeah.
Okay, that's my memory, right? You mentioned that to me a long time ago. But who you got for the Super Bowl? Who are you putting your money on?
I would say if I was just betting on talent-wise, I would bet on the Chiefs. But if I know the NFL and I know how they love to make a story, I would say it's probably going to be the Niners.
And Barry, what say you?
Kansas City.
No.
Yeah. Why?
Taylor Swift. That's why.
Exactly. That's exactly why, man, you nailed it.
Now,
you nailed it.
If you want to check and see on this, you just got to check and see what referees they have for the Super Bowl. If they swap out any of the referees like they did for the championship game, you know they got something in the books.
Okay. Yeah. But the whole PSYOP thing, Taylor Swift's just going to come out huge for Biden and try to push the election over, and she's got so many followers that you can't help but take all those people that have. And
if you're following Taylor
Swift, dude, if you follow Taylor Swift on Instagram or whatever, you don't know anything about what's going on in the world. You're just gonna do what she says because you love her. That's it. You know what I mean? These people are robots. But
that's terrible.
I digress. The parents of a 9-year-old Kansas City Chiefs fan, Holden Armenta, and this is who we should be betting on. He was smeared by Deadspin and a racist for wearing blackface. But what he did is he painted his face in the Kansas Chiefs colors, which are red and black. Half of his face was red, the other half was black. He had a big Indian head dress on. Oh, and he's Native American. He may not look it at first glance. He's 100% Native American.
That's actually a legitimate headdress, too. It's his grandfather's.
Yeah. His grandfather's actually, and his grandfather sits on some board in, some city in California. He's part of the tribe. He's an elder in the tribe.
So no cultural appropriation there, right?
None.
But they found a profile picture of this guy's face and took a picture of it, snapped it around, said, little kid wears blackface to Kansas City game. Unbelievable. And they're going to sue him. And that's why I'm betting on this little kid. He's going to get paid.
Oh, man. I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Put another one in the ground.
I hope they settle it on Super Bowl Sunday for a bunch of money and Kansas wins, right? So he gets a Super Bowl win and a check for $25 million on the same day. That would just be
if that happens. I'm fine with the Chiefs winning.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I like Mahomes. He's an okay quarterback. I don't really follow the NFL anymore. I watch the indoor football league because it's less old, it's more real, and it's I don't have 10 hours of commercials to get through to watch the game, and I can fast forward if I watch the game after the fact because they do it on YouTube. So I watch a lower leagues, but Mahomes is a great quarterback, and they want him to be the future of the league. But there's one thing that America loves more than building somebody up to the top. They love to tear them down when they're on top. I could see the NFL wanting the Niners to win, especially if the Chiefs have the big line with Vegas. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the NFL is actually up to the game anymore. There's so many other factors involved in an NFL game now, like the league itself, for example, that it's not even a real competition anymore. You can't even just watch it and be like, oh yeah, the better team won. That doesn't happen anymore. It hasn't been that way for years. That's why I quit watching the league. It got too much like entertainment and not actual football.
Yeah. I see that too. I see that with even with Detroit, they get so far and then they lose, and they were like everyone's favorite for a little while, and poof, whatever. But while we're on the Super Bowl, that is a phenomenal audience. One way, no one can deny that that's one of the biggest audiences you can get in America, the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And so there's been a tradition for generations now that the president will sit down with whatever station is hosting the Super Bowl, and he'll do a softball 10-minute interview, a lot of fun. Who you going to pick? All that kind of good stuff. He's got his team. He's got a bet going. What are you going to send chicken wings over to somebody if they win or whatever? Yeah, all that good stuff. And so, of course, Joe Biden is obviously, this is the best opportunity he's got to get out in front of people. So he's going to take it, right? Last year, he didn't do it because of Fox News. It was on Fox, so he declined. Everyone in the press said, good call, don't go there. But this year, it's CBS, so he's going to do it, right? 10 minutes free airtime, 10 million people, 50 million people.
Well, how much is a 30-second ad on the Super Bowl? Isn't it like $7 million now or something?
For 30
it's something
seconds.
Outrageous, yeah.
So what's 10 million worth? 140 mil? Cool, 140 mil?
Yeah, he's getting $140 million worth of free advertising. He's going to turn it down. Wonder why that is.
Maybe because he can't talk for 10 minutes.
Exactly.
Straight up softball, too. I mean, this is straight up softball territory.
They're not going to be asking him about the border. You know what I'm saying?
No.
They're going to be asking him like, well, did you have some ice cream before you came up here?
Yeah, what's your favorite ice cream? Right? Yeah, exactly. What's your ideal age for little kids to sniff them? I mean, I like 7-year-olds personally. What's your,
No, they don't want to make him feel that comfortable.
Did you see his last speech that he just tried to give yesterday?
Burger to burger, burger. Integrated burgers.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think he might pass away before the election.
We've talked about that. I don't think every day. Yeah, he's in a really bad place. And then he does kind of bounce back on occasion. He sounds a little bit better. But I listened to just some 2020 interviews that he was giving, and he actually sounded pretty good. And I knew he was bad then. But if you compare 2023 to what he said in 2020, I encourage you to do it. It's night and day. The difference is just it's astronomical.
And we were talking about that science report. The community, what do you call it? Peer-reviewed report that came out about COVID and the vaccine. Mm-hmm. Being senile was one of the proven connections. Dementia.
Yeah, the brain fog. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And so I wonder if they actually gave Biden the actual vaccine.
It's a good question.
It would. Well, I mean, there's so many things with being the president too. The stress level. They got him hopped up on amphetamines to do all of his outings.
Yeah. He's got no stress, dude. That's the most stress-free job anyone's ever had.
Look at all these people that are falling apart, from Mitch McConnell and, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi. They've all turned themselves over to the darkest of evil. I mean, they are completely evil. And the evil is what I think is consuming them, man, because when you start mass murdering, hundreds of thousands of people, being a warmonger that he is, that war is not necessary. That war never would have happened under Trump. That stuff eats you alive. that stuff will consume you. And so you turn yourself up to over. Look at all the people that have been like evil, like Kissinger and Brzezinski and Soros. I mean, they literally look the part, dude. They literally are falling apart. George Soros can't even put together a sentence anymore. I've seen him freeze up. Mitch McConnell freezes up for like 30, 45 seconds straight.
Pelosi's not much
deer
better.
in the headlight.
Yeah, Pelosi just recently said that it was her. She admitted that she was the one that did not allow the troops on January 6th. She goes, it was actually Nancy Pelosi. I mean, Joe, I mean, nobody, neither. It was Donald Trump, she said.
Yeah.
So these people are basically falling apart. And then you look at Trump. We've talked about this before. He's a good man. He's not perfect, but he's definitely standing for a righteous
to be fair,
cause.
he did say that Nikki Haley was the one who denied the extra police at the Capitol on J6.
Right, but guess what?
So, to be fair,
that set up Nancy Pelosi to screw up 10 times worse. So maybe he did it on purpose. Who knows? They always say Trump's playing, 4D chess or whatever it is, 5D, 4D, whatever.
Let's have a dementia war.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, he's time traveling, right? He's a time traveler. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, exactly.
We're down to like our last 15 minutes or so. So I want to kind of make sure we hit a couple key stories. Britain's King Charles diagnosed with cancer. Okay, we covered that. Let's move on. Donald Trump wins endorsement of the Union of Police Association. International Union of Police Association for 2024. Donald Trump wins the endorsement. The UAW came out recently and endorsed Biden. Wow. And they had to pretty much admit in their endorsement that most of their people probably won't vote for him. But, hey, they get the money from the Democrats, so we got to kind of go with these guys because they give us the money. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the money. The money.
Yep.
Money talks.
Unions have always been corrupt that way.
But the cops cannot possibly get behind Biden.
Of course not.
That's one union. You got to be looking at them and going, there's no way. So here it is. Full-on endorsement for Donald Trump, 2024.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Didn't shock me at all. They're being hunted in cities.
Yeah.
Being hunted in cities. Like
in some cities, yeah.
So
you beat up a cop, you're out on the street in 3 hours. And then free to get on a bus that the government pays for you to go to California. And apparently they were arrested in Arizona. So
for what? Committing another crime or just for what?
I don't know for what. I just saw the headline and said good. And I could be for anything. I mean, literally, you punched a cop in New York. You beat him, you kicked him while he was down, and then you got out and then got on a bus and fled. So, evading a court date.
Yeah, many of these people that they've released have done violent crimes 10, 15 times before, and they still keep releasing them, man. I mean, that's telling that guy that whatever you do, we're going to basically go light on you.
Yep.
Yeah. And it can encourage, which is their goal. Their goal is basically create as much chaos and mayhem in these cities. And that's why I've said that unless they reform, they're going to continue to go in decline, and they may just completely collapse in on themselves. And as long as we have state sovereignty, man, the whole world is going to get to see the difference between a leftist-run city and a freedom-loving city.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, you can already see it forming in Texas and Florida versus California and New York. The way that even the problems that they have in, say, Austin, for example, they cleaned up their streets. They did something about it. They actually took action. Unlike California, who's just like, nah, we're going to give you some more drug money. Here you go, Pavo. Go ahead.
Yeah. Here's clean needles for everyone, and you don't even have to throw them away. Just shoot them at a telephone pole or something. It'll just stick in the wood there, Yep. Yeah.
Remember the vending machines they had that was you could get free drugs out of the vending machine? Was that in New York City? Where was that?
Yeah, it was New York City. Yep.
Well, who came up with that idea? A vending machine for free drugs.
Somebody who wants people to die. Like these people, I don't know. It was Narcan. It was drug paraphernalia. It was a whole bunch of stuff in there. It was empty in a day.
Well, of course, it's New York. Man. That's the thing. Like, can't do anything
they're
free
enablers.
In New York.
They're enablers, man. That is what that's called. It's insane, dude. It's astonishing that we even have to talk about it. It's so insane.
Well, I mean, I have a different way of addressing it personally, like, being that I'm a more of a libertarian kind of guy, I like, you can't allow people to live and do drugs on your streets. You cannot allow that. Like, I'm all for letting people buy. If you want to go to the pharmacy and pay whatever the price is for whatever drugs behind the counter that you want to do, and you want to go home and do it, that's your biz. I don't care. But as soon as you're sleeping on the streets in a tent and shooting up on the corner, and committing crime to pay for your habit and getting food stamps, I have a problem with it, because you're taking away from society. Once you start removing from society and not contributing to it, that society has every right to remove you.
Yeah. There are some limitations to libertarianism, and I've had these arguments with people before, because I was telling them about euthanasia and stuff, and they go, "Oh, I'm a libertarian," and I said, "You don't understand. Euthanasia is not about somebody on death's door that's in immeasurable pain that just wants a way out. This is for anybody, anytime, anywhere. That's what euthanasia is about now. If you're depressed, here's euthanasia. If you are physically disabled, here's euthanasia. It's like Bill Maher said, I'm pro-suicide, pro-euthanasia, whatever keeps the traffic moving, he said. And that's who these globalists are, except for they're like 10 times worse than that.
Yeah. No, you're right. Now, as far as euthanasia goes, like, I don't believe that has anything, like, the government shouldn't be making any laws regarding that in any way, shape, or form. If for example, like, if a doctor wants to assist a cancer patient in taking a little extra morphine, and that's so that they can pass away, that's between that doctor and that patient and their relationship. And I have no issue about that. If somebody murders somebody, we have a law for that, right? But there should be no legalization and death panels and socialized medicine and all these other things that they want to do with it, like what's going on in Canada. It's just
They're suggesting that you take yourself out in many cases.
Exactly.
There's 1,001 better options, and they go, "Well, have you considered euthanasia? Have you considered assisted suicide?" At one point, it's an act of mercy, perhaps. I think that's a debate. But at another point, it's murder. It's murder.
It is. What Canada is doing is murder. It is state-sanctioned murder. They are not. That is not assisting someone who is going to die anyway in dying in a quick way so they don't have to suffer. That's not what that is. What they're doing up there, they're trying to pass a law in Canada that allows teenagers to kill themselves because of depression.
Yeah, and they've got suicide pods now, personal suicide pods that you can buy, and you can just kill yourself in your lonesome house by your lonesome self and check out all by yourself. How loving of these people.
Futurama had that on like 25 years ago, and it was just funny. It was funny.
Yeah. Little did they know that they were predicting.
It probably was predictive programming.
It could have been.
I mean, didn't we see Richard Nixon's head in a jar? Or who?
Yeah, well,
that was on Futurama as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Which president was it?
It was Nixon and Ford and.
Yeah, I want to say several.
I think there was that's really the goal.
There was like 3 of them. Yeah.
I could see where Bill Gates and Jared Kushner, they'd be okay with that. They would rather be a head in a jar than die. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he'd be one of those guys as well. He was just on Howard Stern talking about how death scared him, and I get it. I understand that.
Being a head in a jar is better than dead. Come on.
Trade-off, man.
I don't either. No, thank you.
At least you're hanging around, you're out there like, hey, what up? Yeah. Hey, when they, figure out the rest of this body, right? Let's go.
I'm sure you want to be around and say, 20 or 30 years anyway. The world could be all.
Did Ted Turner do that too?
Well, a lot of these people are freezing their body. What do you call that?
Cryogenics.
Yeah. Cryogenics, where they freeze themselves. There's a lot of billionaires and multimillionaires who are doing this, hoping. Look, man, I mean, I believe in the afterlife, and I believe the eternal life is the real life. So that's where I'm putting all my money.
So again, in the idea of just keeping the show going and covering a couple more stories that are important, this is one I deem like we must cover it. Gina Carano. known for her role in Disney Plus Star Wars show The Mandalorian, is a suit against Disney that is being fully backed by Elon Musk. Okay, Elon Musk put out a tweet a long time ago that said, or a few months ago, that said, you know, if you lost your job, if you were fired, whatever, for things you posted on Twitter, contact me. We will you sue. So she, I assume, reached out to Elon and said, hey, what about me? I got fired from Disney for what I posted on Twitter. Let's go. Fully funds the lawsuit. They're going to take on Disney, and Elon Musk is not joking around. Richest man on earth is going to find the best lawyers on the planet. Not going to find. He's already found them. He knows who they are. He's got them.
His whole bullpen. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to work for the richest guy on earth. So if you want to, like, you know, try to buy him out at a higher rate, well, that's not going to happen. Right? On and on and on. This is a pretty bulletproof situation here. And, you know, let's not forget, where was it? He was on some sort of a TED Talk kind of thing a little while back where he basically told Bob Iger, blank you. The word starts with an F, ends with a K. You. On stage, oh, you didn't hear me? He said it again. He said, Bob, I'm talking to you. You're not going to get me to censor what's on my site because you're a bully and you're going to pull your ads and try to convince everyone else to pull ads. Yeah. Media matters. There's a bunch of organizations out there that fight and go out in grassroots. They call these companies and say, why are you advertising here? Look what your advertisements are going up on. This horrible, you know, neo-Nazi whatever, and then your ad, then Disney. Do you want that? They go out there and lie to these people and tell them that they manufacture. There was a case about a month ago where they had to manufacture the results. They had to go and put these words up in search and refresh until finally the ad they wanted pulled up on the page they wanted. They got the snapshot and sent it to somebody, you know, at some major corporation to get them to stop advertising on Twitter. And it's about time Elon Musk fights back as hard as he can. You know, of course he is. I say it's about time. He is. The man's doing it. But this is a great step in the right direction. I don't know. Speak up when you guys. What do you got to say?
I just think you need to get an applause button so that when we get some really good news, man, you know, we get, I mean, you need to get that, man, because that deserves some applause, man. Anytime we have a major victory like that, that's just a great thing. And we should celebrate it. We need to celebrate our victories, man. That's the one thing I don't think we do enough of. I'm not saying that we need to become complacent, but take some time, breathe in the fresh air, and celebrate the victory, and then we go on to the next one.
I'll celebrate this victory when Gina Carano is in a Disney series that she gets to write. Or it gets to have a producer credit in. Because I think ultimately what our goal should be for these companies is we need to, especially a company like Disney, we need to rebrand it back to the way it was. And I think part of this lawsuit is going to do that. I think it's a great thing. And I really like, there's some things about Elon I don't like. He is a globalist. He is a globalist, and he absolutely believes in transhumanism. But he's a true believer, and he believes in humanity fighting the good fight.
Well, I don't think we're finished with him either. I don't think he's finished with himself. I mean, he's definitely making some changes. So we'll see, you know, where he's going to go with his life. You know, how much is he going to go with this transhumanism thing? Is he going to take it to where he goes along with the hive mind thing that he's talked about, or will he reject that and just focus in on the technology that actually helps people? I mean, we don't know. He's kind of what do you call it? He's up for grabs as to which
he's a wild card. He's a wild card.
He's a wild card, but he's doing some good. We need to celebrate that, and that's a good thing. And I don't disagree with what you're saying. I would love to see Disney reform. I just don't believe it's going to happen. I want to see them collapse completely and have a parallel economy. I'm more for that. I would rather see someone else rise up to replace Disney. I think Disney's done. I think the fake news is done. That's why we call them the dinosaur media, because they're going extinct. I think all of these systems that are systemically corrupt will collapse. They'll either reform, be replaced, or be bought out.
Well, I mean, that's a good goal. It's a good goal.
They're going to be shown. Very soon the light will shine on their hypocrisies, on their lies, on everything. And it'll be clear as day to everyone out there that they're just full of crap. And they've been lying to you. And why are you paying $100 a month for your cable bill when You're paying these people to lie to you.
Yep.
And the people will revolt. They will revolt, and the corporations will hear it.
Well, another thing, if it could be a fake reform, they just do it because they have to. Then the moment they get another chance to go and revert back, they do. That's why I say we should start fresh with fresh minds and fresh ideas and fresh material and fresh content. You see the difference?
If we could,
man, you're talking about build back better.
I'm tearing it down, baby.
We can
Cloud and Kevin.
That's the beauty about art. You can just go buy the intellectual property rights, and now someone owns that art. So that there is the possibility for that.
But
on
that note,
I wouldn't be upset if
I have to jump in, and I have to let everyone know that we're much running out of time.
No.
And I want to thank everyone for listening. It has been a phenomenal show tonight. Doc, you're on fire tonight. You've just been an excellent guest. Love it, man. Good time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Agreed.
I love coming on the show. So,
but just because our show is coming to an end does not mean that tonight is over, because our producer, DREAGUS Productions, has another couple hours of content coming out for you, dear listener. So stay tuned. Do not change the channel. Do not go anywhere. We're done here at the Censorship Sucks Round Radio Show, but stay tuned because DREAGUS Productions has much more coming, including the all-new Cafe Enigma show. So we'll see you there. Folks, have a great night. Peace out.
Later.
Peace.
All right. Great show, guys. Lots of energy. I loved it.
My dog is signing out for me.
Your dog's signing out.
Have a good one.
All right, you can hang out for a few, we'll probably hang out for like another few minutes if you want to chill. Talk off the radio.
Yo.
All right. Oh, come on in, Blue. You can't be making a noise like that. You can't be making that kind of noise, Blue. What are you making that kind of noise for? What's up with that?
Is Blue like a blue Christmas? I'm just curious.
Don't know.
Should ask him or ask her.
I should ask her, yeah. Oh, boy.
I'm finally sitting down, man. I've been standing up the whole time. It feels good to recline in the recliner,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And, folks, if you're still listening, which you should be, stick around because we got a little bit of after show, and I'll be setting up for the all-new Cafe Enigma, where we talk about weird stuff. Paranormal and current events.
Tonight's subject would be chicks with dicks.
No, tonight's subject may be some chicken in the UFO.
Tonight's subject is beach babes from beyond
that was sacrificed by a turkey in Antarctica and
Antarctica. Really?
Antarctica.
Wow, that sounds fascinating.
And talk about the hollow earth and everything else.
Hollow Earth,
and the pygmy chicken and the pygmy turkeys from Peru that sacrificed the alien. They're gonna go inside the hollow earth.
Wow.
You're gonna see it. I tell you.
How are the Peruvians gonna go into the hollow earth? They're nowhere near the Antarctica, man. That
because they're pygmy turkeys from Peru. Pygmy turkeys from Peru.
Hey, in conspiratorial world, anything is possible. So that's what I like about conspiracies. Yeah. Anything goes.
But where are you going to hear about pygmy turkeys?
You know what I love to see, Mark? Remember that guy, Patty Doyle, that I had on the show a while back? Remember that guy?
Yeah, Patty was great.
Patty Doyle.
Yeah.
He is now covering a trip to Antarctica on his channel. Right? And I happen to know that particular ship is like 20 grand ahead, minimum. And I don't think he's in the smallest cabins, right? So he, that's phenomenal. He's got that kind of money now to spend on making content. I am so happy for him. It's awesome.
I didn't know that Doc Tor had
it may be a little bit. It may be a little safer there than where he was.
Where was he?
Wasn't he in
Where was he? Well, he was Thailand.
Yeah, Thailand. Yeah.
Thailand.
And
yeah.
I got him right at the start of his new channel, which is up to like 200,000 subs now. He had less than 5 when I interviewed him.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he'll probably come back on then, won't he? Since you gave him a good break.
Oh yeah. And plus,
I
we're
launched his
more
channel.
places now than we were
good.
before. So that's even better yet for him. And us.
We're in more places?
Yeah, we're in more places now. You know, platforms that
Oh,
we
like
go
more
out to.
platforms. Yeah.
That's good for him too.
Yep. Yeah, he said he wanted to come back, and then he just kind of backed down. I think he's getting to the point though where he probably won't want to do it just because it's more of a statement if he does it. You know, it's like an endorsement. It's a saying I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of these people
it's
once they
that
become
time for
popular,
me,
they
guys.
want money.
I'm
They
gonna
want
have to
money
hang
come
up.
on the show.
I'm going to have to hang up and get the other show started up. So you guys have a good night, and I will get your archive out sometime tomorrow afternoon, probably.
Like, subscribe, listen, share, comment. Go to minds.com and follow myself, Censorship Sucks, and Freedom Fighter Victor over there on Minds. Go sign up there and follow us. And if you go to our page and sign up after you visit our page, you become a referral of us. That
and you never mention that I'm on Minds either, or Doctor 420 is on Minds as well. But that's okay.
And
that's okay. I see how it is. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, bro. Peace out.
All right, man. Thank you, Mark.
Sure thing. Oh my guys, I love my hosts. That's for sure. Let me get the all new Cafe Enigma set up. Let's see who's going to be in here tonight. Could it be David Campione? Could it be John Bell? I'm sure Victoria Vass, or even our hosts, Big D, and we got Nancy Planetta, the Awakened Vixen, coming up. Let me ring-a-ling-a-ling this group and get them going. Hope everybody's enjoying the shows tonight. Appreciate everybody out there. Hi, Victoria. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mark?
Doing pretty good. Give me a minute. I'm going to fire up Telegram for you guys, because I know that, I don't normally get a lot of folks listening to the Telegram side until you guys come on. So I'm going to get that fired up here in just a sec.
Okay.
We only think you Telegram.
Telegram. Over on the Telegram side. You know the Telegram?
I have a Telegram.
On a Telegram.
Hey,
You gonna
John.
get you Telegram? Hey, John. How you doing?
I'm a Telegram.
Oh my God! You guys really missed it earlier. You missed me talking about pygmy turkeys that were sacrificing aliens and taking them into the Hollow Earth just a few minutes before I switched over to here. But you guys are great. Love you guys.
I'm sure John has some great stories to tell us about
I'm sure too.
UFOs and pygmies.
All right.
And
We're
turkeys.
streaming. We are now streaming over to Telegram. Victoria, if you would please, can you monitor that chat? John, I'm glad you're here. I have to take a quick break. I need to refill my coffee. So you two chat it out until I come back.
I've enjoyed your videos. I've looked at those.
Did you watch all the ones
Isn't it the one that you said from that somebody left the gate open, and then from there up? Yes. That was pretty impressive.
Hey, Vicky.
Hey.
John's probably not going to talk about the turkeys because he's a new daddy. We just inherited 2 lambs.
Oh, I didn't know you all had sheep and lambs. What others do you have?
We do
That's
now.
wonderful. Hmm?
You now. They're Mike and Ike. They look alike.
Oh, that's perfect. Those names are perfect. Mike and Ike. I love it. Oh, and they were born today?
A week ago. They're a week today.
Oh.
We've been here 2 days now, 2.5 days.
Somebody had them, couldn't keep them. It was either the sheep went or she went. If it's free, it's for me. Problem is the feed and everything's so expensive
Mike
now.
and Ike, they look alike.
Oh, do you have pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sent you a video. That's cuter than sitting there.
Who'd you send it to?
Messenger.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah, so I just sent him a video and picture so he could share it and show you guys. They're
Thank you.
You're so cute.
Little lambs. Oh.
I guess the mother wouldn't feed them, so my buddy took them away and then gave them to somebody else, and then she couldn't handle it. I guess a boyfriend was leaving her, so she contacted him, and he contacted me, and I immediately like, hey, I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of sheep doing that. Sometimes they don't, they don't bond or something. So it's sad, but that's nice that you all took them in, little Mike and Ike.
Yep. Yes, it's the third thing I guess that's happened. So he's like, I'm not going to breed her no more. Like, well, I would have ate her a long time ago if that was the case.
Yeah.
Well, now you got some more babies.
Yeah.
Yes. Some more sheep to love. Are they?
I'm supposed to get from the lady, but she's kind of trying to change her mind on that. But I take them goats.
Are they goats?
Nah, I can't. She has goats that she's trying to get rid of, and now she's deciding whether she wants to or not. I said, well, I'm on standby. I keep telling John that I need one of those Scottish Highland cows,
Ooh.
The cute little furry, long-haired,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard that sheep are a little bit handful when they get to be adults. Is that right?
What's that?
Are they, sheep are a little bit of a handful, or maybe it's just the males when they're adults?
Yeah, as much as goats are.
Oh.
Quit working. It's too much.
Our messengers, but
Doesn't matter where you send it.
Okay.
Had to save it.
All right, I'm back.
Woohoo.
Where's Nance? Nance.
Did you hear the news?
Okay, I'm gonna go feed them.
Who's pregnant?
What?
Did Mark hear the news about Mike and Ike?
Who?
Oh, you're going to have a baby.
Hold on, I'll be back in 1 second.
They have 2 little lambs.
I got to reboot my phone because she sent me that video and it is plugged up in the pipe.
Who did? Who sent you videos?
Dorothy, I'll be right back.
All righty.
Wow.
Do I sound all right?
You sound
Nope.
okay, D. You sound good. You sound
Awful.
good, D.
Well, I'm using a whole new setup tonight. That's why I asked.
Oh.
Well, if I had your money, I'd do that too.
Oh,
Yeah. If but by the kindness of others.
Yep.
Mm.
Good grief. I'll be right back. I got to restart my phone.
uh-oh.
There it is. So, Daryl's here too? Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, how are
Hi. You said you had big news, and I was wondering who's pregnant.
you? Well, it's Mike and Ike's mom who well, she was, but now there's Mike and Ike. They're twin lambs that John has, John and his wife. Because the mother did not bond with them. So then it went to a friend, and then the friend called John and his wife, and they took the lambs. Yes. Hey, Nancy.
Hey,
Hey,
how are you
Nance.
doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? How are your pups? Because John has new lambs.
I just got the second puppy adopted, found her home tonight. I've just approved that family, and so she'll be going to her new home on Friday.
Wow. How do you feel about that?
No, I'm good with it.
Are you
I'm just
okay?
really, yeah, no, I mean, I'm really, really happy with the couple. It's a young family. Really happy with the people that are adopting her. I think she's going to have a very happy life.
Oh, great. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. And do they have children yet?
Oh, yeah, they have two. They have a 1-year-old. And,
Okay.
so I
That's
had them
right.
come out here to meet the puppy when she's kind of in her own, her safe environment.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure they're aware. She's not a little puppy. She's not. She's a very young puppy, but she's not little.
Mm-hmm.
And when you just have to be aware she's gonna jump. I mean, we're working on the whole jumping up on people thing. Stop it, Dolly. Yeah, I know. She can't help herself. I swear to God.
I traded some puppies for sheep.
Oh no! How did you end up with sheep?
Lambs.
You got 2 free baby sheep by ad. This girl, I guess her and her husband living in a damn camper. They had baby sheep, and the guy's like, "Okay, this is enough." So even when
In the camper with them?
Yep. He's like, either you go or these sheep go. Dorothy went over there, and the girl was drinking tequila and bawling her eyes out. So,
Lord.
Yeah.
People do the weirdest fucking things.
They do, but the mother sheep wouldn't feed them.
The mother?
Yeah.
Oh, so in other words, they were nursing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Which is
She didn't bond. That
Dorothy
happens.
runs off the yard. They chase after her like dogs. It's crazy.
No.
Yeah. So I'm like, get them fed, and we know somebody that'll buy the 2 of them.
Oh, I was going to say, are they grown or are they still babies?
They're a week old. They still got
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're babies. Have to be fed a lot.
Oh Lord.
Frequently.
Frequently. Yeah, I can, but still in the house, I can't even imagine keeping sheep in a house.
Yeah.
Lambs are probably easy, little lambs. They're not that big. But
It's
they
not
get
that they're
bigger.
not. I was just going to say, but do you keep them in a cage? I mean, what the hell?
Well, she's got them out here in the camper, I believe, to keep them warm because it's been cold lately. So.
Well, and they're newborns, so yeah,
Yep.
I get that. Wow. Oh, what a fiasco.
Yeah.
Well, how did they
Go
end
back
up
in
with
the.
them?
I don't know.
Better
they
you than
how
me.
didn't people used to take their animals into the house with them? Right? I think you were saying that, Nancy. You
Yeah.
all the
Well, no, in the
all the little
winter.
animals came in the house. Yeah.
Actually, if you look at the history of architecture, you'll see that a lot of the homes, especially in Europe, the way they were constructed hundreds of years ago, and actually in South America and Central America, they were constructed for the animals to either come into the home itself or be in a structure right underneath them. Actually, I think it's the same in Vietnam.
Oh.
They used to build their structures higher and then build like a lower level, a sub level, and they would put like pigs underneath the structure.
There you go.
And,
There's a picture. I finally got a picture of. Damn. She's locked my damn phone up.
Oh, they're so cute.
Clean off my phone. Oh, Lord.
Oh, they're very cute.
Yes. Really cute.
Bah. Little ones.
They're really cute. And then I hear, but I don't know, my pastor used to have sheep, and they said they're great until they get older. I mean, like adults, and then they're not fun anymore. They get personality, and
People are the same way.
yeah, I guess so. That's why
Isn't that true?
we're compared to sheep
We go
and the
back
sheeple.
we ain't fun no more.
That's so funny because I was just kind of saying that I was explaining to the young couple that, you know, she's little and she's adorable right now, but she's bigger than two of my dogs as a puppy. Literally, she's only 7 weeks old, going on 7 weeks old. And she's already outgrown and outweighs all three of my dogs. So, I mean, I was like, she's going to be a big girl.
Yeah.
So you're just going to have to, you know, and he's all like, the husband was all excited. Like, oh, I'm going to go, you know what? I like your setup. I think I'm going to get some chickens. And she's already herding the chickens. She literally my chickens were so mad today because I had her out by herself because I didn't want her brother out with her when we were doing the meet and greet. And oh Lord, she decides that the chickens need to go home. So she is and one like tried to slip away. And so she ran back out and chased her back in. It was so funny. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of for some reason, an inbred thing. I was like, both of them herd. They had my turkeys all herded the other day, but today it was the henny pennies that she went after, and the henny pennies were not happy. It was so funny.
Yeah, mine wanted dogs. She didn't want to hurt them. She wanted to eat them.
Yeah, you know, I think at first they kind of got. In fact, when they first went after my turkeys, I was like, "What are they doing?" Because there's 3 different breeds of dog, and all 3 do different things.
Yep.
I'm thinking, yeah, what are they doing? And then I realized that they were trying to get them into the hen house. Turkeys don't fit in the hen house, but that's where they were trying to put them. And they kept, like, one was at one angle, the other one was at the other angle, and each time a turkey would try to get away, they'd push it back. And no, they were trying to get them in that damn hen house. I was like, oh my God.
Well, maybe they wanted.
They were recognizing them as birds. That's pretty smart.
Well, the funny thing was that they weren't, like, barking. They were, like, doing this weird yip, like, to each other.
Wayne's.
Wow.
Give me a leg. You take the neck.
And even tonight, like, I'm trying to get the little kids, you know, acclimated to the puppy, and the puppy acclimated to them. And she's the female is a talker. Nessie talks. That's the husky in her. And she's just like, shh, let the children talk.
That's funny. That's like a little girl baby. I mean, girl babies talk a lot, you know, usually.
Yep. I mean, she talks to her brother. She bosses her brother around, but it's not a bark. You can tell the difference between their bark and when they're talking. But she's just talking away like you little shit.
Well, it's good that they're getting them. Well, she's a baby and the kids are babies, so, you know, she can get used to that. Plus, they'll have for the formative years of the kids, which is nice. Because a lot of times people wait till 10 to get a dog. Yeah.
Well, and they'll all grow up together, and hopefully it'll be one big happy family.
Yeah, it should. That's usually, but it was smart to get when they are young, that 3 and 1, so they'll be able to grow up, like you said, together.
Well, and I like the fact that this family had an acre of land.
Oh,
the dog will have running room, and I showed him today when he was here. I was like, listen, again, I'm just going to point out, Husky, can't miss Husky's dog. They dig. And I was showing him all the little potholes we've got now. I was like, they just dig for the digging of digging.
Yeah, your yard looks like, the beaches of Normandy.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Little foxholes everywhere. But I said to him, my advice is, because they have a fence, I said, my advice is to put like chicken wire at the bottom side of your fence, go about a foot down and put, because they won't dig through that. I said, but that's the only way you're going to prevent them from digging under the fence, because that's part of their breed. I mean, Huskies dig.
Yeah,
big time.
Collies do too.
Yep.
Collies are really bad at digging holes under fences, and I had a couple collies before. Yeah.
I mean, we were actually. Well, part of it I think is because of the throwback genetics to the wolf. I think sometimes it's to cool down because they want to dig and cool down. Sometimes it's just because they want to run free. But sometimes I think it's because they're trying to dig a den.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Do that. Mine did. Right underneath the den.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They're digging down somewhere that's safe and cozy in theirs. It's just an instinct in them.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You have the white shepherd, John. That's right.
Like Wolf.
Yep.
Wolf. Her daddy is like super bad. He can't even pet him at all. He's huge. He's about 150 pounds.
Your dog is beautiful.
I picked the one that looked the most wolf in the whole damn litter.
Yeah, you did get that one.
She kind of claimed me anyway. But even when she's a little puppy, she ran over to me with all these 17 of them in the floor running every which way. She came over.
Oh.
Yeah. And my dog. I keep telling everybody, quit petting my dog.
It's kind of funny because I think the females are very adept at that, because Nessie went running right to the male, right to the husband. Yep. And just settled herself right on his foot, and that was the end of that. I mean, there was no question whether they wanted that dog. So
she was smart. She knows who to play up to.
Well, the thing was, I kind of knew, because I mean, the adoption depended on my approval, and I mean, because the other 3 girls that are involved in this, they approved it, and then it goes to me for the meet and greet. And whether or not, I mean, if I even thought anything was slightly off, I could say no.
Mm-hmm.
But I said to the wife, because they were trying so hard to impress me, and I'm thinking, why? And at the very end, the husband says, well, what do you think? Do you think we're a good fit? And I said, I think you're a great fit.
Mm-hmm.
He said, okay, so, what do you think? You think we'll get approved? I said, well, I know you're going to get approved. And he just looked at me, and I was like, I'm your last line. I said, I'm the last piece of tape you got to go through. I said, so basically, if I say yes, it's a yes. And I knew it was a yes when I was talking on the phone with your wife. And he just looked at me really strangely. I said, no, she asked all the correct questions. I said, and her concerns were what I want to see out of a forever family for a dog. She asked the right things. She had the right questions, and she was concerned about the right things, like children's toys. What about children's toys? Get them off the floor. Oh, yeah, because the puppy choke. Well, no, you don't seem to understand. They have razor teeth. Choking's really not a problem that we worry about too much with puppies, but your child will have no toys. And what they do have is going to be covered with dog goober, and you really don't want that in their child's mouth. So it was sweet, though, because she's all worried about the puppy choking, and I'm like, no, that's not normally a problem with puppies. They'll just gnaw it apart. But But yeah, especially like because they have a 1-year-old who's on a pacifier. I was like, yeah, no, those pacifiers, you need to put those away up. Especially as the dog starts growing, because she's already a jumper. I said she already got out of her puppy pen. That's no problem for her. And she doesn't even need any leverage to pull herself. She just, I mean, she doesn't need something an object on the other side. I said she just climbs the pen. He's her brother in there crying, and I'm like, oh my God.
So will you have them out at the same time to their respective families?
I'm taking Nessie Friday to her new family, and then Apollo will go to my daughter on Saturday.
Okay. I figured you probably want to keep them together as much as you could.
Yes and no. I'm trying to do things I'm trying to get them used to the fact that they're probably going to be separated. They're going to be separated. So I'm trying to be a little independent with them. Like today when I took Nessie out for the meet and greet. I did not bring her brother. Mm-hmm. I left him inside, much to his chagrin. But I just, number one, it's not fair to the animal because it's a mess. Her brother's a distraction. Number two, it's not fair to the family. They're not going for 2 puppies. They're going for 1. So you want to make sure the dynamic is correct. And, the puppy's behaving in a way it would when she's on a singular basis. So, yeah.
I just wanted to know if they would get, be sad, like when you lose and then there's in a multi-pet situation, and then the other pets are looking around for,
I'm sure the first couple of nights, and I even said that to my daughter, listen, there's going to be some separation anxiety here, because these 2 have been together since they were found. So I said, you're going to have to make sure that you're paying extra special attention to him and, giving him good cuddles and good love, and just make sure he doesn't feel alone. Don't let your adult dog, Rocky, clobber him. I said, he's going to be scared. He's going to be looking for his sister. So, I've already taken both puppies over there several times to integrate them with the bigger dog, the older dog. And it's gotten, day 1 was a fiasco. Oh my Lord, that dog, the dog that she's already got, I was like, oh my God, he's a maniac. But by the 3rd time I took them over there, it was much, much, much better. It was like he finally realized that, oh wait, I'm a lot bigger. And because their dog's almost 100 pounds and he's not even 2 yet. So he's going to be I said he probably won't get any larger. He may put on some more weight as he gets older, but he'll calm down too. He's still that high-strung puppy. So it's she's gonna have her hands full, and I told her that. I hope you know what you're doing because you're gonna have your hands full.
Well, they're going to establish dominance, and I guess he's already done that.
Oh, I guarantee Rocky will be the dominant dog in that family because Apollo is already dominated by his sister.
Right.
I mean, he's a quieter dog. He's just different in nature. Like Raphael's in love with that dog because he's a very quiet little guy. Not super aggressive. She's more aggressive. She's more sassy. She has more personality, but she's also smarter. And that's what I'm saying to Rafi. She's smart. You can see it in her face already. She's smart. She figures things like she figured out how to pull. She already knows how to climb out of the puppy pen, but she figured out how to pull the lock open. So, she's smart. Super. She also figured it's so funny because she climbs into the pen because her favorite playmate besides her brother is my kitten. And the kitten will jump into the playpen and start playing with their toys, and she'll climb into the pen and play with the kitten and the toy.
Hey, well, that's good. They don't seem to be afraid of cats when they're real puppies, are they? I mean, I saw my cat, and she was an adult, and this little puppy next door came up to her, and she just hauled off and slapped him, and he ran away like, what? But he wasn't, he was like, oh, can we play? So. Well,
the thing is that they learn one way or the other with the cats. And I've said that it will determine how the dog. That's one of the reasons I was big on not separating the cats from the puppies. The way they deal with the cat, because every cat, if you put your nose in a cat's butt and you're not another cat or a cat that they know, they're going to turn around and smack the crap out of you. That's just a cat's nature. That's what they do.
Right.
So, you know, they went through that with every single cat in my house, including the kitten. Pardon?
I said women will do that too.
Yeah, it was so funny though. He did it to every cat. I mean, I was like, "You ding dongs."
John.
Yeah.
Then after a couple days, like we found Leo, one of my big boy cats. He was sleeping with the puppies. So I mean, they figure it out.
That's good.
John, come on.
What?
What?
That was great.
I expect that from D. All right? Come on now.
Hey, I'm on Twitter.
I expect that from D, but John.
What?
What?
He's going to tell it like
Your
it is.
foot doesn't fiddle in, John.
Is be quiet over there. I heard the laugh. I heard that laugh.
I don't know nothing.
I don't know nothing about birthing.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I don't know nothing about birthing no babies, Miss Scarlett.
Miss Scarlett.
30 seconds.
Miss Scarlett. I don't trust you know where it comes from. That's good.
You know what?
And here we go. 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Harmless fun.
And on the air right now, welcome to the all-new Cafe Enigma. That's right, I'm your host, Big D, coming to you live from the double-wide underground bunker here in the undisclosed location of Franklin, Georgia. It is currently 9:30 on the east coast of the United States of America. On the west coast, we don't care. It's the 7th day of February, and we are rocking and rolling on through the year already. Got my co-host with me tonight, the ever-perky, bubbly, vivacious. She's got hair like a lamb and a spirit of a goddess.
Man.
Nancy Planetta. Hi, Nance.
You were looking at that picture in the chat, weren't you? Hair of a lamb. Where did you come up with that?
Well, at least I didn't tell them about your line of see-through plastic bikinis.
Oh, God.
Then he has to go into the tutu part.
Talk about me. I ain't got nothing on Big D.
Yeah,
John. Man.
John's got a whole line of see-through men's boxers.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. Oh, God.
Air conditioned.
Oh, God. Yeah, you think?
Anyway, our panel of distinguished guests, I almost said extinguished guests,
Twinkle out.
our fairy goddess, the ever cute and popular Vicky. Hi, Vic.
Hey. Hello.
If you listen real close, you can hear. That's her wings. Yeah, that's wings. And she is so cute in those tights.
Mm.
Oh,
And
I
what
better
color
quit.
are they?
I better quit. It's not after midnight yet.
That's right.
And also, the man that attracts weird crud. The man that can go sit in the back of his truck and strange things happen.
All the time.
The guy that is going to be the subject of the next Thursday night at the movies. John Bell. John, how you doing?
I'm here. That's about it.
The heavens are watching him.
Yes. And I've sent some people over to look at your stuff, and I got a couple of questions for you. But before we get started, I want to pose a question because, as y'all know, I love my History Channel, Discovery Channel, the Learning Channel, and the absolute horse squeeze that some of these documentaries come up with. which is not to say what I'm fixing to. Oh, hey, Rolf. Rolf has dropped in. Hi, Rolf.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Rolf is our undercover agent in Sweden. Rolf was sent over to investigate the Swedish bikini team.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's the puppy sitter.
That would be a nice assignment.
Hey.
Swedish mermaids.
Well, okay, hold on a minute. John said he's a puppy sitter, and that's a common term here in the South, is let my puppies free.
Yeah.
Can I play with the puppies?
Yeah, Nancy will crown me for that one.
Do I?
Nancy will crown me for that one.
Hey, just ask her and watch her smile.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
As I get cracked over the head with this frying pan.
No, dear, I would never waste a good frying pan.
You hear that, guys, right?
Yeah.
You get a crown.
You ought to try the spatula sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, a wooden spoon across the forehead.
Oh, no. Dorothy's got one of these big spatulas that looks like it would flip over a birthday cake that for 100 people. And she whacks you with that. You don't want anything else. You can't think of anything else. She says it's for hamburgers, and I've never seen a burger that big.
It's from a restaurant, she said.
For power.
No, it probably weighs 4 pounds, and that thing whipped my ass. One lick, I didn't want nothing else to do with it. I couldn't think of nothing but get away.
Hey, we were at the auction, and I tried to buy one of those spatulas. They're called pancake spatulas.
Yep.
And I tried to buy it, and I kid you not, I was almost mauled by the women at the auction. I'm serious. I was going to give $2-3 for it, just because we don't have one in the kitchen. And these women went crazy, and I mean, I was waiting for knives and guns and chains to come out and fight break out, and I think somebody wound up giving like $14 for it.
Yeah, I got a one of a kind spatula in the house. I paid a quarter for it. They had a quarter box and a 50-cent box at the yard sale, and I pulled it out and I said, "Well, wow, this looks kind of neat." And it had an aircraft screw in the handle, like with some kind of emblem design on it.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and I bought it because it had some kind of a phenolic resin on the handle. And I asked the guy, I said, "Well, where'd this thing come from?" He said, "Oh, my dad made that a long time ago." I said, "Really? Well, who was your dad?" "Oh, he made the first Mercury astronaut space capsule." That's pieces of it right there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, thinking eBay, and I'm like, "Nah, I don't want them coming to the house." So they'd show up. "Where's my damn burger flipper at?" So I just keep it, and it won't burn. You can lay it right on the greasy stove.
Well,
it won't burn, melt, nothing.
Listen, just a little piece of tidbit of advice for those of you. I know we've all done this where we've made the hamburger patty, thrown it on the grill or on the flat top, and suddenly you've got a burger that is smaller than the bun you're putting it on.
Yep, that's that Walmart meat.
No, well, surprisingly, I know what you mean, but surprisingly, I've tried it with 70-30, 80-20. I've tried all these different meats, and I found the secret to it. If you will make your patty and then flatten it on out. See, I buy these patties at a local grocery store. The burger patties are already made, and they're like a 1/4 inch thick. Well, I'll smash them down to about half that size in this really big patty. And when you cook, when they're done cooking, they're actually the size of the bun, and there's plenty of meat in the hamburger.
Well, I'll tell you another trick too. My parents used it because we were kind of poor back in the day, but they would use oatmeal and put an egg in it.
Yeah.
That would hold it together and add it to it, and I couldn't tell the oatmeal from the burger.
Yeah.
I just thought it was all meat. It was good back then.
Breadcrumbs will do the same thing.
Yeah.
I could learn to, if you're going to grill out and you really want a good, tasty, smoky burger, put a bunch of ketchup and onions in your meat. Finely ground onions and ketchup.
Oh, I do the onion smash burger.
Well, that'll work too. Ain't nothing wrong with onions. Ooh.
And here's another little trick. If you want flavor to your burger, if you're one of these people, I know there's people out there, just the meat. That's all just the meat. Well, I like a little flavoring to my meat. I use McCormick's steak seasoning, not Montreal steak seasoning, not hamburger seasoning. I use McCormick's steak seasoning. And just sprinkle a little bit on there to your taste. That it changes the burger completely for me. So,
that sounds pretty good. I'll have to try that.
I think it's better to take and just when you're mixing your burgers together and that to add just a couple packs of the 7 Seasons Italian dressing to it.
Ooh.
The powder packs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't get the oil in there because the meat already has a lot of fat in there anyway. So you just mix it in there. Oh, it comes out great. But you have to add. You always have to add Worcestershire.
And here's another trick. Here's another Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
But here's another trick. If you want to have a really juicy burger, cover it with butter.
Cover it with bugs. Now that sounds like something off the Sunday show that Willie would be trying to do. Cricket flour and now
we know
and
why
worm
Mark's
hot
been
dogs
flying
and that.
urine.
Come on now, and I don't know when did we turn the show into a cooking show.
Well, if you guys would quit, I'm going to change the subject.
I tried that, and you guys chastised me for this is on air, don't you know?
Okay, let me ask this question, and this goes back to me watching all these Discovery and History and all these channels. How I don't know whether to get a response from you now or give you time to think about it. And Nancy will be one of the perfect ones for this.
I have a lot of stuff tonight if you want to hear it.
Do you think that life on this planet came from a puddle of slime?
Nope.
No.
No.
Negative.
No.
Nope.
Yeah,
I said it for many, 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 many years. I think we are hybridization. We've been supplanted, put it that way.
Well, they
it came from God.
Still ain't found that link between the monkey and the man yet. They keep trying, but they just can't. They just can't seem to find it.
I think they know the truth. I think they keep the truth from us because, again, you have established religions. Although to me, it shouldn't interfere with a religious belief because if we came from a different part of the galaxy or the universe, it still shouldn't change whether or not you believe in God. It shouldn't change it at all. It's just different location. That's all. But I think if anybody may have gotten it, kind of close to where I think it is, I think Battlestar Galactica, their storyline, how they wrote that storyline about basically a human civilization that had to find a new home. I think that could be very close to real. We could be spliced. There's many things, and I think actually Prometheus has got another really good kind of way of looking at it. But I don't think we're what they express us to be. We could have come from a primordial slime, but I think it was already, the genetics were already there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, what about they had to find a new home, like from the Garden of Eden to wherever they went out of, and they would have had their own genetics.
It's very interesting because I've heard several people who research theology and the ancient histories who have, some are theorized that the Garden of Eden may have actually been on another planet. And you can't say, as much as we want to roll our eyes and say that's ridiculous, you really can't, because you really don't know.
Well,
you really don't know.
To it. They got directions to it. They tell you what river and where it forked at and all
It's
that.
to be between the Euphrates.
Euphrates. Yeah. But you don't know if ancient civilizations dubbed these rivers because they already had stories in their background. You don't know.
You got it on those clay tablets now that they keep finding and they keep hiding in the museums where you can read about it, but they don't want to see it.
Okay. Speaking of museums and things like that, here's a couple of things for you. The Nephilim. You know, we've got not internet pictures and photos long before Adobe Photoshop showing large humanoid skeletons. Okay. And this is the one that gets me. The Smithsonian has had artifacts for decades, if not a century.
They keep hiding them.
Well, here's the point. When you go to look for these Nephilims that they have listed in their records, nobody can find them.
Yep. That's what they say.
And here's another thing. I forget how it's worded, but the Smithsonian basically is not answerable to anybody.
Correct.
And that's in its charter. That was in the official makeup of it from Congress. Now, why would you have an institution like the Smithsonian Institute that is unanswerable to anybody?
Well, the Vatican Vault's not answerable to anybody either. Yes, exactly. You can control the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
saying that to control the future, control the future, control the present, to control the past, you control the past, you can control the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, here's another question. Here's another question for my panel. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, that life did crawl out of the primordial ooze. And we look at how many species we have today. How many things had to have crawled out of the ooze to give us the variety of both aquatic and land species that we have? That's something else they don't talk about. What crawled out of the primordial ooze?
My ex-wife.
Oh my God! Wow, he went there.
And where, if that's where life came from, okay, where did all the trees and plants come from?
Well, I think they're saying that. I mean, the general thought process through science was that all life stemmed from one singular source. All of it did. It's just how its genetic code adapted and changed through different environments and different exposure. Do I believe that? No. Mm-mm. But I also realized that during the time that the planet was forming, we were hit with asteroids, we were hit with meteors, we were hit with God knows how many things from outer space because we didn't have the fields up yet. We don't know how many visitors have been here, if any. We don't know. We don't have any way to determine how much cross-pollination occurred. You just don't.
Well, since we don't.
Well, we're finding out.
Know. Yeah,
that, when you have articles, like I read one last week where they were in shock because they found a rock from Earth on the moon. And how could that happen?
And how would they know?
Well, exactly. Apparently, I think it was the Chinese that retrieved it or supposedly retrieved it. But again, it's one of those things where you're like, well, okay, we can't even prove what the hell the moon is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing that got me fired up was sitting out there with a telescope one night, and I had the full view eyepiece on the moon where I could see the moon, the whole thing. But close up and clear because I got the big eyepiece, not the cheap little, you got to squint your eye in the little bitty hole thing. And I clearly seen an object launching off that looked like either a cigar or one of the discs off the dark side of the moon into outer space. And when I say launch, I mean this sucker launched. And the only way it could have had that trajectory was come from Earth, and it didn't come from Earth. It came off the backside of the moon. That's what got me motivated to film. To begin with, I wish I'd had that on video because that would be like on History Channel or some crap.
All right. Here's another one for you. We have to, got into this discussion a couple of days ago that I was a science denier because I didn't believe everything that science came out with.
But how would science know? Because they can't replicate creation in a laboratory. So how do they know?
Here's two things that I brought up. I found 3 different scientific websites, and I'm not gonna give them any traction here. But listen, if it's on the internet, it must be true. But yet I found 3 different scientific, and I'm not talking about pseudoscience. I'm talking from 2 of them were from universities and one is a private science lab. And all 3 of them had a completely different take on the subject I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, if you've got 3 credible sources that have 3 absolutely different takes on it, how am I a science denier by asking questions?
Well, we both know that though that's a new tagline that they've been throwing out since COVID.
Yeah.
And I think honestly, the medical community and the scientific community were kind of shocked and kind of appalled at the pushback they got on their, science is in stone and their absolute science when it came to what occurred with COVID. And the fact that, people were saying, well, that's great, but your science has zero common sense. I mean, it makes 0 sense as compared to what we know historically to be true. Forget the science, forget what you did in the lab. We know this is true and this is true and kind of a common sense thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
critical thinking.
Exactly. So when somebody says you're a science denier, say, well, so are scientists, because that's their damn job. They're supposed to be science deniers. That is how you come up with new theories. Almost all of science is theoretical. Because if you just change one little piece, one little portion, one little nodule in any of their theories, it changes the result. Period.
Yeah, that's like I said, they can stand at a chalkboard and create a math equation that justifies their theories.
Yep.
Okay.
So why don't they put primordial ooze into a laboratory and watch it to see if it comes up with, all this life?
Yeah. Well, here was another good one. They've been archaeologists in the past, 10 years? Have been digging up sites. See, mainstream archaeology believed that life, buildings and things like that, humans, 4,000, 5,000 years ago started with the building structures. Yeah. So when they find a structure, it can't be older than this.
Right.
Because pre that, people were hunter-gatherers.
Turkey kind of screwed that up.
Huh?
I said the finds in Turkey kind of screwed that up.
Well, not just Turkey. There's several places. They now have dated. Okay, I don't totally buy carbon-14, but let's use that as a reference point. They've now dated some of these big rock structures and stuff back 10 to 12,000 years.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. People were supposed to be hunter-gatherers, not builders of cities.
Yeah, but they found, I mean, again, their own, it's like they have this, they just neglect other facts. Like, we know for a fact there are mines in Africa that had to have been created by intelligent mammals or people or whatever that are almost 1 million years old.
Yeah, they got to get the gold.
That's the Anunnaki legends, but they don't tell you that there's fact behind that.
Yep.
They do have mine shafts there that were definitely constructed that are almost 1 million years old. So it's like, they're hiding facts. They're very carefully, making statements and generalizations that they really can't make because their own findings dispute it.
Oh, let me tell you, I was talking to a guy one time, and he actually accused me of making.
Will it take less than a minute?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, yeah.
He was actually accusing me of making stuff up, and I said, "No, I'm not. I Discovery Channel 2 nights ago." No, it wasn't. Nancy, we got to go.
I was going to say, I got to take us out to break, but just for the record there, D, he was being a nudge. Folks, hang in there. Get up and get yourself something to drink. Sit back down and relax. We will be back in just a few moments with the all-new Cafe Enigma. See you in a few.
All right, we're on radio break.
Ralphie, I can hear your bowl.
Ding,
He's
ding,
driving
ding.
me nuts. I can hear the tink, 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 tink.
My bad.
I'm worse.
I get real mad when people start doing that whole, science is God. No, it's not. Not even close.
Did you see what I posted?
Not even close. Huh?
Did you guys see what I posted?
No.
Look in the
Should I?
chat.
So, Nancy, did you see the news at Crystal River? Did you see the picture of the big hole in the sky?
No, I did not.
Oh, it was really weird. Like it was in the middle of this really big, gigantic hole that was in the stratosphere, and it hailed. We had hail here the size of a dime, raining down on us. And the Crystal River is about the size of 50-cent piece to a silver dollar. Hail had blue fibers inside it.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, blue. There was like blue strands inside the hail. You could see it, and the hail was different. It had like edges, like spikes on the edge of it. The stuff we had here was normal dime-sized hail, but hell, I mean, they wasn't calling for any of that stuff. And then a few people up and snapped a picture of the cloud in the sky, and I mean, it was on the mainstream news.
I have to go look into that. I've literally been more paying attention to. Yeah, I've been actually. I was watching the weather out in California and in Colorado, and I mean, pretty much, we're getting some very unusual weather. I'm just going to put it that way. Yeah. Even here in Florida, John, look at us. We're bipolar in a way that I haven't seen it be bipolar down here in a long time.
It'll be probably 39 degrees in the morning when we wake up here. So
I know. And we're supposed to warm up to like almost 80 by Friday, and then another hit and another big drop.
Yeah, we get that here too.
The video
Nancy.
I made,
we're getting that here in Texas too.
Yeah, it's been weird.
Yeah, my allergies and my sinuses have been like really killing me for the last week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, you big wussy.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. Everybody is complaining of very interesting symptoms, like across the board. Like a lot of people have headaches. A lot of people have like weird sore throats. Not a normal sore throat, weird sore throats.
Yeah.
And the most common one I'm hearing is absolute exhaustion. And I can tell you, because I've been experiencing that. Rafi will tell you that. I literally nodded off while I was driving last night. I have never done that. Ever.
Well, that's
Really?
scary.
Well,
And I said to him, I have never, ever, I have gone 3 days without sleep and not nodded off like that.
All right, well,
Oh no.
to go, son. I'm driving.
I was like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm so damn tired.
Nancy, you'll feel so much better when you get your 1 month sobriety pin.
when you get your puppies a new home, you'll be able to.
Oh no, I'll get more
Eat
sleep.
like-
What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Ralph said Nancy's puppies are staying right where they are.
No. Although he does love playing with them and loving on them, but it's a lot of work. Puppies are a lot of work.
They are like babies.
Especially two of them.
All right, 30 seconds.
Shut up, D. D, get your mind out of the gutter. Good Lord, that man.
You go, Ralph.
Somebody's showing up.
Oh, I do.
But I have an interesting thing that I reached out to my sister today about it.
And get ready for the countdown.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
All right, you are back for the second segment of the all-new Cafe Enigma. That's right, I'm your host, Big D, and I asked the interesting questions. How many facelifts has Nancy Pelosi had that it seems to affect her entire body?
That's a revolving door question.
Yeah.
I got no comment on anything.
I happen to know for a fact, I have a friend that lives over around her, that she has 3 pickle barrel vats in her backyard. Anyway, is Chuck Schumer the love child of Nancy Pelosi and Bigfoot?
No, but Gavin Newsom might be.
Oh, well, yeah, that's it. He's not a first cousin, he's a half
It's
cousin.
not fair to Bigfoot.
Yeah, right. I know. Bigfoot's going to sue us for defamation if we go by Trump rules. Frick, we're all millionaires, man.
You ever see that commercial, Don't Mess with a Sasquatch? You know what happens? He like flips your car over and throws you in the treetops. I mean,
only if you have beef jerky.
You don't
There you go.
Sasquatch.
Can he flip the election? That might work.
Nah.
If he can flip a car, he can flip the election.
Yeah.
Okay. Getting back real quick, and then we're going to talk to John for a minute. There's just a lot of questions out there, guys. And it seems like more and more today, there are more questions than there are answers. And get out there and ask questions. Don't let these mealy mouth, panty waist, plastic pants wearing and huggy diaper keeping morons call you some name. Oh, you're a science denier. And you're underfed. Okay? Don't let this. A man once told me that the Bible was nothing but a con job that was written to control men. I never missed a beat, and I looked at him and I said, kind of like history and science. No, I actually thought it was very interesting that there's a lot of things in science, and the James Webb telescope is blowing theories out of the water right and left.
If they tell you. If they'll tell you about it. There's a lot of stuff being asked that they just won't talk about it. And then they're doing a bunch of video enhancements, kind of like what NASA does. You don't need to see that kind of thing. Yeah, that's going on in that telescope now.
Well, the government has always kept information from the American people. And reporters have always said, the public has a right to know. No, the public does not always have a right to know, because the public cannot handle the truth.
Sure I can.
You know what, though? I'm telling you, though, D, I think that's what's gotten us into trouble up to this point, because that's how they've gotten away with. That's how our government has literally gotten away with as much as they have, because they keep saying the public can't handle the truth.
Well,
yeah,
no,
let me tell you, the public can't handle the lie.
When I say the public can't handle the truth, you can show them something, and invariably there will be some little fringe group out there that will make themselves heard and suddenly the Earth is flat.
No, yeah. Yeah.
You know what you see what I'm saying? That's like, oh, if we found out there were aliens in the universe, society would fall apart and religions would collapse. Well, first of all the religions that needed to collapse would collapse. First of all. Secondly, quit watching Hollywood.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
My God, Hollywood has people believing that every alien race out there has two things in mind. They want to destroy everything and take our women.
Yep.
So
not necessarily in that order, but sometimes that's a good thing.
Hey, real quick. Hey, you leave our women alone. I haven't had my shot.
Yeah, before you move on, I mean, the other thing too is, if they don't tell us what's going on, how do we have informed consent to even, to know which way to vote, which way, who's representing us the most, or the best, the closest to, constitutional norms? I mean, there's a whole slew of problems that come with being able to control what information we see.
Yep.
We're supposed to be ruled by it's by the people for the people. And it's just not the case.
Yep. Well, I absolutely do what, John?
At least we got to see what Trump was capable of in a very short time with the border wall and all that crap. I mean,
I agree that the public should know a lot of things that are going on. If you found evidence of existence on Mars, show it to us. Now, I don't need to know about the top secret weapon that the Pentagon's got coming out.
I do.
I was going to say, maybe you do, though. Look what happened in Maui.
I want to see it.
Look at the whole F-35 project. I mean, they built this for trillions of dollars on that one.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't we know?
Well, I mean, to me, there are just some things. Let's keep it under wraps so other countries don't know about it. I get that. But
they do
we
know
already
about it.
told them the blueprints to it.
Yeah,
That's the
they
thing.
do know about
Like,
it.
Really,
what the hell?
really. But things like, if we found evidence of life on another planet, or SETI finally picks up a signal after all this time, which I doubt seriously.
No, they're not using radio waves.
Look at SETI. Valiant effort.
Yeah.
Okay. But what makes them think that other races out there are operating communications the same way we are?
Exactly. That's what I said.
We may not be hearing from them because we're not even close to what they're doing.
Yep.
So, hey, before we go to John, real quick piece of humor. You guys know who Fluffy is, right?
No.
Gabriel Iglesias, the comedian.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know who Fluffy is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was talking about, he did a show in Hawaii, and the guy used the term mahu. And Gabriel asked him, he said, "What does that mean?" And the guy says, "Hey, bro, that means a guy that likes coconuts a lot." Okay. If you haven't seen Fluffy's Hawaii show, check it out. It is hysterical, like so much of the other stuff he does. With us on our panel, as usual, is Mr. John Bell. And John has a special relationship with other creatures.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Now, I said I had a couple of questions. I didn't set this up. I just gave him your site, Real Florida UFOs. And they looked at it and they said, interesting, but we can't tell what it is. And of course, a couple of them came back and said, "Oh, well, it looks like a close-up of a bug."
Yeah, that's
okay. No, understand they weren't being critical. They just said that's what it looks like.
Yeah, of course. Well, anyway, I got so aggravated. It was last night or the night before. Like, I got so aggravated because some lady posted on my Twitter that I'm hurting the Disclosure Project, that there's no way in hell that I had so many UFOs and objects in my yard at the same time and nobody else is seeing them and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, screw it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right. It just so happened I found a small UFO about the size of a basketball that was way out, probably 300 or 400 yards away. I pulled out my laser, hit it, got it mad enough, aggravated enough. It came towards me, and when it got within 23 feet, even with the tree top, a bat flew right next to it. And I posted that sucker. It's on Twitter and it's on YouTube, both channels. Now, the video you're talking about with all the objects flying around every which way, it was in the 30s that night. Now, how many bugs do you know of are buzzing around in the state of Florida when it's 35, 36 degrees? There is none. They're all hunkered down. Even the crickets shut up. So that's purposefully done on a very cold night to prove my point. And the bat, no answer from the lady, no answer from her, no answer from any of those people that were like, oh, that's a bug, that's dust, that's whatever. Now the things are flashing. How many specks of dust flash you?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just relaying question. Let me ask you this. Are these orbs, is this like, can you see anything inside the orb? Have you ever shot other than just a glowing orb?
No, I've only seen really. I had a couple of them. You could see a square inside it, a cube inside it, just before they shot off. And then when I zoomed in on some of these objects that were stopping, and I mean, they just went motionless. And they're in the videos. If your friends ever watch the videos, there's 15 of them posted from just Wednesday night before the show, just before the show, 15 videos. If they watch those videos, see the objects stop, and then you see it pair off, and then you see three of them in the background leave the scene, and then here will come two more, and then two more, and then another one, and another one, and another one. And before that, there was nothing in the yard. And then the day after that, there's two objects, two little orbs came up, and a little flyby, and that was it. Same conditions. There's no reason for them not to be there. So I've went for several days now. There's just a few little objects in the yard, not enough to mention really. And tonight it's full again. And they're flying in formation. They're doing all sorts of stuff, except this time they're not going slow. They're going extremely fast and every which way but loose. So every time somebody talks and says, oh, that's some dust or something, they start flashing. Then you go to the, well, you wait till it's cold. I mean, they're doing all kinds of stuff to prove that they exist more than I am. So I don't know what to say. I only film it. I don't know what it is. I can't. All I know is it's there.
Well, and just so you know, John, you pointed out a lot of the same things that I pointed out to him.
Did you see this video? Did you see the video that's got 23,700 views in one day on Twitter? Did you see that video yet?
I don't remember if I saw it or not.
Oh, you would know. I think I sent it to Mark. Mark, didn't I send you that video?
Yeah, you sent that to me. And then I watched a bunch on YouTube the other day.
It's only bigger than my house. I mean, plus I got it down. I got it down within 3,000 or 4,000 feet, and you can see how humongous it is. And it was above the clouds, and the clouds, according to the weather forecast, were 30,000 feet high. Now, if these clouds are 30,000 feet high, I'm way off scale on the size of this object. It would be a lot bigger than that. But I'm assuming the clouds were a few thousand feet up in the air. It was probably fog clouds coming off the ocean or something that it got behind. But the killer is when it finally leaves, it starts lowering itself down, and it actually comes back towards me again, and then it's the other side of the power line that's in the yard. And you can see it, it's all on video. But this object is much larger than the first one I filmed. And the first one I filmed was the size of a bus. I mean, it was huge. And when I posted this video, it got, I think, 208 views on YouTube all day long sitting there. And on Elon's X over there, Twitter, 23,000 views in a day. Plus, I sit here for hours answering people's questions. And then they start looking at my other videos. And today I got a guy that follows me on Twitter. He's actually wrote a bunch of articles on the small orbs, how they operate, the mysteries behind it. And he's done a lot of experiments with it, just like I have. And he's watched my videos, and he's got a lot of videos too. And he's basically the same way. He says they're invisible, but they're there. You can see them. You just have to hit them with infrared. And I said, exactly. So, he's captured them too.
So
and
let me
never seen anything like this. He's never seen this many at one time that's flashing. They're flying in formation. They're doing everything in the world, probably landed on the side of my head, and I don't even know it because you can't feel them. Obviously, they run into me. You can see it by the footage. But if they're in focus 400 yards away, and they're in focus where that pine tree's at, that's only 23 feet away from my feet. I mean, there's no arguing that the thing isn't in focus. But when they stop and look at you, oh, I heard a toilet break. But they're actually stopping, and they haven't done that since I first discovered them. So I really don't know the answer to that, but I do know that the small ones that fly in a straight flight path are not bugs. A bug flying in a straight path is not going to live long in this yard. The bats are going to, and we haven't even hit warm weather yet. It's still cold.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be 38, 39 degrees here in the morning.
Well, let me ask you a question now. The orb that we see on the screen. Now, you said that you've seen like a cube in the middle of it.
Yeah, I have. Times.
What is your theory on what it is that you're seeing? Do you have one?
That the ones in the yard and the ones that are close, I figured out that they're either AI or they're an organism. There's no way in the world anybody can control that many objects at one time. It would take an army of people sitting there on controllers with a joystick to do that. And then, if you're going to do that, why would you be invisible? Why would you want to hide? It doesn't make any sense. So these things, some of these objects act like kids. They hide behind the pine tree, they peep out and see if I'm still there, and then they go back again, or they come right over the top of me. There's all sorts of behavior patterns like that. And I've made so many videos of them now, you can see it. You can literally see it.
Well, let me ask this question. Why, and I'm sure some of the people listening are kind of asking this too. Why do you think that they are so active and numerous around your area?
I don't know, but I can tell you this, that outside of the yard, at about 400 yards out, they are not present. I mean, they are just not anywhere else but here. I can turn around and look, and I can focus in if they're there, but they are just not there.
Well, okay,
and they're not here. They're not here to begin with. When I first sat down, I can pan the yard. I mean, it'd be a boring video. There's nothing there. But all of a sudden, there'd be one show up, two shows up. Next thing I know, I turn around, there's 20 going across the yard. And the ones that are stopping and just floating there, when there's a strong breeze going, obviously it's not a bug or a piece of dust. And then it's too cold for the bugs anyway. Now it will get warmer. There'll be bugs all in the yard. I wish there was bugs in the yard Wednesday, because you'd be able to see the bug, and here's the object.
Okay.
But it does not fly in a straight path. It just doesn't do it.
All right. Now this brings up another one. Nancy, are you still in there?
Yes.
Nancy.
A long time.
I had to find I had to get my screen to come back on so I could unmute.
Ralph's playing with us. Anyway, that's gonna haunt me for the rest of the show.
What was the other question you had?
I was gonna ask Nancy, do you remember seeing a show where they were investigating a guy kind of like John was? He'd go outside and suddenly these UFOs would show up. So they did a brainwave scan of him?
Yeah, that was that guy. I was talking about him, I think, last week on the show. I think he was it was either Arizona or California. And he used to name a time and a place and go.
Yep.
And these objects would appear.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Two questions, John. Number one, and let me ask both questions. You can answer them however you want to. Number one is, if you go someplace else, does this phenomenon happen? And number two, have you thought about having somebody do a scan on you while you're out there with them?
Well, I don't know what the scan would do, but I have friends over every now and then that sit out there. And I mean, I'm surprised they jumped off the back of the truck about now. I mean, literally. I mean, poor Wilbur, he ran in the camper and locked himself in. That was the second day he was here. I mean,
Robert Bingham. Robert Bingham was the guy's name. That's right.
Yeah, but I'm just curious. Now, does it happen in other places with you?
Well, I did film orders outside the jailhouse.
Yep.
Okay. How far away?
40 yards to overhead. It was
I'm talking, if you went 5 miles down the road, would it happen?
Oh, I don't know, but I know this, that it was a good, 2 hours, 2.5 hour drive up there, Nancy?
Oh, God, no. It was 5 hours. It's right at the Georgia border.
I didn't think it was that long.
Well, yeah, but I also speed. There's that.
That's funny.
Well, at least we struck by lightning.
Okay,
God,
so
John.
So you went 5 hours away, and it still happened, right?
They're posted on YouTube. I put them up.
Okay, all right. Now the other question is, I would love, because I watched them when they tested this guy, and the brain scans were completely different.
Yeah.
And they filmed what he was looking at, and it was UFOs. I'd be curious, John, if you might not be one of those people.
Well, it might be, but it's kind of like this. The way I look at it, say you're a farmer with a whole field full of cows, right? You feed the cows pay attention to the hay, they pay attention to the water, the necessities of life. They're a cow. They don't care about the guy in the truck. They just know you bring feed to them. Say you got one cow that sits over there by itself, and it comes over and it wants its head rubbed every day, and it can talk or sits there and stares at you. Now, you would be looking at that one cow real carefully, wouldn't you? You would give it some attention every time you went out to feed the cows. It's the same thing. That's what I think it is. And I pestered these things enough to where even if they did ignore me, they can't, because I hit them with a green little laser. So, and that has to be aggravating. I realize
I don't know. I just don't see where a little old pin laser is going to aggravate them.
Well, it might draw attention to them that they don't want, is the way I look at it. Now, the big object I filmed the other night was so close and so bright and stuff. I mean, it's just crazy. It definitely knew that I was lasing it because the first thing it did was it came out of the north. I thought it was an airplane at first, and I realized it's not a landing line. And then it's going up into the sky, and that's when I started hitting it and circling it. And then it paused. It slowed down, and it was behind the clouds already, and then it came down. And when it came down, it spent a lot of time overhead. The video is 4 minutes and 26 seconds of UFO. That's how slow the UFO went past me, if that tells you. Jet at 300 miles an hour, way up in the sky. They're gone in about 15 seconds, 20 seconds. This guy took 4 minutes and 23 seconds to get out of my sight. And I would be able to see it more, but the neighbor's got a stupid floodlight in the front yard over here, and I couldn't see it.
I got tickled at the one I watched a couple of days ago. You were talking to it like it was a buddy of yours.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, they're there. I mean, if they're going to show up and sit there and float around and hover, then I'm like, hey, what's up? Come on, have a seat.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can see through yourself and you're a little bubble floating around, it's obvious you're not going to be able to drink a cup of coffee or sit down and smoke a cigarette. So, I mean, what else is left?
All right, Nancy.
I like your laser pointer.
I was going to say, I got to take us out to break, D. So, John, hold that thought. Folks, hang in there. We will be back in just a few minutes with the all-new Cafe Enigma, whatever, right after this break.
D, you need to look at that video.
John, you have to wait until we go to break and I say we're clear. But anyways, we're clear.
Yeah, D, you need to go look at that video real quick.
Is it on Real Florida UFOs?
Also, I posted it out here also, so I'll send it to you if you want.
That
was post huge. Do you post it online?
Yeah, it's been up on Twitter
or on chat, in our chat. No, you haven't.
It's on the chat too, but you got to really scroll up for it probably. I'll post it again.
What kind of camera are you using?
I'm using a scope.
Telescope camera?
No, I'll explain it, man. Let me find this. The videos, I have to go find it.
Oh.
Then I got to hit the share button. Video copy link. Then I got to go back.
Do you remember what it was called?
Oh, you'll see the thumbnail. You can't miss it.
With the great big one in it?
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. I'm going to send it to you.
I got it right here.
Well, just in case, I sent it to you anyway. And I'll put it in the lobby again. Oh, you hadn't accepted my invitation yet. Shame on you. I can't send it to you. I'll put it in the lobby again.
Okay, what haven't I accepted?
My invitation. But it's all right. Watch the video real quick. Or at least fast forward to the half of it, and then you'll see it. That's when it's closest.
Okay, nice atmospheric flyby zoomed.
No, that ain't it. You're on the wrong one. Enormous close UFO comes over. That's the one. It's the color gold. I just posted it in the lobby.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it.
That's the one I just captured. After all this numerous orbs and other objects, those other objects, by the way, mixed in with the orbs are diamond shaped, or they have a point on them, one or the other. And then there's some of them are kind of cube shaped, but they're the ones in the background. And then you got to see the ones that were maneuvering a week before that, before it ever happened. I just think they pulled out the plugs and said, screw it, we're going to come play around, and this is what we're going to do, and we're going to stop right here in front of this guy, and maybe this guy will see us, and I'm sure he will. And I did. I videoed it. But the other thing they started doing was pairing up together. They never did that before. And now they're pairing up and doing Anyway, Vicky, it's a Pulsar Digicide Ultra Night Vision Hunting Scope. It's made in Russia.
Okay.
I have 2 of them. The other one has more buttons and whistles, but the frame rate is slow. And I just don't use it. I use it as a battery charger is about all I use it for. But in case the other one breaks, which it's almost 3 years it's used every clear night, it's still going. It hasn't broke. So
that's wonderful.
One.
Oh, wait a minute, John.
I'm waiting.
Hold on, I got to see it again.
I like your laser pointer.
Yeah,
all right, 30
Chinese.
seconds.
Okay, sometime around 1minute and 30 plus seconds.
Yep.
It starts doing some weird stuff.
Yeah, it's all weird. Trust me. When it's behind those clouds.
All right, and here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And I'm back. This is Big D coming to you right here, right now. Nancy is still with us. John's been telling us about these orbs that he's been seeing. And you know, John, I really think we need to get you. See, what I like to do is I have a tendency to I understand what you're saying about these orbs, and this is the kind of thing where you know, I get somebody, oh, it's just a bug. Oh, this is so fake. And I want to get with you and find that one thing that I can take my pocket knife out, sharpen, and poke them right in the eye with it.
Well, you could poke them 1,200 times because of the enormous amount of videos. I would need a football field full of people to do graphics to make the videos.
I would be very interested, John, to find out if you have that same thing going on that guy out in Arizona's got.
I don't know. It's all different. I never try to do anything in the daytime. The guy does it in the daytime mostly. And
no, he does it at night like you do.
He does it at night. Well,
yeah. But the brain scan is what got me.
Yeah. Well,
his brain scan changed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, who knows what they did on History Channel though, or wherever it's at. So.
Well, no, he had. I'm with Dee on this one. It's a very unusual case, and I mean, he's got a history with this. It goes back before 2012, where he literally, I mean, he's done it in front of TV crews. He has done it in front of scientists, and they can't explain what exactly is going on and what they're seeing because they're seeing it too. But that's just such a weird and interesting case. Like I said, he literally can go out day or night. I mean, he can summon them. They call him a summoner.
Yep. Well, he's probably an alien.
Yeah, right.
He's probably.
But see, I would love to figure out if John is somehow subconsciously calling them.
Oh no! I call out. Hey, let's go. It's cold out here. Y'all need to show up and get your stuff done because I'm going in the house.
Well, the thing is too, though, and I find it interesting too that John, that what he's seeing is basically a form of energy, obviously because it's reactive to laser and it shows up in infrared. But also the fact that John has been struck by lightning, and very, very few people have that claim to fame. So it might be in a like attracts like type of deal.
Yeah, I haven't had it dance around me in a long time, but I was in my friend's pawn shop and they were laughing at me because I was repairing the roof and it came a little cloudy outside and I hauled ass and came into the store and they're like, "What do you do? Are you afraid of a little storm?" I said, "Yeah." I've been hit by lightning 3 times. About that time, it came through the roof, was hitting the heating unit that was up in the ceiling, suspended. You could see the sparks and the arcs off of it as it was smoking. And at that point, everybody backed away from me with good reason. And that's about the last time I've had it kind of chase me down. So it just doesn't do that anymore. So as far as I know, knock on wood.
Well, you know, I've seen actual studies where people who have been hit by lightning, sometimes it changes them.
Well, I'm sure.
And sometimes they're capable of things that they were not capable of before.
Yeah, well.
So let's call a university and make John a lab rat.
You know, I wrote the university a very elaborate letter and sent them a video of one of the aircraft dusting the ocean out here with red spray out of the back of an airplane over the coastal reef system. And no response. That's just really shocking, because I told the guy, I said, hey, it'd be an awful shame we have a red tide next week. And sure enough, we did. No response, no nothing. And that went to the professor down here at the University of Florida. It's a waste of time. So much for his biology degree, you know, but it was clearly it was iron oxide they were spraying out of the plane because it was red.
Well,
and it's like fertilizer. When you spray it in the water, it makes the algae bloom.
I can tell you another thing we can do, and Nancy might agree with me on this. We can use a set of jumper cables off your truck and see what happens.
Oh, you want me to put my tongue to it and lick it?
Oh, God.
I learned 9-volt battery. Definitely ain't doing it. Battery. No. I have 2 interstate batteries in my diesel out there. That ain't happening. I could probably weld with that truck.
Well, at least we know you'd be in the back of your truck for a while taking videos.
So what did you think about the big object?
I saw it doing something weird, but I'm going to have to watch that video a couple of 3 times more.
That object, you didn't need night vision or anything to see it. You could clearly see it, and it was so bright. I mean,
well,
it was,
yeah,
it was blue. It was blue. The whole thing was blue.
Well, my thing is if you can go 4 or 5 hours up the road and sit in the back of your truck and get the same footage, then there's something going on.
Well, I think if you ask my opinion on it, I would say the orbs are everywhere. That's what I would say. It's just whatever reason they're here. I mean, I can't have that interesting looking pine trees in the yard. I mean,
but you said yourself, if you go 400 yards past where you've been filming, they're not there.
Yeah, I don't see them, but if I walked over there, they might be there, but I just don't know. I mean, you know, what would be the point anyway? I don't understand the whole thing anyway, because they're invisible. I mean, it was an accident I even discovered them. And I had no idea that other people besides me were studying the things, but this guy wants to actually short one out in the middle of the air and then try to get it. And I advised against that. I said, anything that's got too much technology, I said, they're probably going to zap your brain and they won't find anything but a pile of dust the next morning.
I was going to say, wait a minute now, if this is an actual craft that has traveled millions of miles through space to come to this planet, and you think you're going to short it out without repercussions?
So what about this? What if these things are just coexisting with us and we don't know anything about it?
You know, look.
I mean, that would be crazy, right? I mean, but possible. I mean, they could be here everywhere, and they're just here. It's just nobody noticed them or nobody gets to see them.
9 million things out there. I mean, what we know about the universe, and what we suspect about the universe, you could, in all reality, compare that to what is out there. You could write what we know on the back of a 3x5 card.
Well, there's one of the objects that I captured about a week ago that I recognize it immediately because of the way it flies. It's probably about 1.5 feet in diameter. It looks like a floppy ball of Jello energy is what it looks like.
Okay.
And the first time I filmed it was 9 months ago. I remember the object, remember what it looked like, went back, found the other video. The first time I filmed it, I thought the thing was going to land in my lap. I really did. And then the other day, I thought I was going to wear it for a hat. Literally, it was that close. And I stopped it with a laser beam again and got more footage of it. And this thing, it looks like liquid metal. It's very reflective, but it's small, and the way it flies is crazy. It's like it's flubbering around. And it's not like it's got a set of wings or nothing. Don't get me wrong. It looks like a liquid ball of mercury that's just deformed, that's flopping around. And it's definitely spinning. You can see it spinning when it gets close.
And just something that popped into my head was ball lightning.
Yeah, it's not ball lightning. There's not thundercloud in the sky, and it's real clear outside.
Ball lightning, they've got photographed of ball lightning on clear, starry nights.
Well, this is ball lightning. It would knock me the hell out because it was around real close proximity to me. But no, it's not ball lightning. You can't hit ball lightning with a green laser and it turn around and come to you. And that's what it did the other night. Obviously, it was like, oh, hey, there you are. Okay, I'm going to flutter over here, and here I am, and I know I'm real close to you. You can't tell if I land on your head or not.
Oh, Lord. You know, that's the thing is, it's like so many other things in the world. Folks, I've talked to John many times, and I truly do not believe in my heart that John is making any of this stuff up. However, with that being said, John or people out there, you know, unless a little green man comes out and kicks you right in the cojones,
yep,
they're not going to believe it. And then they're still going to try to rationalize, oh, well, it's a kid in a suit.
You know, I discovered one thing that I could do with my scope, because it's manual focus, is I could set it for close proximity. So anything out to 400 yards or so, I can see clear. Anything past that is a blur. The stars are blurred. The trees past that's a blur. You just can't see anything in focus. So all you got to do is set your scope up for close range, close objects, and then see what comes into focus. And I was sitting there one night, and I had it close focus. I think I had been looking at the dogs or something in the yard, barking, and I sat down and I panned around the yard, not realizing I hadn't set my focus for back to the stars again, which is where I normally look. And there's a little object sitting there it looked like the size of a baseball, probably about 50 yards away, stationary next to the neighbor's yard. And I kept thinking how crazy that was, that little glowing thing was in focus, not realizing that was an actual object. And when I finally got around to looking at it for the third time, it was gone. Now, where it went, if it flew away, if it fell to the ground, if it went up in the sky, I have no idea. That was one of the instances that I realized that I could separate the objects out and arrange them with the scope itself, with the focus. The focus would tell me how far away the object was. And I've tried that method a bunch of times, and it works.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
at some point, you're going to get the money shot. As much as you're filming this stuff.
I got the money shot. If that big object isn't the money shot, I don't know what is. As far as I know, that's the only real close up of a UFO that takes 4 minutes and 23 seconds to go over somebody's head. I mean, directly above.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like you said, you've seen stuff in the middle, but I've watched a lot of your videos, and all I see is the orb. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, it's not like the what is it, the Vegas lights or something like that.
Well, I didn't discover the orbs until not even a year ago. And the first time I discovered it's on video, there was two of them sitting there floating in front of me, and I had no idea they even existed. I didn't know what it was. But the one left and the other sat there for 35 minutes, motionless, just bobbing up and down right next to me, about 20 feet away. It let me shine laser on it. It let me do everything but throw a baseball at it.
Transdimensional.
The other one came back, and then both of them went to the south. And at that point, I was like, well, I'll never see these objects again. I'll keep trying and looking. And for a whole, I guess, 8 days in a row, they come back, and they all had a mark on their front, on their head. It was a mark, like a scar. And it was kind of creepy. And then the next week after that, they changed marks. And then the one moving his mark around. When you look down, his scar moved down, which is kind of creepy. Yeah. And I took a still shot of it, and then they changed from there. And then the other one showed up that was large, much larger than the other ones. It looked like when they got close enough, they were bigger than me. Yeah. And then they started flashing, and then they just do a different trick every so many weeks. It's something added on to it.
Yeah. Well, listen, let us go and change gears a little bit and come back into normal space. Mark,
I had one more thing left, though.
Huh?
I had one more thing left.
Okay, go ahead.
The thing that they changed up tonight was all of them are moving at breakneck speeds. They're not just floating around. They're going at extreme speeds now, except for the ones that's sitting there looking at me and barely moving like they're looking at me. They're all moving very, very fast enough that I can't track them across the yard of the sky that fast.
Yeah.
I haven't put any of those videos up yet. I just haven't. But you'll see in the videos how fast these things are moving. So that's the next change. And I don't know what they're going to do next. Go up and down and sideways and spell out the alphabet in the yard. I guess that would. But
well, where can people find your videos? Go ahead and do a shameless plug.
Well, they can find me at Florida Real UFO on YouTube. That's the best place to go because I've got them all cataloged there. Twitter, I just take the cream of the crop and put it over there because, I don't want to jam up the pipe. It's a whole different system than it is.
Is it Real Florida UFOs on Twitter?
It's Florida Real UFO.
Florida Real UFOs.
On Twitter, it's John Bell. Just look up my name and you'll see the UFOs.
Okay. Y'all go check it out. Trust me. John's got me hooked on watching these videos when I can. Mark, are you in there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, folks, Mark is our producer, and I don't normally bother him when he's working, but this one was right down, should be right down in his alley. Are you familiar with Eagle Pass?
Eagle Pass? Oh, yeah, that's down by the border.
Okay.
That's pretty far away from me.
Latest 7+ hours. The southern border. Yeah, the latest development on the southern border. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has joined by 13 other governors and was part of a protest or a convoy down there. You know anything about that?
Nope. But I know that there's like 26 states that are supporting Texas.
Yep, they've all signed up.
Alaska's even sending their National Guard.
Yep.
It's unheard of. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. And a lot of the old timers are like, they can't believe it that they would see anything like this in their lifetime. Yeah. So,
well, the last thing I heard from down there.
Here's something
I heard from down there, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, was the Texas Governor Abbott has either is about to or has given orders to arrest federal agents that come down there and mess with the border.
Yeah, I haven't heard that yet.
I know they were talking about it.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I keep waiting on to kick off, but this would be a good reason for it to kick off.
Well, if they've got half of the governors in this country ready to come, and we got governors sending their troops down to the border, I mean, I'm waiting to see what Biden's going to do.
Well, what they're not telling you is they've got a lot of them coming across the Panama, the jungles and stuff. And there's an area that's 60 miles long that there's no roads. It's all, and there's dead people everywhere trying to make it through the jungle. The Chinese have built a compound to help their people get here. They won't let any reporters in. They won't let anybody in. If you watch Tucker Carlson, he talks to that officer that was actually outside the gates of that compound. Then when you go to the other compound, which is mainly Latin American people coming through there, they all get free phones. They give them a place to sleep, a place to kick up. And then it's another compound, but the problem is the cartels are there and they're raping the women, and nobody leaves the camp with a cell phone. They take their phones, they take whatever they got, and they wind up making the track on foot because they don't have anything. The cartel takes everything away from them. And that was on Tucker Carlson too. Now, what do you think about Tucker being in Russia? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, well, Joe Rogan wanted to go over there too. Well, Joe Rogan was over there, I think.
Yeah.
And he wanted to interview Putin, and it looks like Tucker got the interview.
Oh, yeah, Tucker's going to get it. Tucker's got the power. And it's going to be real.
Got the reach.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be really funny when you hear Putin talk about the biological chemical buildings that were in Ukraine that he bombed at the beginning of the war. You know, it'd be really interesting to hear him talk about that, because the American public doesn't know anything about any biological laboratories. And who could blame him? I mean, it's right next to the country. It'd be like Cuba. Hey, these Cubans down there, they're making the deadliest virus you ever see in your world, and it's going to kill us all. Now, how long do you think a typical president would put up with that? Not very long. Look at the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, that's an example. They didn't have missiles up yet. They were trying to, but they didn't have no missiles. Well, this is actual biological laboratories right on the border of Russia. Yeah, he's going to reach up and whoop somebody's tail. You just don't do that. So
it'll be interesting. It will be interesting. Hey, here's another story. Our Mr. Trudeau up in Canada.
Oh, he's done.
Yeah, I think he pushed a little too hard. He actually authorized euthanasia for the elderly.
Oh,
however,
yeah. No, you got that wrong.
No, let me finish.
It's not for the elderly, it's for everyone. Anyone who wants to suicide can do it legally in Canada now.
Okay. Because I was getting to that. And also he decided the euthanasia program for the handicapped and the mentally ill.
Yeah, I seen that.
And when that got out, can we say post-war Germany?
Yep.
That's exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
And suddenly people went, wait a minute, handicapped people, mentally ill people?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Trudeau just got really, really full of himself. All right, we are down to that part of the show. Nancy, let me turn it over to you to take us out.
Alrighty, guys. So we've had a pretty good variety on the show tonight. John got some really good time, which I think was kind of necessary because, we've all been watching his videos, and I'm really glad he's kind of getting a chance to speak more freely and show, give you his side of what he experiences when he's dealing or filming these videos. But with that, John, I want you to go ahead and let everybody know where they can find you.
You can find me at Florida Real UFO on YouTube. That's the best place to go. It's almost like a daily diary of videos. So whatever's going on around me, around the area in Florida, if you want to see what's going on, I'll show you. So.
Alrighty, and actually Vicky, who's been very, 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 very included tonight. My love, do you have anything you'd like to tell everybody as to where they can find you?
I'm on Telegram for such a time as this, and on Twitter or X under Booklander21.
Okay, Raphael, you've been quiet tonight. What would you like to tell everybody?
I'll pipe in where I can contribute. You can find me on Twitter at X_ICE_1811. And yeah.
Alrighty, and guys, as always, you can find me on Facebook under Charlotte Pagnotta. No, that is not my real name, or AKA Wiccan Vixen. I think that will pull up. You can also find me on Telegram as Wiccan Vixen. I'm in multiple chats in Telegram. Look me up, drop me a chat or an inquiry, and I'll push you into one of the chats that I'm in. Also, you can find me on Twitter as Rider on the Storm. With that, I'm going to hand it back to you, Dee, to say goodnight.
All right. And you can find me on my website, puppiesarefun.com. And now, if you want to reach me, you can get me at Think Out Loud Radio. That's all one word, thinkoutloudradio.net at bellsouth.net. Folks, get out there, listen, question what they're handing out. Just because it's on YouTube, I hate to burst your bubble, or just because it's on the internet doesn't make it true. I don't care who it is. All right, so get out there, read for yourself, do what you need to do to make your brain grow. Hey, thanks for joining us tonight, and on behalf of all of our panel and my co-host Nancy, remember, God loves you, so do we. Talk to you all later. Be good. Bye-bye.
See you, bye.
Night, John Boy. Night, Marietta.
All right, we're clear.
And we're clear. And
I was going to say Nancy's got her website, pixiesarealldat.com.
No, that's not me. That's her. That's Vic.
I said Vicky.
No, you said Nancy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All
right.
It's okay.
All right, folks, stick around for the after show because the radio portion is all done for the night.
That's right.
You go
back. Join us in the after show as people get strange, weird, and we say whatever's on our mind. Mark has taken off his headphones because he wants plausible deniability.
What are you talking about? I don't use headphones. I got a good setup. I don't need headphones.
Mark, I was trying to place plausible deniability.
Plausible deniability. Yeah. Okay.
Because in the after show, we're going to talk about anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Love is coming in shortly.
Oh, no.
I don't even know where to go with that.
All this talk of puppies and strange happenings and Dr. Love's coming in. I can feel him.
So would you guys be interested if I could get that guy to come on the show?
What guy?
The one
that... The guy that's been creating these things forever and video and all that. I mean, he wrote a really